Oh, there's that morning train. And we evolved this into something that's a lot more usable. It uses that 4% metric over your overall spend, applies when your event is. Let's see, where's my hand? There we go. Applies when your event is, when decisions should be made based on industry standards and vendors that I've talked to throughout the industry for all of the different vendor types. And we apply metrics into here so that it gives you the information that you need to be able to make decisions on a timely basis. If you want to jump to the next one. So what this does too is it applies a timeline for decision making for the major gate checks, where you can go through and make decisions based on when you actually need to make them. It's chronological Gantt chart view that allows for you to be able to prioritize what you need and to know when something is coming and you're not surprised by it, and then having to pay the cost repercussions. Jump to the next. So the underlying principle here is to protect, defend, and attack. Like I said, if you've got a $2 million budget, you've got a big portion of things to be able to protect. More of a leakage that you have, the less ammunition that you have to be able to get the extra horsepower you need to create meaningful experiences for folks. And jumping into the defense territory, if you're looking ahead at the schedule and planning appropriately from a true project management perspective, losing my breath, going too fast, you'll be able to stay ahead of those things that are coming. And from an attack perspective, you can ensure that you're not losing yourself amongst that by looking forward into the future. Let's jump to the next. All right. So one major component of this, like I said, is the communication to other folks. Vendor to vendor for those that are subcontracting, vendor to planner, planner to vendor, planner to their superiors within the organization. And what I'll say is that it breaks down into 3 different components: time, cost, and effect. What's the time that I need the decision? What's the cost repercussions if we don't do it? And what's the overall effect? I need this by Tuesday. This is going to cost me 15% extra, right? Maybe we won't be able to execute this if you don't get back to me by then. There's a QR code here at the top, which I think will be persistent if I did things correctly, that you'll be able to get access to some of the other scripts, access to that vendor velocity analyzer tool as well. If you want to jump to the next one. Yeah. So it's time to wrap it up. As you can tell, I'm getting winded. Budget leaks are catching up to me. Let's jump to the next. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I just want to say thank you for joining. If you want access to the scripts, to the vendor velocity analyzer, it's free. The only, I think I capture your contact information to send you a holiday card to thank you. That's about it. I'll never sell to you there. But to gain access to what I've talked about here, click on the QR code, submit your information, and I'll follow back up with you probably early portion of next week or so. Gotta play in the snow here. But otherwise, yeah, thanks for joining. Hope you're able to glean something from this. The majority of the decision making that you're having can be improved. I'll say that, even if you're not tracking things, even if you're not looking at it, I would say, and you think you're having a great day, I would be very surprised if you're not able to find a very big portion of your budget that's been sitting there waiting for you to reclaim based on efficiency.
Mark, wow. Okay, when you first pitched this to me, you're going to do this for 45 minutes. What do you think now about me cutting it short?
I would say it's a challenge on both sides. I I had a 45 slide cut down into, I think, 13. So that was a big challenge. The second one was the weather threw a big snowball at me. So that was interesting.
Well, this was great. You definitely, as I told you when you proposed it, I think that running is an unnatural act, except from enemies into the bathroom. But I'm here holding the glasses of water for you. Hopefully they don't freeze. But get yourself inside, get warm, and thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me. Thanks so much, Liz.
Thanks, Mark. All right. Well, as they say in the South, roll that beautiful bean footage. We're going to take a little commercial break. We'll be right back.
Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive, and the world, I'm turning inside out, yeah. I'm floating around in ecstasy, so don't stop me now. Cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, 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 there's no stopping me. I'm burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time, I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me now. 'Cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop me now. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop at all. Yeah. I'm a rocket ship on my way to Mars on a collision course. I am a satellite. I'm out of control. I'm a sex machine ready to reload. Like an atom bomb about to explode. I'm burning through the sky, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic woman of you. Don't stop me, don't stop me, don't stop me. Hey, hey, hey! Don't stop me, don't stop me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Have a good time, good time. Don't stop me, don't stop me. Burning through the sky, 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. I'm traveling at the speed of light. I wanna make a supersonic man out of you. Don't stop, yes, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop at
I am here at the Marriott Wailea Beach Resort with our friends from Marriott, a Club Ichi strategic partner. And if you want great friends like the Marriott team, come join us inside Club Ichi. The people that you're going to meet are incredible. Today, I learned that we have someone who is an opening act for the Backstreet Boys. We've got fire eaters, we've got comedians, but they're all event professionals. B2B events, Club Ichi, come hang with us. Welcome to our Barefoot Business Retreat in the beautiful Evermore Resort in Orlando, Florida.
We have two houses next to each other. One has a 10-bedroom and the other one is an 11-bedroom, and it has a movie theater and a freaking slide.
We are here for our annual Barefoot Business Gathering. Tonight is our first night of the Barefoot Business Retreat, and at these houses in Evermore, we are bringing in a private chef to create an entire experience for us. And I've heard a rumor that we're doing a Mediterranean night.
My goal tonight was not only bring people together at a dinner table, but really to build relationships and have people come and return in the future. It was a great welcoming thing to have everyone at the property today.
And then we're going to go into crowdsourcing, which is how we come up with the sessions and what we talk about over the next 2 days. So we have these giant sticky notes and we ask attendees, what problem are you here to solve and what problem have you solved that you could help somebody else solve?
All right, well, I have my friends on the comfy couch. Yeah, we really packed them in here. Ooh, that was a bad angle of me. Yeah, thanks, guys. Okay, so Jamie Hinton with LeaderPass, we are here with you. Thank you so much for allowing us into your home.
Thank you. Yes, there's another Hinton in your world, so I'm Minton.
Minton.
That's okay, though.
Minton.
That's very close.
I've done it twice.
Very close.
I'm
It's
sorry. Okay.
Yes, no, I've loved having you guys here and meeting you and getting to know you through our friends like Tess and Dahlia through Tess, and so thanks for having us, and thanks for being here.
Thank you. We walked in yesterday to this blank slate, and you guys have made this place just spectacular for us.
Yeah, well, thanks. Well, and that's what we love to do, but y'all are a fun crew to be with, and so we wanted a couple of environments that fit your mold and who you are. So
that's amazing. And Isaac Holt coming to us with our Show Gear Productions team, who's in the back there punching all the buttons, making stuff happen here. And we met you guys out at IMEX this year. You guys gave us the world's first behind-the-scenes tour of all the technology that you do for the IMEX show, which was mind-boggling. Just the frequencies alone for those silent seminar things.
Absolutely, yeah. Over a few thousand headsets all throughout IMEX, and coordination of all of that. It's certainly a team effort. So
completely blew my mind. All right, so Nicole, I don't know if you got to hear any of the conversations that were happening from the last couple of presenters, but they were talking about how 2026 is actually going to be quite a stellar year. So we've been really nervous. 2025 was a little bit of a rough one. I would like to hear from you guys how 2025 has felt and what are you thinking about for 26 now?
Predictions.
Oh, predictions.
Wrap up and predictions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, luckily for us, 24 was definitely a growth year, but it was a different type of growth. I would say that we certainly saw a lot of our clients that we use in things like clean energy, those type of organizations. We saw a lot of cutback on a lot of their events. But a lot of our, what I would call, the sales kickoffs, all of that kind of stuff, those are in full, high gear and still going into that as we're headed into the SKO season for everyone. So overall, it was a good year, and we didn't feel as much, I think, pressure as we thought might come. Even events that in the very beginning were events that were either getting canceled or delayed or things like that were quickly kind of popped back up and brought back to fruition. Because, again, as we heard in, I believe, the very first presentation of the day, the landscape wasn't quite as scary as I think we all expected it to be.
That's great. And from a LeaderPass standpoint, so you guys bring in presenters, keynoters, authors, speakers, and you're recording their content, master classes, bringing all of this stuff together. Things have been busy.
Extremely busy. People are getting a lot of confidence. It's funny watching how they're using AI. And so I think in 2025, if you look at what we saw, it was people that were like, here's this ChatGPT thing. And they started to, not in a great way, starting to outsource the way they think and to ChatGPT or to AI like that. And we would watch them come in to film. And the funny part was that they'd come in and say, oh yeah, this is my content. And then as they were going through it, they were like, well, this doesn't really sound like me. And we would stop and say, what'd you use? How'd you use it? And so we've really learned a lot from coaching these people on the right and the wrong way to do that. But all that to say, 2026, I feel like is going to be an incredible year. In our world, we're seeing a lot of video podcast mini-series. We're doing something called LeaderPass Podcast Season in a Day, where people can come in, film an entire season, showcase their expertise, and then we give them an entire season for them. But anyway, that kind of stuff. blended with, of course, events. And that's
Well,
what's exciting.
And I think that's the smart thing to do, right? So we've got these live event moments. We've got this. We keep talking about how bringing people together makes people happy, and this is the things that we need to do. We got to get our dopamine, serotonin, endorphins, oxytocin, all the things. But then, how do we keep that community going year round?
Yes.
It's through this content and connection.
Yeah, and LeaderPass at its core is a platform. So those people that are watching it on LeaderPass. So we believe that delivery and how you deliver that, if you're not in the room, if you're not able to be there, maintaining that excellence, maintaining the high quality, because people are coming and they're loving the association. And then those that can't make it need a place to go. And so that's what we are really passionate about doing and helping people do that.
That's amazing. All right, so Nicole, we're talking about people that can't go to something and need a place to go. We have something coming up in May of next year that Isaac and team are going to be involved in as well. And what is happening that only a few people can go on?
Absolutely. So, Secret Family Reunion is the world's first secret business trip. We did the first one in 2019, and we are just back by very popular demand, bringing it back May 1st through 8th of next year. There are 50 spots. We are pretty full. Actually, we're pretty full on that one. And people are going to show up in LA, and we're not going to tell them where they're going at all. We'll just tell them a little bit how to pack. They'll come, and then we're going to have a reveal party, which super exciting, secret and now not so secret announcement is Show Gear is actually our production and creative partner for the reveal party, but not just the reveal party, all of the content that's coming before it, how we're going to shoot it, what comes on after it. So Isaac Cole right here from Show Gear, thank you guys so much for coming on. What can people, where are we going?
Oh yeah, well, so the big reveal, because I'm allowed to give it away, is that we're headed to oh, never mind. Okay, so I guess since I can't tell you, what I will
He
tell
signed
you,
an NDA.
I did sign an NDA, yeah, for sure. So yeah, code words and all that stuff. If you can decode that, then good for you. I'll also have a job for you if you can decode that. So let me know. But yeah, I mean, really for us, it's going to be a really exciting journey. I think you guys are going to like the way that we're going to present the story of where we're going. Be on the lookout for what we like to call drop experiences, where you'll get a little taste for everything that we're going to be doing, where we're going, and the look and feel of the entire event. Again, those are going to be happening at Club Ichi events throughout the next year at all the different locations that we meet up, little drops online, as well as little hints through social media and different experiences like that. So be on the lookout for all of that. And again, just super excited to be a part of telling the story of the journey, and then of course the big reveal party that I know you all don't want to miss. So if you haven't signed up, our company, we're already in. We've got a couple of our team members that are joining that, and you should definitely check it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the most exciting things too is that we're all of the video that we're going to push out, you know, throughout the year. But I'm just so excited.
It's going to be super fun.
It's going to be amazing.
And I promise you, while I can't tell you the location, it is 100% worth it for you all to sign up, to join on this trip. And again, from a return on investment, don't look at this as an opportunity for more business, but rather to build real relationships with people that you're going to meet on this trip. I will say one of the things as a newer partner with you all that I've really enjoyed is that there's almost this first name basis where it doesn't really matter what you do or who you work for, but what connection you can build, and then naturally things come out of those relationships that you build. So there's no better opportunity than with 50 people that you don't know headed on this trip together.
Absolutely, yes. And one of the really cool things is the reveal party is actually going to be broadcasted live. So we're going to host it like the Grammys. We'll have all the lead up content. We'll be doing, so you'll be able to watch the reveal party and find out at the exact same moment as all of the attendees. And so it's going to be Oprah cry, goosebump. Cannot wait for that. Yeah, so the link to be able to watch that is coming soon, but we're so excited. And I just love the Show Gear vibe and Club Ichi vibe. I just love you guys so much. So thanks for being a part
Love
of
you
it.
guys too, and we appreciate it. And yeah, don't get the FOMO. Sign up, just do it. That way you
Yes.
don't have to watch it on the live stream and you're not going to miss out.
Love it.
All right, but so I do want to talk about this. There are only 50 spots. Some people cannot go.
Correct.
So yes, they'll watch the reveal party on the live stream, but then how else can they get involved? How else can they watch?
Yeah, so we'll be putting everything on LinkedIn. So one of the cool things that we're going to do is when the attendees on the trip wake up in the morning, we're going to be able to follow their journey on LinkedIn. So, you know, what content do they see in the morning? Because there will be a little bit of that, which is really fun. What is the things that we're editing on social and pushing out? You know, professional video, because we have an entire crew that's going to be following us around, which is actually one of Liz and I are dreams forever was to just have a crew follow us around reality show style. So it'll be reality show live on YouTube and on LinkedIn. It's going to be great.
However, we also have our friends at Swoogo who
Yes.
have built out the registration site. They have built out this beautiful place where the content will truly live all in one place. So
Yes.
at secretfamilyreunion.com, you'll be able to go there and find out all of those videos Nicole's talking about. If you happen to be on LinkedIn, you can catch them, great. If you want to peruse our YouTube channel, great. But that secretfamilyreunion.com site that Swoogo has built for us, their
Yes.
creative production team, what are they called? Creative services
Pro
team.
Services. So it was really fun. We were actually the test bunny for Pro Services with Swoogo. They launched their entire product using Secret Family Reunion. So we worked with a designer. So if you don't have a designer on your team or you're just really stretched thin, they built the logo from scratch, the entire site for us. That's where all the content's going to live. That's where all the attendees will have their own website to find out what's going on, get to know, and all of the fun little things that we'll put on them for Secret. But it's just, they're an amazing team. So Pro Services, Swoogo, get in there.
That's right. Okay, so for the rest of the day, Jamie, I hear you've got events going on. You're running around the building here doing other things too.
Well, yeah, we are, but we knew this was such a priority. We want to give the majority of our resources here. But yes, we are capable of juggling a few things, but nothing as big as this. It's a lot of action.
Well, tell me about this crew you got here. You got a lot of cameras set up.
Yeah.
How many people do you have working on this?
We've got probably all in all about a dozen people around the country and here in our space here. And what I love about it is that we're working as a team with the team that we've just gotten to know too. So
Yeah.
you've got skill set meeting just team players.
Yeah.
And so
Do you
that's
normally
kinda
do live streams or content capture?
we do both.
Okay.
My background is in events, and so I come from y'all's world, and so this is kind of in my blood. And so yes, so we do events, have facility to do that. Definitely do live stream because we've learned that it's awesome when you can reach people that can't be there, of course. But then we have the production as well, and we're seeing a lot more of that because people want to be able to capture these ideas, these thoughts, and grow them, even from an event, taking it and creating that content that lives on with LeaderPass.
I saw in kind of the sizzle reel thing you've got going out there, there were some corporate logos there too. So are people using your platform for learning and development as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The great thing about LeaderPass is that it's very consumer ready, so you feel like, oh, this is like a Netflix. But then it's also enterprise grade, so that a content creator or an event doesn't have to go like negotiate with the company lawyers. They can just go, oh, well, here's LeaderPass. They've got all the security.
Very cool.
They've got all the insurance, and we help them do that as well. So yeah, so we work with a lot of companies on their business content. As well as individual thought leaders and events.
That's
Those
super
are
cool.
our three audiences.
I've been blown away by our experience here in the studio.
Yeah.
It's you guys, all of you have made us look so good today. I mean, with the exception
Yes.
of my white socks that I keep seeing there, I need Seth's socks.
Just go
Seth, I need
barefoot,
your
man.
socks. Go barefoot like Nicole.
Whatever.
That's amazing. All right, well, I think we're going to take a quick commercial break. So thank you
good.
guys for being here with us
Yeah,
today.
thank
Thank
you.
you for everything you're doing to make this show incredible.
Awesome.
And we will see you soon.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you right back.
Welcome to day 2 of the Barefoot Business Retreat at Evermore Resort in Orlando. This morning we had round 1 of our spontaneous think tanks, and it was really awesome to see just the engagement, and everybody was leaning in, getting their problems solved. There was a session around sponsorship that was amazing, both selling it and how to sell it in, which was absolutely awesome.
The Evermore team put together a scavenger hunt. We had 4 teams with golf carts, and we got to go to the boathouse, and then we had to do a scavenger hunt all around the property to find different clues and take us around, and then come back and assemble a bike that is getting donated to a local nonprofit organization. This evening is the third of our spontaneous think tank session. So whenever we do a Barefoot Business Retreat, we are in some amazing, wonderful location. So we don't like to take the people away from that location and lock them in a room to talk to each other. We do our sessions in the mornings and in the evenings so that they have the afternoon to go experience the place that we're in and actually enjoy the people and the things that exist around here. And then we're gonna head out to dinner. We are headed over to the Conrad, which is here on property at Evermore. We're gonna have an incredible dinner.
There's legitimately so many reasons why anyone that works in the event space would benefit from joining Club Ichi.
You get everything. It's friendship, it's community, it's resources, mentorship, education, and then really fun freaking parties.
The hospitality's been great. I love talking with everyone. Met a bunch of great people.
This has been like the game changer for me in terms of meeting as many people as I have, genuinely building connections with them and feeling like I'm making strides forward. It seems to be the same story for everyone.
I love the other organizations that are out there, but this is special. This is unique.
All right, so welcome to our secret garden in South Austin. This is my favorite experience we're bringing to you with Club Ichi, MGM Resorts, and Midnight in the Garden. So come on. So this is our secret garden, and one of my favorite things is how they really put together in a very quaint backyard this beautiful experience for the attendees, bringing some of Austin's top culinary talents together with beautiful design. As you can see, the crescent moon around you, and really this whole thing comes to life at night with the candles being lit and the sun going down and really getting that golden hour. With MGM Resorts, we love to support Alex and his team, and really what he does is what we're looking to always do, provide our attendees, our customers, and our guests something unique that they can't find anywhere else, and really bring the show, no matter whether we're here in South Austin or in Las Vegas, to really wow and create unique experiences, because we know face-to-face is the most important, and what happens here in the garden is truly magical.
Well, hello and welcome back. I am so excited to keep this train running with our trends and interesting things that are coming up for 2026. I know that we've all been saying this out loud, that since 2020, things have been really weird, but 2026 is our year, right? This is when we're getting together. So today, now we have Fiona coming to join me from Event Tech Live, because we've heard about the state of travel. We've heard about the state of live events with Karina, and we have been talking about what it's feeling like in the industry. And Fiona has the tech talk. Fiona, I'm so excited that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, and great to meet you, Liz. I'm really excited to be here. I've loved watching it so far. It's been amazing.
Yay. Okay, so you have your finger on the pulse of technology. This is what I understand, that you know everything that's happening in the event tech landscape. So here's what we want to know. Is AI going to run everything, or is there still some humanity in technology?
I think there is definitely still going to be humanity
All
in
right,
technology.
so welcome to our secret garden in South Austin. This is my favorite experience.
I hear it too. I hear it too. Hold on, live feed.
Well, at least it proves it was live, hey. But,
that's right.
Yeah, and also that shows humanity in tech still.
That was perfectly on cue.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, there will always be a human element to tech. I don't think there can't be, basically. I mean, AI, obviously, it's a big buzzword at the moment, and I think that ultimately a lot of sales teams are saying, oh, you know, AI, and whether it is AI or not, in some instances, there's a bit of a grey area, to be honest. It may be more machine learning in some instances, but for me, I think that what it's going to become is something that's expected rather than a nice to have. It's a bit like years and years ago, obviously, we all had kind of, you know, mobile phones that didn't have music on them. And we were wandering around with our MP3 player and our other mobile phone, which obviously didn't have music. And then when mobile phones had music, it was like, wow, does your phone have music? And I feel we're at that point with AI in event tech, like, oh, does it have AI at the moment? But ultimately, organisers, I don't think care, as long as it works, it's reliable, and it does exactly what they need it to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, that's my hot take.
No, I think you're spot on. It's just it's interesting because it's getting harder and harder, I think, to differentiate some of the tech, because they're all using the same lines that are saying AI infused, now with AI matchmaking, AI, and I feel it's like what you said. It's kind of like cool. So it's like saying has internet, like cool. Moving along. But of all of the tech that you're seeing, is there any that's making you go, okay, that's really going to be useful?
There's some cool stuff. So I saw, well, I haven't used it.
All right, so welcome to our secret garden.
We're hearing it again. We're hearing it again.
Oh no, it's absolutely fine. But yeah, I mean, I haven't used it, so I can't kind of vouch for it in the way that I've used it. But I did get a demo of a type of tech. It's not specifically for events, but it can work across a lot of different industries, and it's actually called Perlon AI. AI again. But it really kind of brings together, I guess, GMAT, Apollo, or Surf, whatever you use in that way, and also ChatGPT. And for me, from a kind of sales and marketing perspective, it gives you lots of different touch points. So it even has kind of LinkedIn touch points that it can do. It has voice notes, all of those kind of things that you can actually automate. And from what I saw it do, it was doing it in quite a human way. Obviously, just like all AI, you know, it really matters what you put into it. If you put in something that, you know, isn't very detailed and isn't in your tone, and you don't kind of teach it in the correct way, then I can see it being problematic and it just sounding like a robot, which a lot of, unfortunately, AI still does. Well, ChatGPT and things like that do. But I think if used correctly, it can be a really good tool to actually help speed up processes, especially when reaching out to kind of delegates and people like that for attendees for shows, really getting the message across on different touch points and not always just kind of sending emails and things like that.
Okay. So as far as the technology that you've seen come through Event Tech Live and through some of the news stories that we're seeing coming out from you guys, there's a lot of mergers and acquisitions happening. And do you think that's going to be the play over 2026, continuing to see consolidation?
I think we'll still see an element of consolidation. I think there always is, and especially in a market like event tech, because there are lots and lots of startups coming up, lots of new ideas, but also a lot of the tech kind of integrates with each other quite nicely. So I think you will probably continue to see that, I would say. You know, industries like this, it's a young industry to a certain extent, and they consolidate.
Okay, so is that what's really happening then? So we've got the startups, they have a great idea, it goes really well, they pick up some traction, and then the bigger companies go, oh yeah, I'll just put that inside my tool. Is that what most of these M&A are?
Most of them. I mean, some aren't, but a lot of them are, because obviously it makes sense to the larger companies not to have to develop those particular pieces of tech themselves. And if it fits into their tech stack well, then why not? And also, a lot of the startups are looking to flip.
Right. Well, of course. Yeah. That's why you start a business. Make money.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's kind of win-win for companies in general.
Right. Okay. But here's the problem. It's that literally, if I were to pull up every single event tech company that exists, it would be like these little squiggles in the back of our frame here. So freaking many of them.
Yeah.
Like they used to say the Martech 5000, which is now like the Martech 18,000 or something crazy. So how does an event professional even wade through it? Where do you begin?
I think I'd start with looking at kind of people who've won awards and things like that. And I know obviously there's the argument that only people who put themselves forward for awards are going to win those awards. But I think, there's the award side of things, because obviously, and also make sure, when you're looking at the awards, look at who the judges are, make sure that you have respect for those judges and that you kind of know where they're coming from and what type of things they're looking for, because I think that's a good way to look at what the best new tech is, and kind of get through the wood from the trees, basically. And another way, again, is you can't beat recommendations. Speak to your peers, speak to your competitors. What are you using? What works best for you? And people generally will be quite open. I mean, they'll certainly be open with what hasn't worked for them and what to stay away from, let's face it.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay, so you guys just came off of Event Tech Live in London. What did you feel? How was the feeling of that event? Were people super eager and excited? Is there still some trepidation?
Yeah, I think actually the trepidation around tech is easing, should we say. I think kind of after the pandemic, there was a lot of, I think event organisers have been event teched out, because obviously a lot of people had kind of gone to them, this is going to be the next thing, like this virtual event is going to solve everything and get us through the pandemic. Oh, sorry, dirty word, but that's what had kind of happened. And a lot of people had bought into things that didn't really meet their needs. So then actually when providers who are actually providing something really amazing for them were coming and saying, this is event tech, I think there was a lot of trepidation around it, a bit like, we spent a lot of money on this previously and it didn't really work. But actually I think we're coming out of that, and I think that organisers, especially from a data perspective, an attendee feeling, I'm sorry, I can't think of a word, you know what I mean, kind of a my brain isn't working today, but yeah, an attendee kind of experience, let's say, perspective, then tech is super important. And, for the event organisers themselves, tech can garner so much more information for them. I mean, I remember when I started out in events, and it was quite a while ago now, about 14 years ago. All that we really cared about as an organizer, obviously, I was a lot younger starting out in my career, but the only thing that people really cared about was how many people are you getting through the door. Whereas now, it's a lot more granular. People want a lot more detail. Actually, tech helps with that immeasurably.
Yeah, I mean, I think over the last 5 years, there was such a proliferation in tools that capture data, and there were dashboards and metrics out the wazoo. And so now, actually, thanks to AI, we're finally able to get real-time insights from the data and not just show dashboards and say, look at my pretty chart. We can actually do something with the information. So that, I think, is a really solid use of technology that we're seeing become actually useful.
Yeah, 100%. And it's so important from a sponsorship and exhibitor, but also an attendee perspective, so that you've really kind of got control of every element of your event if you're using the tech properly.
Okay, so I'm embarrassed to say I've never been physically to Event Tech Live. So I know you just had the London event. Do you have a US event too?
We don't at the moment, but watch this space. Because potentially in 2027, we did the Vegas event for 2 years, and then we were going to move to the East Coast for this year, but we couldn't really find the right base for ourselves. And I think that when we come back to the US, we want to make a big splash, and we want to make sure it's in the right place, right time, right everything. And we just didn't really feel like we were getting that this year.
Yeah,
so,
no worries. So when I come to London next year, what do I expect? Do I get to see people on stages telling all their stuff? Are there pitch competitions? What happens?
Yeah, so there's all sorts. So we have 4 stages. So they're all kind of educational stages. They could, we have panel sessions, case studies, individual speakers on the stages. We also have a tech talk stage where people can talk about their tech. It's only a 10-minute thing, but it gives 5 minutes for Q&A, so you can really find out about that. Then we have our launch pad, which is for the startup companies coming into the event tech space. And that also has the Launchpad competition, which is a pitch competition basically for brand new companies to pitch to a panel of judges live and really tell everyone why their new tech is the absolute best, and obviously why we should be either investing or working with them or really taking a look at what they have. So there's loads of exciting stuff going on. It's such a community feel at Event Tech Live, and I think that, you know, Club Ichi would be great there. Like, just having watched, I mean, I'll be 100% honest, and you know this, Liz, when you emailed me, because I was linked up by Adam and Sophie, and I was like, oh yeah, what is it? And I have to say, like, I am totally sold, and I feel like Club Ichi and Event Tech Live and the absolute kind of vibe that both of them bring together. I think, yeah, you would love Event Tech Live. It's all about community, all about kind of working with people in the event space and really kind of linking up the best tech with the people who need it.
Fantastic. Okay, so I'm hearing on comms that our friend Kyle Morris has something to say. What's going on, Kyle?
Oh gosh.
I just want to say that we were honored because I've never been to Event Tech Live, but this year over in the UK, we won the, what was the Best Immersive Brand Event of
NMR?
the year. Yeah. So that was the first time we entered in, right? So that was a big deal for us. And then the big conversation you guys are having about AI is, you know, obviously it's been kind of everything I've been doing for the past 2 months of my life. And the one thing that is the big takeaway is we're all looking at the analytical side of AI and how it's affecting events on that side. And what I would challenge everybody to do is to start thinking about the little things, right? Just the small things that you do every day that take up time, that keep you away from quality of life. That's the big changeover, the light switch moment for people where, you know, one simple task that you can have automated in your life is going to change and make you a better marketer. It's going to make you a better event-related person because you'll have more time to focus on the things that you can be creative with. So that's my one takeaway. Just wanted to jump in there.
I love it. I love it.
Thank you.
Love it. Congrats, guys.
Thanks for getting a camera and mic on him so that he could give his 2 cents too. And congrats on that award, Kyle.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, Fiona, it looks like we're out of time. I really appreciate you hopping on with us today, and we're going to keep talking every 5 minutes. You're never letting go of us now.
Definitely. I've loved it. Thank you so much for having me, Liz. And yeah, good luck with the rest of it. I'll
Thanks
definitely
so
be popping
much.
in and out. So thanks so much. Cheers.
Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Oh boy. Okay, so what we have coming up next, I think we're probably going to do a quick little commercial break, and then I'm going to be back with my friend Henry, where we're going to talk a little bit more about AI. So we'll see you in just a sec.
Today is day 3, the last day of Barefoot Business, and it has been such a really, really special day.
Today we did bougie on a budget. You know, event planners were always looking to provide value.
Today is day 3, the last day of Barefoot Business, and it has been such a really, really special day.
Today we did bougie on a budget. You know, event planners were always looking to provide value for our attendees or our clients, or, you know, find creative ways to make events memorable with very little budget. That's been a great takeaway for me. There was a lot of good little nuggets in that.
One of the things at Barefoot Business, or really any Club Ichi event, is we look to do sessions outside the ballroom, outside the norm. And today we got to do them in floating jacuzzis called spa cruisies.
It's been amazing for me to find people who do the same thing I do, that understand the same things I understand, and can connect and grow together.
So this is our final night here at Evermore, and we have these 2 incredible, like, chefy style kitchens, and we have divided our participants up into 4 teams, and we are doing our kick-casserole competition.
I thought I would just blend in but just the warm hugs and the welcome. I felt like, you know what? I don't have to fit in. I felt like I belonged instantly. And I appreciate that.
Nicole and I often get accused of living in 2035 while everyone is still in 2025, and we're trying to pull people into 2035. And I think that if you can take these baby steps of getting to the future and just trying to think a little bit outside of the box, then you can have a little bit more fun in your every single day. So, what are some of the wildest creative ideas that you've always wanted to do but have never gotten approval for? These are the things that I want you to drop into the chat. What do you really, really want to do? Do you want your CEO skydiving out of a plane or dress like Elvis skydiving out of a plane? Do you want your CEO to be willing to wear sequins like Nicole does everywhere she goes? What are the craziest things that aren't super crazy? Maybe not the skydiving from a plane, but maybe wearing sequins that you can just push a teeny tiny bit and get those boundaries a little bit forward. So my friend Henry Catuno Mason is here, and he has a company called Future Forward. So when we talk about the future, it's not as much the wild ideas as it is the wild ideas that will turn into what our world is going to become. So Henry, what have you got for us today? Because you've been doing a whole lot of stuff about what the future holds, and we've been talking industry trends, but you're talking, what are you talking?
Hey Liz, nice to see you. And actually the title of the book is actually Future Normal.
Future Normal.
And that's I guess kind of a nice starting point. So we just missed each other. I was in Austin earlier this week, and I took my first Waymo, which was really exciting.
Did you? How did it go? Because I had an event where the CEO was late to my event because he got in a Waymo that was behind a car that was double parked and it didn't know to go around. And he was like, they're not perfect yet. How did it go for you?
For me, it was super seamless, actually, right? And that was, part of why I mention it in the context of a conversation we're going to have, and really the whole reason why me and Rohit, who I think you've also had at one of your Club Ichi events as well, my co-author Rohit Bhargava, we wanted to call the book The Future Normal because it was centered on this idea that so much of the conversations, you joked in the intro, right, living in 2035, and we love to imagine that 2035 will be this kind of magically different place. And actually the most interesting futures switch from mind-blowing to mundane kind of in a few seconds, right? And that was my experience of the Waymo. Like, you get in and I was being a proper tourist and I was filming it arriving and taking photos, and I saw some guy smile on the sidewalk walking past me, like, who is this guy? It's obviously his first one. And then the third one I took, after a couple of days, I'm like, okay, you just get in and you kind of don't think about it. And I think that to bring this to the context of everyone watching this who's much more in the event industry, I often start my presentations when I'm talking about the future, whether it's to event people or finance people or healthcare people, whatever. There's a great Jeff Bezos quote, which is, everyone, he was being interviewed on a stage, and the journalist was kind of saying the same thing, right? Jeff, like, what does the future of retail in 2035 look like? Drones, facial recognition, biometrics, like all the sexy stuff we love to talk about when it's the future. And he stopped her and he said, it's fascinating. I'm always asked this question, what's changing? But no one ever asked me the other side of that coin, which is what isn't changing. And he said, for me and my leadership team at Amazon, this is the more interesting question, right? Because the things that don't change are the things that we build our business around, and he joked, we know with absolute confidence, like, no matter what technologies we're using at Amazon, 2035, 2055, right? 2100, it doesn't matter. No customer's going to run up and be like, Jeff, I love Amazon, but I wish I had higher prices and slower delivery times. These are the things that will always remain constant. And so when I look at the future and when I'm thinking about the future, it's always this combination between, what are the sexy new innovations? What are the sexy new technologies, whether that's AI and all the other stuff? But how do they speak to the very fundamental human needs that won't change? So, when it comes to events, like when I was in Austin, I was talking with Amazon and their event team, and we were seeing, like, the things that are not going to change. People come to events to learn, to connect and potentially to create, right? And I think that third one we can talk about later because I don't think it happens at all. But, we gather people for a reason. And as I said, maybe it's educational, maybe it's cultural, or maybe it's a strategic reason. So how can we use some of these shiny new technologies to help people do those things that have been, central to the event industry for 30, 50, 100 years, right? That's not going to change. But how can we do them better?
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is this technology kind of bubble that we can maybe couch ourselves in so that we don't notice it. That's what we're all kind of hoping for. I mean, there's the crazy stuff that you do want, like the meta glasses that when you walk around, it actually pops up kind of like the Sims, the 3 people you have in common on LinkedIn so that you can create connections that way. Sure, there's that. But then there's the stuff where it's, you got there in a Waymo, you didn't have to worry about parking or doing anything else. And you kind of walked in and it recognized you Minority Report style. So you knew exactly who you were and where you were going. And you can kind of feel that so that you can focus on the people. So that's kind of that crazy, crazy future that I see. I worry about some of the things, though, because once we get self-driving cars and autonomous, all these things, then we no longer have our roadside motels and the reasons people stop for those things. And so when I think of the hospitality industry and things like that at large, those are my concerns with technology. So how do you kind of allay our concerns in that? It's it's okay, people will find jobs, but will they? Or can we all just sit on the beach and drink Mai Tais because the robots are doing it all?
Look, I also on LinkedIn, I quite often call myself a reluctant futurist because I joke, when I'm in a kind of, psychedelic carpeted patterned conference room at one of these events, I say, look, if I could really predict the future, I wouldn't be talking to you about it here, right? I'd be lying on my hammock, having traded Bitcoin for the past 15 years. So look, there is a part of me that says the future is unknowable. And actually, the second order implications of some of these technologies are super hard to predict. The joke I always give is, if you have mobile and GPS and cameras, right, it's probably not too much of a stretch, sticking with mobility, to think about Lime and Uber and Waymo, right? It's probably a lot harder. I'm sure someone did predict it, but to predict Tinder and Grindr, right, and the kind of the social, behaviors that some of these new technologies unlock.
Well, and I think it's, for me, less about the predictions and worrying about any of that, because that'll just get you terrified. I'm thinking, how do we prepare as workers, as professionals, as event people, as humans? What do we need to be thinking about? So Kyle over here was advocating earlier that everybody needs to learn AI and have a whole suite of AI agents doing all the things for you. That feels a little far for someone like me. So what are those baby steps that we can take toward 2035 that make us feel a little bit more comfortable that we should be paying attention to?
Yeah, it's a great question. And again, the thing that I'm really excited about when it comes to AI is, less that everyone needs to kind of learn agentic workflows. I think it's a bit like digital, right? It's, of course, everyone now has a base level of competence, which is way beyond what people had 20 years ago. But the truth is, not everyone needs to know how to do pivot tables in spreadsheets, right? It's important for accountants and finance people. But if you're, much more on the marketing side, then, you're going to know social media and marketing in that sense. And I suspect a lot of this complexity will be abstracted away, right? The beauty of AI, right, is it's an incredibly democratizing technology. And that, I think, we're kind of bouncing around all over the place. But the thing that I've been spending a lot of my time doing over the past year or so, and we actually did together at your Brains Not Bots event a few months ago, was I've built my own little interactive AI experience that I do with audiences. And I say I've built it, right? I had a developer build it with me, right? And in theory, maybe you could vibe code it. But interestingly, one of the first conversations I had with someone about it was Tahira and Dean from IMEX, which is where we met, right? Actually lived. And it was funny. I got introduced to her, and when you get introduced to someone, the kind of the sometimes you forget why you've been introduced, right? So we get on this call and we're talking, and halfway through the conversation, she was like, "This is kind of cool." And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "I thought you were just another event tech vendor come to pitch me some AI solution." And I heard a little bit of your previous conversation, and you were saying there's so many products. And I stopped her and I said, "No, I'm a speaker who's just found a way to do something with AI that I think is really interesting in the context of my micro world, right? It's not a product that I'm selling to people. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'll get there in the future. But that's the thing, right? I've built this, and that initial first iteration was, a few days of a developer's time, right? So we're talking, like a couple of $1,000s. And the ability to see something, and this is what I'm really bullish on, right? Of course, there will be a bunch of solutions, and sometimes that will be the right thing to go down, the right route to go down. But I also think there's a huge opportunity for people to experiment and say, like, build, whether it's an AI agent, whatever you want to call it, right? Like, but just build a little micro instance artifact, whichever platform you're using, they all have different names, that just solves a really small problem for you. And I think that's really exciting. And I think that the blossoming, let's draw a parallel back. We were talking about social media earlier. Anyone can go on Instagram, right? Anyone can go on TikTok. Like, does that make everyone a video producer? In some ways, yes, but in some ways, no. In many ways, no, right? Professionals, there are still professionals, and they do incredible things. You've got the Mr. Beast at the top end, right? Doing the amazing, like, high production, value videos. 99.999% of videos on YouTube are kind of terrible and will probably never ever be watched, right? And that's probably the same with AI, right? Most uses of AI will be very ephemeral and probably pretty terrible. But I think it's about, again, it's not about the technology. It's about the problem that it is you're trying to solve, or the job you're trying to do, whether that's for your audience, for yourself, for your colleagues, for your boss, whatever. So I think we can be very ambitious, but also very unambitious at the same time, if that makes sense, right? Like, not everything has to be transformed by a single tool or a single platform. But I think cumulatively, the collective imagination and creativity of the entire industry, scratching our own itches, I think that's where it will get really interesting.
Is it kind of a remix of nostalgia and bringing things back to the humanity? I mean, this is what we hear Elon and Sam and all the guys saying, that it is events are the one place where you can actually get the non-AI stuff from a human-to-human conversation, and that it's legit, that it's real and authentic, which of course has created a proliferation in the number of events that we're seeing in the world, which of course means there are now way more events that anyone would ever go to, which means that the 20% of people who actually went to events are now having to pick from 4,000 events instead of 3, which means that nobody's going to events anymore. At least that's how it feels. So, as we're trying to extrapolate the math on how do you make an event something that people want to go to, and that isn't just AI-generated content you could have watched on TV. I mean, I think that's where, as we think of readiness for our industry, what are we doing at these events that's bringing the future, but also, like you said, the things that don't change? Like, Nicole and I do these events with sticky notes and Sharpie markers, and everybody wants us to bring tech into it, and we refuse. People just want to see the wall of these things.
No, I hear you, and I was always very resistant to tech until I found this use case that I feel has genuine utility and value. And I'll come back to that in a second, but I just want to pick up on something else you said there. You talked about the oversaturation of events. Like, I always think back to one of my friends, his dad was like offered one of the first coffee franchises in the UK, like, kind of Seattle coffee company, like almost pre-Starbucks. And he was like, who's going to pay £3 or, $5 or whatever, translation for a coffee, right? It seemed
if he could have
alien.
looked into the future.
Exactly, right. And he always jokes, he was like, it was the worstest business decision he ever made, right? But he couldn't imagine it. And so I think, there were maybe a transition point, but I wouldn't worry about the oversaturation of events, because, like you said, I think people will crave humanity and reality, and in the same way, there's another slide I use a lot in my presentations talking about the finance function, like spreadsheets automated a large amount of the jobs that bookkeepers do.
Right.
But there are way more people employed in finance now than there were pre-spreadsheets, right? Actually, it expands the industry. Like, we do more finance, but it's more complex finance, and it's actually, more creative and higher paid finance. So that's going back to your jobs point.
That is like that.
Yeah, but look, if you're a 60-year-old bookkeeper, the year spreadsheets are released, like, to your point, that is problematic for you as an individual, and we need, to figure that out as a society. Yeah. But in the macro sweep, it expands the market, right? So I do think there'll be huge opportunities. Having said that, though, back to the nature of events, we discussed this briefly on LinkedIn. I think, event professionals, it's not okay, and you won't get away with saying like, okay, well, everyone's flocking to events now in this post AI world, so like people are going to run in through the doors, right? You need to think about how you can use AI to enhance the attendee experience, and also the experience for the organization or community or association who are organizing this event. You have to deliver more. And I discussed earlier about learning, connecting, and creating. I think, the learning experience for attendees is about to be absolutely transformed. I'm in love with Google Notebook LM, that many of your viewers may be familiar with, but the ability to put in, 50 different PDFs, spreadsheets, whatever it is, data sources, right? So you could have all of the content that was presented on stage dropped into a notebook or an equivalent platform. And then, in seconds, you can create infographics, and you can create video walkthroughs and flashcards and quizzes, right? And so that ability for someone to interrogate the content that they hear at an event, and to do that afterwards, I think that's really exciting. The connection, we've already discussed this briefly, but you said smart glasses, but I think the ability to use AI to matchmake people in like so much infinitely preferable ways to the terrible AI matchmaking that there is today, where it's like scraping your LinkedIn and you just know that a bunch of vendors are going to come try and sell to you with this kind of very blunt, like unpersonalized message, like, hey, I see you're at whatever, like CES, let me buy you a coffee and try and sell you stuff. And then the creation piece, I'm just super excited for, because this is what I'm investing my career in really at the moment, which is the ability to ask hundreds of people in 5 or 10 minutes for their input, and to be able to synthesize that and aggregate it and extract real strategic insights from a room of 300 or 400 people. It's like Mentimeter or Slido on steroids, and we can do it in some really fun, creative ways. So I think that the job that an event can do for an organization or community, we should be thinking 10x what it is today.
Yeah. That's incredible. And I love the optimistic view of the future. I think this is great. I think there's been a lot of trepidation and hesitation this year as things have really exploded. And so to have it put into context of this is going to expand our industry, this is going to expand our minds, this is going to allow us to do more creative things and focus on even the more human aspect of things. So Henry, how can people follow you and find you to learn more about how they should prepare for the future?
Yeah, thanks, Liz. LinkedIn is pretty much my go-to platform. So luckily, I think I'm the only Henry Catino Mason on the whole platform. So I'm pretty easy to find. So I'd love to connect with anyone watching.
But thank you so much for hanging out with us a little bit today, and we will talk to you very soon. Have an amazing weekend. And Kyle, I hear I'm talking to you for a second. What's going on, voice of God?
So,
you have a camera. Hi.
I have the camera now.
Hi.
I'm live.
Yeah.
I'm like
you're there. You're
live.
On screen.
Everybody can see me.
Yeah.
All right, good. Well, I just was out in the hallway, and I was talking to Jamie from LeaderPass, and he brought up a really good point to me. If people are watching us right now on LeaderPass, there's this great cool button at the top. It says engage, and it's got a plus sign next to it. You go and hit that, and that's where the chat box is. And we would love for you guys to check in and tell us, where you're watching from, and just say hello. So if you are watching from LeaderPass, that's that. But I mean, Henry was awesome, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, that his insights and his perspective, and I loved the point that he made about how spreadsheets, increased jobs, right? Because it's true, right? What I was listening to the CEO of NVIDIA the other day, and he was talking about how he doesn't even know where AI is going to take things. And this is a person who's at the top of the game. So, there's a lot of nervous energy about what AI is going to do to events and to our industry and, and all those things. But I think we have to be cautiously optimistic about the whole thing, and really be positive and look for those opportunities to create new jobs and ways of doing things. So engage, get involved on the platform, and please check in and tell us where you're from. And I know that you are getting up next with our dear friend, Wendy Porter.
I am indeed.
And before you go there, I just wanted to say to our community, I think it's a great point for us to talk about is, I met Wendy at the Barefoot Business on the yacht, right? And that was, a year and a half ago now?
Yep,
right?
That was last October.
Right,
yep.
So part of being part of this incredible community is, you get to meet these wonderful people. You spend a lot of time with them, you become friends with them. Relationships are one thing, but friendship is another. And then you trust them. And Wendy, Tess, who you've seen on the broadcast and we all know and love, Joe Doyen from Pine Rock. These are all people that, I've worked with now who I never would have met any other way, right? And I met them, and in a way where I became friends with them rather than in a networking environment where, it's kind of like, hey, yeah, let's do business together, right? It was such a friendship building thing. And that's why I just encourage everybody, if you're not a member of Ichi, get on the inside, get to know everybody, start working with each other, have fun. It's so enriching and has made me such a better event professional, and really look to give back into a community that gives so much to me and enriches my life. So that's my little segue before we get to Wendy, because Wendy's going to be joining me on a big event coming up in the spring, and I can't wait to work with her.
Well, and I think I want to say that we did intentionally set up a pricing structure for Club Ichi, and that everybody who's in it pays the same. We don't charge suppliers 4 times what we charge brands.
Right.
We don't do any of that stuff that creates a sharks and minnows kind of environment where you come in feeling like you have to earn your money back.
Right.
It's a community, and people come together. We are all one. Ichi is Japanese for one. We are one. We are Ichi. So we all come in here together. We support each other. We help each other. We hire each other.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm in business development, right? And for me, I'm here today because this is a telethon for a lot of good causes, right? But also, more importantly, to build this community and to get more people involved. And you're right, the barrier of entry is very low, right? I mean, it's, I think right now we're running, it's $350 to join, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can tell you from my side of things, that's just maybe a 2-person dinner on the low end of things, right? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, right? I mean, it's not a lot of money, and you get a ton back from it personally that helps make you a better professional. And I think that's the, and it's just the enrichment you get on a personal level that is really the value. Yeah. But I can go on for hours and hours about that. I'm long-winded. I can't wait to hear from, from Wendy, though, and about the coalition. So I'll get out of the way.
All right.
All right, and let you guys get at it.
Amazing. Well, thanks so much, Kyle. And Wendy, I am super excited to talk to you because when Kyle talks about people enriching your lives, Wendy has really enriched ours and all of yours too, and you may not even know it because of the Live Event Coalition that has been in existence now since the pandemic. So the Live Event Coalition was formed in order to help the event industry be seen when they're often not seen in the industry codes. And so now that you have gotten support and help in past, there are new challenges ahead. So Wendy, welcome aboard. Please tell everyone what the Live Events Coalition is all about.
Thanks, Liz. Happy to be here. And yes, I'm honored here today to be representing the Live Events Coalition. So my first question for the group out there is, how many of you have actually heard of the Live Events Coalition? Can you put yes or no in the chat? And I'm going to kind of watch my phone here and see what pops up. See how fast that comes in. I'm guessing from when I've asked this question in the past that probably 50% of you have not heard of the Live Events Coalition. So as Liz mentioned, we were formed back in March of 2020 as a result of COVID-19, when the entire events industry literally collapsed overnight, as we all experienced. And suddenly millions of small businesses and independent contractors had no safety net, no income, and no visibility in Washington. So the Live Events Coalition was formed to change that. And we pulled data back in spring of 2020, just to give you a little bit of insight in how big we are. So the live events sector for the US economy represents more than 12 million workers, 1.1 million small businesses, and over $1 trillion of economic impact in just the US alone. So at the time, back in 2020, that was 2 times the size of the US auto industry, and nobody was talking about us. So we knew that we had work to do, and we had to get in front of our government to make sure that they knew how big we were, what an impact we have on the US economy, and how important our industry is. So we know today, we're probably worth, I don't even know, probably close to 2 trillion, I would guess, since we came back. So we are a really, really large industry, and it's really important to the economic engine of the United States. So for the first 2 years of COVID, the Live Events Coalition, we held awareness events, we engaged with the press, we did a bunch of national surveying, we met with hundreds of industry professionals to collect your stories. And then we met with over 200 members of Congress to share those stories and educate them on who we were and why the industry was important. At the time, we were collaborating closely with two different reps, actually from Minnesota, which is kind of ironic because that's where I'm from. But Congressman Dean Phillips and Congresswoman Angie Craig both sat on the Small Business Committee and were very interested in what we had to say about our stories. And so Dean Phillips' team actually helped us draft legislation. And our team actually got a bill passed through the U.S. House back in 2022, which was to bring relief to our industry. Unfortunately, that bill fell short in the Senate. We got 56 out of the 60 votes that we needed. So we did not get that passed for relief for our industry. However, it did put us on the map. So now, our government is aware that we exist, and that effort, even though we didn't get what we really wanted, at least it put us on the map and brought awareness. So we really have two, we started as a grassroots emergency response, but now we're really more of a national advocacy organization, and we have three core priorities. So it's federal advocacy to protect small businesses and the event workforce. It's to make sure we have reliable data and research to support these policy conversations, and then long-term industry recognition at that federal level. So recent focuses on Capitol Hill. So Dwayne Thomas is our chair of government affairs. And he and I head up our efforts on the government affairs side. And so Dwayne has actually been involved in targeted fly-ins out in DC, having direct congressional conversations, and we've done some submissions into the government. So four kind of key things that we're focused on right now, and Liz mentioned it at the beginning here, the NAICS code. NAICS code stands for the North American Industry Classification System, NAICS. And when we surveyed businesses back in 2020, we discovered that we had over 30 different NAICS codes in play for businesses. Now, why does that matter? It's because when the government pulls data, they pull it by NAICS code. So if we're under 30 disparate codes, they are not necessarily capturing all the codes to quantify our economic impact. So we have a concerted effort right now, along with an industry colleague, Laura Palker, who is the president of the Events, Education, and Workforce Development Federation. We have an effort collectively going on to go into that NAICS code system and get a revision, which is to Super Code 72, which currently includes most of the hospitality businesses, so catering, hotels, and to make a modification to Super Code 72 to include the word events. So all events companies then would roll up underneath 72, and then we can pull the data in a much easier way. This doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but it's a really big deal because it drives all kinds of things. It drives grants and funding and relief bills, things like that when things like COVID happen. So it's super important that we get this corrected. The code is only revised every 5 years, and the next one is coming out in 2027. So that's the one we're trying to make a modification in. Another major update: as of October of this year, the LEC has formed a new partnership with an advocacy wing of the Small Business Administration to help us on the NAICS code reform, which is actually a really big breakthrough, and we're pretty excited about that relationship. The second thing we're focused on right now is protecting the ACA premium assistance. We know that many of you who are small businesses and freelancers and contractors have your health insurance through the ACA marketplace. And if those premium credits expire, thousands of event professionals could lose coverage or see premiums go up substantially. So our priority is to preserve those credits for small businesses and contractors. So we've got efforts right now working on that. We are working on tariff relief for events businesses, telling the stories about how that has hit our industry hard across the board, really, for imported goods that are coming in from overseas. And so we're pushing to reduce or eliminate the tariffs that restrict the competitiveness and drive up the costs. And then the other initiative we have going on right now is around market fairness and exclusive venue contracts. As we all know, we've got some challenges with some exclusivity that happens with hotels, particularly those that work with corporate events and in-house AV arrangements. So we have been also working on that issue. We've got a white paper that I wrote actually that's on the Live Events Coalition website right now if you want to look further into our position on that issue. Next thing that we are working on is workforce development and industry sustainability. So I mentioned the Events Education and Workforce Development Federation with Laura. Will become their federation's advocacy arm. So the LEC will be fighting on behalf of the work that they are doing. And the Federation is working on training as it relates to the next generation of event professionals coming into the pipeline. So they're working on structured training and entry pathways, advocating for grants that help small businesses hire emerging talent. So getting grants in place. So for like a business like mine, I could actually get a federal grant to bring in interns in the future. Defining industry-wide roles and skill standards, and then also working on some healthcare options through the Federation. We're exploring getting a group healthcare program set up for freelancers and small business owners to access healthcare through that channel. So some exciting things going on there. As I mentioned, we're working with the small business majority, and our priorities align closely with ours. Again, they're focused on health coverage, preserving ACA premium credits, improving access to capital, workforce development, simplified tax and compliance guidelines for small business owners. So all of this alignment strengthens our position with the federal conversations. So there's a lot going on outside in the industry that you may or may not be aware of, but it's good to know that there are people out there advocating and fighting for all of us. So how do we get involved? The website for the Live Events Coalition is pretty straightforward. It's just theliveeventscoalition.org. You can go in there and sign up to stay updated, to receive newsletters, advocacy alerts, and requests for action. There are times where we have a very timely issue that's going on, and I need to collect stories quickly, either to get in front of congressional leadership to tell those stories or for press. So you may see an email come out, a blast come out saying, hey, need your stories on issue XYZ. You might see a blast that goes out on LinkedIn requesting that information. It's usually, things that I need quickly. So usually like a 48-hour kind of turn when we have a situation like that. So you can sign up to get those types of alerts. You can sign up to volunteer. We are 100% volunteer run. We just have a small board at this point of 5 people, and we're all volunteering. Nobody's getting paid for anything that we're doing. So if you have an interest in this kind of work and you want to help us out, we'd love to partner with you on that. So there's a place for you to sign up and just tell us what your interests are, and we can connect with you later to get you engaged there. There's also a place for you to submit your story. So if something is going on, whether it's tariffs or any other type of issue that you want us to be aware of, that we need to fight for on the federal level, there's a place for you to tell us that story and submit that in. And then there's also a place for, if you're interested in a partnership with us or a sponsorship of the Live Events Coalition, there's a place in there to also submit that in. And then lastly, there's a place to donate. So thank you to Club Ichi for putting us on your roster this year for donations. So we've got a link that we're going to put up here on screen if you're interested in making a donation today. As I mentioned, we are a nonprofit, so a 501c6, which means the funds are completely used for lobbying and they are not tax deductible. But we use any kind of donations that we would get are just used to support operational expenses that we have for the association. It's not really an association, for the coalition, and just to pay for things like, business insurance, tax preparation, supporting travel to DC to speak to Congress, et cetera. So anything you can contribute there would be super, super helpful and very welcomed. And you can also donate on our website as well. And then lastly, just a quick leadership update. Nancy Schaefer has been our president and chairwoman for the Live Events Coalition since the very beginning back in 2020. And Nancy is actually going to be staying on the board, but stepping aside and becoming our president emerita. I think I said that right. And I'm going to be stepping up as the new president of the Live Events Coalition. So pretty excited about that and to keep this moving forward. And I'll continue my work as the vice chair of government affairs as well. So that's pretty much what I had to say today. Liz, any questions you want to talk through?
Wendy, it's Tess. How are you?
Hey, Tess. Good. How are you?
I am excited. That was a great announcement. You can't move through that. Congratulations, women in leadership, and for something like that, how exciting and powerful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us today.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Any
so-
questions in the chat or anything we need to
I
cover
don't
off
know.
on?
Do we have any questions in the chat? Do we need to give Wendy anything? No, we are all set for today.
All set? Okay.
Well, we don't have to
Awesome.
give Wendy anything, but you at home can give, not
Yes.
Wendy, but you can give the coalition because you can see the QR code we're going to pop up, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Seth Warner. I'm your Rocktioneer, and I'm here because we're doing some fundraising. We've got 3 incredible organizations we're raising money for, supporting our event industry, workers, and what is it without, we need the association like this. We need to what the coalition's able to do is so important for all those working in the event industry. I mean, when you think about like all the gig workers, I used to, you don't know this, but I used to run a volunteer management program. So if you ever have anyone that ever went to a music festival and they went for free, they went on me. No, not on me really, but they went through the work exchange team. And my point on this was, there's so many people that went from that ended up going from gig to gig to gig, but there's no representation of them. And so to have a coalition like this in existence is huge. But it's not going to happen unless you open up your wallets just a little bit and give a little bit. And if you can give a little bit and you have a lot, then give a lot. And that could be a little bit because every little bit is a lot. So all you got to do is give. And I'm going to show you the QR code again. I'm going to ask you to all please make a donation. Consider supporting all these charities. But right now we're talking specifically about the Live Event Coalition. So please consider giving. And while you're giving, consider being a member.
Oh my goodness! Do you know this jacket is Ichi-fied? Did I make up? I hope I have.
Do you see it changes?
It's
See, look. The more money you give, the more notes I'll show.
Oh, and I can do the back rubs.
People ask why I wear these because I get free back rubs at every event.
Absolutely. So I am here because I want to make sure that you all come on the inside and not stay on the outside. Yeah, outside is cute, but we're not talking about cute. We want to make moves with each other. Kyle mentioned earlier about building relationships. I would not have the relationships that I have now and some of the clients that I have now had I not gone on the secret family reunion in Tuscany in 2019. I've made friends for life. We have done all kinds of things together, and I want you all to experience that magic. That might sound cliche, but I want them to really experience that magic. So Seth, don't you really truly agree? They need to be on the
Well,
inside.
first, before I become a member, I'm going to make my donations online to support all these causes.
Oh, he's about to do it.
I am. Well, actually, I would do it with my American Express because I want those miles so I can afford those flights.
Absolutely.
So all of your conferences.
Definitely. So definitely be with us. Now I'm going to bring up Nikki. Is Nikki ready? Gonzalez from Soundings Connect. Okay,
Oh, we can stretch it
all right.
out
Oh,
because
we
I
can
can tell you what you can
definitely
stretch
stretch it.
also. You can stretch your funds. It's the holiday season of giving. You just had Giving Tuesday. You had Giving Coffee. You had Giving, I don't know, giving anything. But
Yeah.
here's the point, though. This is an opportunity to support our industry, and I think it's so important, and every little bit really does count because I know someone that gives $5 today is going to give $500 tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And then $500,000 next year.
Make it rain. Definitely make it rain. I'm talking about membership having its privileges, but I just like the fact that we can actually penetrate different parts of our industry in different ways. Like, I didn't know organizations existed. One of them I did, but the other 2 I didn't. And I feel like now I'm connected to it. I can definitely make the donations any way I can, but I can actually serve in some form of capacity as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I got something. Yeah, Kyle got something
Uh-oh.
to say.
Kyle's going to donate now.
Well, I'm going to make it a little interesting for everybody. What I'm going to do personally, right, for the Live Event Coalition, I'm going to do a 50% match on anybody that donates between now and the end of the broadcast.
Oh, all right.
So let's
Love
get the
that. I love
calculator
a
out,
match.
Wendy Porta, and make sure you give me an accurate number. Don't.
Oh, we just got a $10,000.
No goosing the number. I'm going to track. But yeah, let's go ahead and get some donations going, and that's a 50% match for everybody that will donate between now and the end of the broadcast.
Awesome, thank you.
And if you don't listen, this is your chance to go get your rich people friends, right? To go get them and get them on here and start watching, right? And to give a little money to a really important cause.
Yeah, folks, use the QR code, share that link, and just do a quick text to 10 people you know. Sorry, did I say 10? I meant 100 people you know.
Everyone has, no matter what level it is. Matching. Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah, that
We're
is
really
awesome.
excited
Thank
about
you.
that.
And we'll check back and see where we are with that. I'll let you know before he runs out of here. Be like,
Just like we had Mark the Runner.
oh yeah, that was
Yeah, we still
great.
can't get Nikki?
That was great. He should be. We should keep him running until we should get a match level, and we should keep him running until we get that match.
Absolutely. He said 14 minutes was his record,
You
right?
gotta
From a
test
PR perspective.
Test it.
So we can actually keep that really, truly going.
So we're gonna. Looks like we're gonna move on to Jennifer and Mark. Do we have Jeremy though? I don't know that we have Jeremy.
No,
yet.
Jeremy. I'm Jeremy.
Okay. So we're gonna because we lost Nikki. Nikki's coming back, but we're gonna go ahead and get them set up. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break. We're gonna take a few minute break, and then we're gonna get Jennifer and Mark set up, and we'll jump into that segment.
All right.
So
We're
stand by.
glad you're here. Donations.
Go to,
Remember that 50%
we'll be right-
match that Kyle said he's going to do for you. And then hopefully, as I said, you come on the inside.
Yeah.
All right, you might have seen some of our commercials throughout the earlier part of the broadcast about our Barefoot Business Retreat that we held in Evermore Resort, Orlando earlier this year. And we had an amazing time. I have two of my friends that were there with me at Evermore, Nicole and Kyle. What'd you think about this thing?
Oh my God, that was so much fun. Absolutely blown away by everybody that came, the property. Oh, I can't even.
Yeah.
So great.
It's so much fun sitting over here actually calling the show and talking to you at the same time as everybody's talking in my ears. Yeah, I'm having a great time. I mean, but Orlando is special because, you know, you get to this property, right? You're blown away. The only thing for me that was a negative, other than meeting all these amazing new people that came to the event and getting to make, meeting new people to become friends with, was every time I go to Florida, somehow it is like an iceberg. I was freezing
It
the
was
whole
so
time.
cold. What was that? And
I
then,
don't know.
as soon as we left, it went back to the 80s.
Right. And then, so I also have started to realize that I have a flaw in my planning to go to these events. I never really look at what's going on. So every morning I had to wake up and look out the front door of our house and realize there was a driving range in our backyard that I could have been up every morning just hitting some balls to wake up and having some fun. I mean, I love to golf, as you know. So, and I didn't plan, I didn't look. There was so much to do there, and there was and the schedule. This is what I love about Barefoot Business, is the way the two of you have structured the day. It allows for the attendees to engage, right? Have some time in the middle, relax, do what you got to do, whether it's catch up on emails or maybe just go do something fun for yourself, and then re-engage again, right? And it's so important for the flow of the event because, me, all I was doing was writing code the whole time in AI and telling a bunch of AI agents what to do because it's really, I like to tell people what to do. So now I get to tell AI what to do. But coming back to the event, I think that one of the coolest things I saw happen, the sessions were always great, right? Learning from your peers and listening is something that listening's never been something, as you can tell how much I talk, right? It's not one of my strengths. But when you are able to quiet yourself and listen to the people that are attending share their perspectives and their experiences, the amount that you gain is immeasurable, right?
Yep.
How do you say that right?
Immeasurable.
Immeasurable. Right.
Yeah.
All right, I said it
works.
right.
It works.
was close enough.
We are one mind.
Right.
And then
yeah,
oh,
go ahead.
go.
No,
Interrupt.
please.
When we were the first ones to drive the spa cruisies.
Spa cruisies.
That was so cool. So it is on their huge lagoon, which is a man-made pool amazingness. And we're in a boat that somebody's driving, and you're in a jacuzzi inside of it. And so you can make it hot. I mean, it was so perfect and fun. We had the best drone shot. So, we love a good first ever here at Club Ichi.
That is so true. So as you were saying, Kyle, the way that we do organize those Barefoot Business Retreats is we don't like to take people to an amazing destination and then make them do sessions all day long and only get to see the place at night. So we try to hold our sessions early in the morning and later in the afternoon so that you actually can enjoy the destination that you're a part of. Last year, we had chartered a yacht in Croatia and held conference sessions on giant inflatable unicorns. This year, Evermore Resort in Orlando in our spa cruisies. Next year's Barefoot Business Retreats destination has been selected, and a little bit later in the broadcast, we're going to announce that for you too. It will be, I believe it is
What a
December
teaser.
7th through 11th of 2026. So go ahead and mark your calendar, December 7th through 11th. It's only for 20 people. So if you want in on it, keep an eye out. And today we will be offering a $200 discount if you want to purchase it now before it goes on main sale after this broadcast. So stay tuned.
I just got to tell you, this far out, I don't know if discounts are a smart idea. Right? I mean, from a business perspective, I wouldn't give them discounts until maybe.
Great, well, because
right?
we're charging you triple. So, and how many tickets are you going to buy today?
I'm not buying any today.
Why?
Oh, because I don't like buying discounted things. I think it's
No,
I like
I'm
paying
going to
full
charge
price.
you more than full price.
No, you can't charge me
Okay, then I'll
triple.
charge you full price if you buy 5 tickets today.
I'm not
And
buying
we'll
5
give 'em
tickets
out.
today. To who?
Oh, don't worry, I'll create
Right.
a contest.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know. I just gave away my kids' college tuition on
Till the Live Events
doubling
Coalition,
yes,
yeah.
doing a 50% match
That's true.
on donations.
That's
I know
right.
them.
There's always
I know,
room for more.
He knows enough.
Yeah. But the one thing I'm trying to figure out now as we continue to talk is how we're doing on getting ready for our next segment.
Yeah. Do we have Mark and Jennifer
so,
here?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to learn about right now. Let's see. Have we had a? Oh, wait, my microphone isn't mute. My headset's muted.
Okay.
60 seconds away till that. So we have 60 seconds of stretch.
Fantastic.
This
With
is live
some
TV.
Stretching.
Yeah.
We have real conversations to be had.
What
So-
about, okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
then.
Oh, okay.
What is your absolute favorite memory that you've had so far with Club Ichi?
Oh, that is a great question because there's so many.
That's a horrible question. How will you pick one?
Well, it's not easy.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. This is really personal because it's about somebody in the room, and it was just such a meaningful moment to me. Well, it's twofold, right? So the first time I walked into an event was in Chicago at a spontaneous think tank in 2018, I think it
that's
was, right? And I walked in, and Nicole was the first person I met, and she gave me a hug. Right? And I know, I get it, hugs are her thing, right? But there was this immediate moment of like, oh, this is comfortable, right? This is welcoming. This is not weird that this person I don't know is hugging me, right? And enthusiastic about it too, right? Like, but there was that, but really that was the kind of the tee up for what I'm about to share is when we went to Italy, right, for the first SFR, and I sat down in my very first session, I sat next to a woman who I didn't think I was going to get along with because the first thing she said, I disagree with completely, right? And that was Tess Fismali, right? She said something, not that it was bad or wrong, I just didn't agree with it. And I was like, me and this woman are going to be arguing
Go
the
ahead,
whole
Tess,
time.
stand up and get in that shot.
Yeah. So now fast forward 8 years later, she's one of my closest friends, right? We hit it off immediately right there. And we've been connected ever since, right? And it's been, you don't get that going to other things, right, in our industry. And I think that as we continue to talk about our memories that we've had, I think that look, she's cheating at the monitor. I love that. That was so good.
Get in the light,
Because
girl.
the light,
Get in the light. Go
I'm
toward
blocking
the light.
her light. Don't block my light.
That's what it does.
But this is what it's about, right? Is when you're able to do what you love professionally and meet people that you do it with that you love as well, man, that's priceless.
Yeah. I love that so much.
Group hug.
Oh, group hug.
This is why I don't go into unicorn floats and things like that.
And I didn't pay him, I swear.
Yeah.
Y'all are amazing. Well, I saw across the ticker a couple seconds ago that we have our Club Ichi wear. All of my friends over here are wearing their Club Ichi branded outfits. I have mine ready for the next segment, which says we'll work for money, because that is what this is all about. We hire people. This for exposure stuff is for the birds. So we want this community to be a place where people can come hire each other and work with each other and find jobs and find business and find each other, because that's really why we exist. Not only do we just geek out about events, we actually do it for fun and real life. So I think we have a conversation coming up now with
they're ready for you.
I've got a couple of my job search friends here. So inside Club Ichi, we've got a job seeker membership. You can log on to our website, weareichi.com, and you can get the job seeker membership. It is free for 90 days. That gets you inside our Slack channel, which is where the jobs channel is. I think we had over 72 jobs posted in the last month, just in that jobs channel. And then we have something called the Job Search Club. So following the book Never Search Alone by Phil Terry, we take everybody through that process of really figuring out what is your sentence, who are you, and try to help you really hone in on how you can go find a job. But it is not easy, folks. It is a rough time out there. And some of our job seekers who are part of that Job Search Council are going to come in and chat with me a little bit about what it's really feeling like out there, because I think it's a little bit of desperation and despair, but how are we making it through? What is the glimmer of hope, and how is this world looking for 2026? Jennifer, Mark, hi.
Hi.
Hello. Oh,
So good to see you.
welcome. Yes, so good to see you too. So we had a moderator, Jeremy Parks. He got called to jury duty. We all said there's no way. None of us have ever actually been called. He'll totally be fine. And then last night he's like, nope, sorry guys, I got called up. So I get to be here and hang out with you. So, and I know you two have been extremely active inside the job search community, helping each other, helping other people, really getting support too. And tell me what's going on out there. These ATS things that you apply for are a disaster. Senior level event professionals are being pushed aside. What's happening?
Well,
So it's
Go
crazy.
ahead, please.
No, I was going to say, Mark, you go ahead.
Yeah, it is a smorgasbord of emotion out there right now. It is. I'm 8.5 months since my termination, and it is for me. As you talked about, I'm a little older in the workforce, and trying to understand and reapply into the workforce has been crash landing, quite honestly. I mean, I didn't know what ATS was, right? I had to go and figure out what an ATS was. A friend of mine's a recruiter, and I sat down over a beverage and we sat there and talked about what is ATS? What does the resume look like? What is
Sorry,
the
guys, that's
value
the wrong lower thirds. This is actually Mark DeLuke, not Mark Gaffori. So once we get the right lower thirds so people will know who you are and can hire you, keep talking.
Oh, no worries, no worries. And hopefully it's LEDUC, not the other way around. I get that people get dyslexic on my last name, but that's okay. So anyways, the challenge really for me was to understand what I was dropping into. I spent 18 years in the events business doing technical conferences for the mobility community. So if you get in a car, you get in a plane, or you look at commercial vehicles, I'm the guy that was behind the scenes researching all the technical content that goes into that, ADAS, all the human machine interface, everything in it. So I spent 8 years totally immersed in that. And then all of a sudden I had to find out, what does a resume look like now? Resumes are completely different than when I first started. That was number one. Number two, what is the value of a cover letter? Is it yes or is it no? There's great debate about whether the cover letter adds any value and how much should you really put into that, right? That's the other part. The third part is, even if you get to the interview, is to understand how to make sure you are aligning culturally in the interview. And I say this, like I put out a post on LinkedIn. I wear a bow tie. That's my gig. I've worn them forever. I love them. But I get interviewed with folks in t-shirts. So does a sport coat and a bow tie reflect the cultural design of someone that you're going into? That's the other part. It really is. I know I'm on the planet Earth, but it really feels like I've crash landed in a little bit of Superman's Bizarro world, right? It looks the same. It's a multiverse. It looks the same, but it really is quite dramatically different.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel that. And Jennifer, similar story, right? It's just learning how to approach all of this is a whole job in itself.
Yeah, it is quite the navigation. So just a little bit about myself. I'm an event marketer pro. I just love bringing that full cycle B2B strategic event to life for global tech companies. So I love creating that experience and truly connecting people. So that's where my passion is when it comes to event management. But what I've struggled with is I've been through this. I've been through 3 rifts in the past year and a half. So each time it's just this new journey. It feels a little different this time. I don't know. Maybe it's just because also that I've been through it. So I know what it takes and I know what it can take out of you. I think that's kind of where I'm struggling too, is trying to keep that momentum up, trying to just show up every time. There are, there are some strategies and things.
Are you, either of you, or how are you viewing this? Is it a numbers game? You just apply for all the things that might work, or are you being really targeted and strategic and only applying to the ones that you would really fall in love with?
I'll jump in real quick.
A little bit of both.
Yeah,
I'm the same way. I started out with super strategic. I did a heavy research and said, okay, who are all of the associations that I want to be a part of? How do I recruit within that? Because it's about the networking, right? It's not just about the application. There's a lot of jobs that never get posted. So you look at and say, okay, who are the associations? Who are the director of meetings? How do I engage and reach out to those? So it's really specific for about the first 4 months was really, and then all of a sudden after, not a sob story, but after about 100 rejections, pretty soon you start to open up and that shotgun approach becomes much more of, and to the point being made, it's an emotional roller coaster because you wake up every morning going, I'm not employed. And that's the way I start out my day every day. It's not, hey, Mark LeDuc, father of 2, husband, all around good guy. I wake up every morning and go, okay, and I put the left foot out, the right foot out, and I'm unemployed. And every day is like that. So you start out with, so there are some strategies that I've been trying to do to keep that emotional, right? Keeping your a good sense of emotion, right? That's the secret to me is you can go down a rabbit hole pretty quick after about 6 months
Yeah, you
of
sure can.
what
So-
value do I have?
So Jennifer, after I know you, if you've been through it multiple times, that first time is definitely the most traumatic, and you go through all of those stages of grief. But now this time, so obviously it's no less impactful on many levels, but in some senses, you said I knew what to expect. So what have you gone into this search thinking differently this time?
Well, I was going to say, when it comes right down to it, it's the community. I've, really relying on your community. Of course, Club Ichi. I mean, it's been amazing. The resources, the people, the just knowing you're not going through it alone. I mean, that's pretty much it. Learning from others. Also, the resources when it comes to building your confidence, because your confidence level just demolishes sometimes. You're just like, maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe, you start to not believe in yourself and your capabilities. So a lot of that is I try to become empowered by learning new skills or keeping up on trends or going to classes and keeping that going to really reflect like, hey, I am more than capable of doing this. This is my passion. This is what I love. So kind of just making sure whatever it is that can make you feel empowered as opposed to pulling that negativity, in and keeping that as far away as possible. I apply, everywhere, I guess I should say, when it comes to the types of events or the types of roles that I just am excited about. And then there are some where it's like, okay, my skills will transfer to that. Absolutely. Like I could get excited about that too. But I think it's just hard to not only navigate, but also take advantage of the things that are out there and be bold.
Yeah.
That's another thing, is just showing up, being there, making connections with your connections, reaching out, community
Are
is
either
huge.
of you going down the freelance path and picking things up during this time, or are you focused on finding full-time employment? Because I've heard actually horror stories. We have one of our community members who took some freelance roles and then didn't get the full-time job because the freelance project was ending the week they wanted her to start, and they would not be flexible and give her that extra week, so they declined giving her the opportunity for that. And that is just puts even more stress on you. So how are you looking into those?
Yeah. I'm at this point taking where I can. I have, we all kind of immediately have this knee-jerk reaction. I think after 4 months, I'm going to throw a shingle out and see what happens, right?
Yeah.
But let's be perfectly honest with you. It is not for everyone. Consulting is not for everyone, because you have to have a certain mindset of as a startup. You also have to understand that as a startup, you may be a year without work, right? That's because you're spending all of that time pitching what your new consultancy is and freelancing, and how do you pick that up, right? And so to me, it's very much of two different minds. Do I either go in full-time and look at a full-time position, or do I commit 100% to, because you can't be half pregnant. I'll just put it that way.
Right.
You can't be half on either one. So for me, I thought that I could do freelance, and it became very difficult because I started chasing that and not chasing full-time.
Yeah.
And then I became very split. And so for me, I still do offer out what I can offer folks as a consultant, but I'm very much in the mindset of, I'll work for the man again.
Yeah. Yeah. Jennifer, how about you?
Yeah, same here. I mean, I've never gone the freelance route, so it was very new to me this time around. And when an opportunity came up, I jumped right on it, and I loved it. There are things out there where I'll just be like, I can work part-time there. And it's that networking. So learning new skills, that helps me too. So I might, lack for a better word, is intern for a lot of things, because I'm like, hey, I want to learn that too. So when it comes to freelance, I think it does give you that flexibility. It gives you that hope, and it widens that circle.
Yeah.
of people that you're going to be able to connect with and share and share, like, hey, you never know when something's going to come up. You never know what avenue is going to take with you showing what you can do with that person. Then they know someone else, or they know some, that type of connection.
Yeah. Do you find that in a freelance role, are you able to get opportunities to do things that maybe you don't have perfect expertise in, and like you said, intern a little bit, or are even the freelance roles looking for you to have 40 years in one thing so that you come in and do the one thing?
It just depends. So a lot of it was, every event is different. I don't care what you're doing. You're going to learn something new no matter what.
Yeah.
But there's things like some people may just need logistical help. I'll go help out them. There are some people that, like virtual. I'm trying to sharpen my virtual skills. So there are some things that I volunteered just to learn that. And it's scary. But at the same time, it's not that scary. It's kind of like, oh, I can do this. I can get that. So it builds that confidence up too.
Yeah.
That but from a contract perspective, like signing on to some of these contracts where they're going to need you for a year or they're going to need you for that. Like, I'm apprehensive of doing anything like that because I am looking for full-time.
Mm-hmm.
I am looking for, in-house. So those are one of the things where it's like, oh.
And then you got the NDA part of it, all of it.
Yeah.
I think, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to go back to your original comment when you first got on, Mark, talking about cover letters. Do they matter? Do they not? What's your current opinion on cover letters?
The jury is out. I'll be perfectly honest.
Along with Jeremy.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I thought I could die by 12 Angry Men, right? Great movie. Yeah, the thing about it that I think is really interesting is that I think of you have 8 bullet points. I have an 18-year career. The reason I bring it up because it's just different. I've worked for 2 companies my entire career.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. I don't have a smorgasbord of 5, 5, 5, 5. I have a 13 and an 18-year career. So how do you put in 15 bullet points or less an 18-year career that you started out at this level and you became a manager and you're kind of the number 2, kind of a doer of all, a master of most, a specific generalist is what I call myself. Like every single thing that you can think of from the event side of the business, I can do. What I was paid to do was to create technical content. So within the events meeting business, there are those of us who are unique. That's the part about when you look at here, I'm looking for a job, right? You look at, I want an event manager. Okay, well, what does exactly that mean? Right? That's the part of when they said event manager, are you talking logistics? Are you talking contract negotiation? Are you talking about venue? Are you talking marketing? Or are you talking about actually doing the research and finding and recruiting all of the speakers that make up the content for that? What is it? Yeah. But the problem is that then by the time you do that, when you actually go in, most of it is a lot of logistics, venue, contracting, that sort of thing. And you're like, yeah, I spent 18 years sitting right next to the person who did that. So I have every one of those skills. But they're like, no, you're this. And so that is the part that I think is really difficult. And I'm tying it back to the cover letter is, to me, the cover letter was to be able to say, look, in 18 years, you put your hands in a lot of things.
Yeah.
And these are the specialties. So I pull out all of these details, but never once in an interview has anyone ever said, this cover letter says this. It's always the resume, and it's that one bullet point that says, oh, by the way, you were part of an organization that was $6 million business unit. Tell me about what was your financial responsibility to that. And I said, well, if I didn't create the proper content, you don't have an event. Well, did you have to sign it? So it becomes very much about certain things that are and so the jury is out for me as to whether, because no one ever references cover letter.
Yeah. Same thoughts, Jennifer?
Yeah, exactly. Like cover letters, I mean, they're more required than anything. Or if you don't put one in, then you don't want to miss out either, you know? And it is a place where you can highlight, hey, I'm going for this role, but my skills can transfer this way. So it's a way to explain it, But like Mark said, it's never been brought up on an interview. They've never like said, okay, in your cover letter, you state this, or, anything like that. It's never referenced. It's definitely the resume. The resume seems to be the thing that the recruiter will pass on to in all the interviewers.
Yeah.
So,
so tell me a little about your
honestly, I don't
process.
know.
So the process of getting it passed on. So you are applying to whatever automated system that either gives you an insta-no or sits there forever and goes nowhere. And then are you reaching out to someone at that company or a recruiter and saying, hey, I've applied for this role? Or what are your steps? Jennifer, I'll start with you.
Yes. So definitely I reach out. First of all, I go, of course, where you find it. Most of it is on LinkedIn that I'm coming across, those types of things. Or I'll find it on another website, go to the company's website, because I do have a short list of companies that I would really like to work for. And then I check who's connected or who's connected to that connection. And I reach out and I say, hey, would you recommend me? So you go through that whole process to hopefully stand out. Get some traction when it comes to once you apply. And then once I apply, I definitely look at the job description, try to, meet those needs, make sure that it aligns with my resume, make sure it aligns with the cover letter. And then as well as reaching out if they have a hiring person, flagged on the job description. And I just send them a letter. Or I just send them a simple note. Hey, I applied. I hope you consider me, something. It's not going to hurt. It's not going to, it may help, it may not. But those types of things that I just try. And then when I get the rejection, because there are, they do come across. You can always tell from the first, you don't even need to open up the email. But I honestly do not even open it. Unless it's some, most of the time I'll just put it in a file. I'll just get rid of it because I don't want it to bring me down, because you're going to get rejections, and who knows why. You can't sit there and try to decide why wasn't I good enough? Why wasn't I, who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. I actually heard a tip from one of our other members who said, even if you get an auto rejection from the ATS, it doesn't actually mean you got kicked from the system. It means you didn't get matched and passed on to the recruiter. So there may still be opportunity if you can find someone in the company that you know or someone else knows, or a hiring manager or a recruiter, to say, get a conversation with and say, I did apply, I am in the system, would love for you to take a look, especially if through that networking opportunity, if you can find someone that maybe that's still worthwhile.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Try every avenue.
Yeah. 100%. LinkedIn is the new Rolodex, right? Let's just be perfectly honest. That's the thing. I'm a little disappointed. I'm not going to bash LinkedIn. They're a business. God bless them for going out. But some of us are making decisions, with regards to whether I pay $39 a month or if I can get a discount for $19 a month versus, what you're spending that money on. And is there an ROI LinkedIn? And now LinkedIn has now dropped to only three connects a month that you can actually physically write to the person, not just connect.
Yep.
And they dropped the character limit from 300 to 200. That's a new one.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden you have to become the Spengali of 200 characters or less. And in trying to reach out to a connection. So it really, and all of the analytics is not in the basic, it's in the premium. And so it makes it extraordinarily difficult for a person who is looking for work to try to use LinkedIn, because a friend of mine who is a LinkedIn guru said it best. Why I wish LinkedIn would have gone with additional things to the premium package rather than pulling away from the basic and saying that's not your premium.
Yeah.
So you had 6, you had unlimited, then you went to 6, now you're down to 3, now you're down to character count. But the secret of it is it's about making that connection and finding out, you and I are connected, you know this person. Can you make an introduction for me? And that is spending an enormous amount of time trying to use LinkedIn, because it's a brilliant tool. It's just now, unfortunately, got to the point where the premium package is the only, the premium is basic. Basic is,
Yeah. Well, Jennifer
Yeah.
and Mark, find both of them inside Club Ichi. Look them up on LinkedIn. They are both actively looking for roles, and I'm happy to introduce you to them. So we've got a B2B event marketer, we've got a content and event producer. So let me know if I can help you get connected. And I'm so grateful that I had you both here with us today. Good luck. Have an amazing weekend, and we'll continue to see you online and highly, happily employed in early 2026.
Well, thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank
Really
you.
appreciate
Thank you
the
for having us.
opportunity to showcase. Yeah, 100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we're actually going to bring up Nikki Gonzalez with Soundings. So if you don't know Soundings, our friend Tracy Judge is the CEO and founder of Soundings Connect, which is a freelance marketplace, job placement, career education and coaching. They've got it all. If you are in the event industry or experiential space, Soundings is a really great place to get connected to make sure that you can really network and get the coaching that you might need in order to really land that next interview. So Nikki is going to join us and chat a little bit about the state of the job market. So we just heard that it's a little frustrating out there, and really those AI ATSs just serve to have people's motivation and kind of will to keep going diminished. So how's it looking for 2026? Is there hope for our industry?
I think so, Liz. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm like,
we can. You're great.
Right? Am I all good?
You're
all
perfect.
Right. Perfect. Well, Liz, I think it's one thing to say you're not going crazy. People are not going crazy. The world is changing, and the world and the way that we do work inherently is really what's leading it. And I have a few slides if I could share them with you, and feel free to chime in. I prepared this to kind of be presentation, but really, slides look a little funny over here, but I'll read this out loud. I want to start with this quote because I think it'll be very telling to why we're feeling the way we are. I mean, the world is shifting. There's a lot of different things happening. There we go. That's what we want to read. So there's this quote by the CHRO of Nickel Moreau here. Not since the Industrial Revolution have companies had to really think about work design, about what tasks get done and where those tasks get done, and when and how you deconstruct work so that it's done in an optimal manner. All this to say is we have not had to think about the way work is done in over 100 years. That's a big number. And with things like technology changes, restructuring, layoffs, there is a lot swirling in the world right now. So for all of you who are job seekers or job hunting, taking a look at it, it's okay. You're not alone and you're not crazy. So I kind of want to kick off with that piece of it. And on the next slide, I have a few data slides. And Liz, feel free to chime in here if there's anything that, it was a great conversation that you just had for people who are seeking jobs and kind of feeling all of this. So please, if there's anything I can add or any tidbits that, your community is feeling, I'd love to be able to chime in on that as well. But also there's a big change in technology, obviously with AI and what you were just talking about, AI ATS systems. So 86% of businesses will be transformed by advances in AI and for information processing by 2030. And that is not slightly changed, but it is completely transformed. And so on top of that, in the next slide here, throwing a lot of these numbers and under all of these data pieces, this next slide here, before I come on here, AI is expected to displace 90 million jobs, but then also generate over 170 million jobs as well. So we are definitely sitting in a very awkward period because we also don't know what these jobs are going to look like. But it's likely going to be ones that our skills are going to be needing to shift and change. So what do we do in the short term? We focus on those skills. So if we can hit that next slide, just so you can show that right here. This was from the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs Report 2025. And so if any of you are interested in finding a little bit more data, kind of seeing what the state of the hiring world and kind of what it looks like, that is a really great study that we've been pulling a lot of insight and data from. But of course, I start with that to kind of give you the context and the lay of the land, but really we can do something about this. And that's really what we want to focus on, and is preparing you and your toolbox as we focus on the skill sets and what we are actually doing to reskill and upskill ourselves for what the future work is going to look like. So if you hit the next slide here, continuing on from the World Economic Forum, 58% of the workforce needs new skills to do their current jobs. And we're hearing that from a lot of our talent that I work with on a day-to-day basis. I'm learning a new skill every single day. I'm having to teach myself something new all the time to even do the job that I've been doing for the last however many years, right? And if you hit the next slide, going even further, 39% of job skills will be disrupted by 2030. So this brings a critical focus on being proactive about upskilling, both as ourselves as as individuals and job seekers, but also on behalf of the employers that we are working for. Are we making sure that we are equipping people to continue to grow and learn the skills that are going to be needed? But we have organizations that are turning to us with that exact question. How do I even begin to start thinking about upskilling my teams? And a key interview question that we are seeing being asked as well is, what are you doing to keep up with AI? What are you doing to keep up with technology that's coming forward? Because on the flip side, employers themselves are also trying to understand what their teams are going to be looking like in the next 1 to 2 years. So they're going to be valuing adaptability and having thinkers who can continue to learn and shift as the work evolves as well, because that's all changing at the same time. If we hit the next slide, continuing on this conversation about skills, we actually did a survey within our own industry, and that's something at Soundings that we are very keen on, is in that research and being able to listen to our own communities and people in our industry, what we're doing to understand what's going on. What's the lay of the land looking like? Where do we stand in the world of AI and innovation? And how do we understand what comes next and what resources do we need to provide? Liz talked about the coaching piece that we are able to do, and we are listening on both our talent side and our clients of understanding, okay, where are we lost? What resources do we need to provide? And one of the key questions we asked employers was whether or not they are investing in upskilling or reskilling their employees. And excitingly, this number is trending upwards, as we've seen in our own data. We did a study every single quarter to see kind of the same questions and how they shift. And we've seen this number increase from the beginning of the year up to this 41% that we're seeing right now. If we hit the next slide, we'll go into a little bit more details about what those skills are being prioritized. And so if you see in this top two, we actually see creativity and innovation and adaptability and flexibility as a big, big, big focus, especially with the growth of soft skills that will take over in the next 3 years. So as job seekers, how are you showing your diversity in your skill set? How are you showing that you have a mindset of learning and continuing to grow with all of the things that are coming in our world here? In the next slide, we have a quote from the 2025 LinkedIn Workplace Learning Report. So it says 91% of learning and development professionals believe that human skills are increasingly important, especially adaptability and continuous learning. So in the age where we think we're going to be taken over by robots, at the end of the day, it's your human skills and your authenticity that is still going to be standing out. So as you search and you apply for jobs, make sure you're looking at your roles and obviously customizing your resumes to answer all of the different pieces that are being sought out. Take the time to look at the responsibilities and your past experiences that align with all of the roles and what they're looking for, and use data to show your top skills and successes. But you also need to understand and showcase that you know AI, and not to just use it to throw your resume in or throw your cover letters in to be able to write those for you. It actually, there's a quote that one of my coworkers likes to use. It takes one to know one. And there are signs, and we can tell when people use AI in the resumes or when they're using it in a way that is not intentional and not authentic to you. So being able to run it in ChatGPT, but then still be able to read through and make sure that your pieces of your story are being told is so important. So one, getting past whatever those AI ATS systems is of course important, but at the end of the day, you're the one doing the interviews, not your chatbot. So being able to still utilize technology and use AI in a way that's ethical and intentional, but also being able to still showcase why you are the best fit for that job, making sure that you are showcasing your skills, your love for learning, and how you've been adapting is going to be some of those ways that you can also stand out once you get to that phase. We actually had some feedback from some of our clients that said they can actually tell when people are using ChatGPT in real time for some of their interviews. because it doesn't sound authentic. So being able to lean in on the behavioral interview questions, the STAR methods, and all of those different pieces to make sure that your story is coming out is very, very important. So if you hit the next slide, it wouldn't be soundings unless I was talking about freelancing. So as Liz talked about from the very beginning, we work with a lot of freelancers, and we also not only match them with work, but we also talk about things like classification and why we have to be W-2 versus 1099, all of those different pieces, the administrative back end. So there is a lot that we talk about in that sense. So this is a big number right here. Companies anticipating working with freelancers. And I think I have a clock here. Let me know if I'm running out of time here. But I just want to say for anybody who is seeking jobs, and I know we talked about freelancing a little bit, do think about that intern mentality, forever intern mentality, as you go in the in-between, and think about some of those contacts that you can reach on to try some new skills and try some new work in the in-between while you're looking for your jobs. And that's kind of what I wanted to share here. I have, if we want to skip to our last slide, I have some continued resources for all of you here. If you want to learn more about what we're doing from the AI research standpoint, you can actually get your own engagement persona so you can see where you are in your AI journeys, some additional articles and resources, and you can reach us if you have any other questions or things you want to learn. So hopefully I covered some of those pieces and some of those things that people were looking at.
That was great, Nikki. Yeah, no, and I really like seeing that 92% of companies are considering increasing the freelancers. We've been hearing that anecdotally, which is frustrating and a challenge for a lot of the people who would prefer to be on full time, but also
Absolutely.
good to hear that there's opportunity out there. It's just a matter right now of being a little bit flexible, a little bit thinking differently about what a job means to you for just a little while until things kind of even back out.
Exactly. We don't know what's coming in the future, but this is the now. And again, who knows? Things can change tomorrow, the week later. I don't even know what I'm doing a week from today. So
I don't know what's for dinner
all
tonight,
of you,
so there
right?
we go. Awesome. Nikki, thank you so
much.
much. Really appreciate you being here. Amazing. And so next up, we have our dear friend, Dr. Jess, who, coming out of these conversations that we just had around the job search and how grueling it is, we have some hope for the future, but we also have maybe not the news people were hoping for. They really want to see jobs opening up, but instead we're seeing freelance opportunities open up. So Dr. Jess is our...
Yes, she is our resident performance psych. Hey, Jess. Yes, she is absolutely amazing. We are so lucky to have her. Fun fact, she's been on every single
Barefoot Business Retreat
that we've had so far, which is so amazing. And, you know, as you're in this job search, it is just really easy to get down on yourself and to just feel like, oh, this is never going to happen for me. And so we sometimes need to change the words that we say to ourselves or think in our heads. And so Jess is going to give us some words of empowerment today. Jess, how are you?
Good, how are you? You guys look fantastic.
Oh, thank you. We're having a great time.
We love you.
Awesome. Well, Dr. Jess, we're going to turn it over to you, and you can bring those words of resilience and empowerment to our people. So over to you.
Thank you so much. The conversation today is all about how we speak to ourselves. But there's also this conversation that's happening inside our own mind, and our brain listens to every word that you whisper to yourself. Words aren't magic, but they are instructions that your brain likes to follow. And so when we talk about how sensitive our brain is, it either puts our brain in either a survival mode, which creates tunnel vision, can create some doubt and fear and exhaustion, or it can put us into a strategy mode where we have more clarity, creative, confidence, and resilience. So yes, your circumstance matters, but your language decides how your brain likes to respond to them. So let's talk about this from like a neuroscience kind of aspect first. I'm going to put up a list of words. They're called words of impact on the screen in a second. Let's see. As they come up, words such as just, need to, have to, got to. Words such as always and never. We call these overly rigid absolute words. Those also include everything and everyone all the time, the no one ever, those type of words create really rigid thinking patterns. Other phrases such as yeah, but, other phrases that include anything with an N apostrophe T. So shouldn't, couldn't, wouldn't, any of the shoulds and the coulds. Now that's a long list. If you were to talk to somebody on a daily basis, and even some of the language that we speak in everyday conversation, you will hear, I just need to go to the grocery store. I just need to get a job. I have to find it quickly. No one's offering me anything. There's no opportunity out there. I should be able to be further than where I am right now. We talk in this language daily, and oftentimes on a subconscious level, we think about it as a way of encouragement that it's going to move us to a certain degree. But really what that's doing is it's creating these really high expectations that when we say these phrases, oh, here they come. One more slide. And, no, other way. And when we talk in these phrases, the words of impactment create these really high expectations that when they're not met, create shame, which is why when our brain starts to hear them over and over and over again, the heaviness of our emotions start to go even more intense. And so when we say phrases like here in a second, I should be further than where I am, what that's doing, it's creating this brain's trigger of the air alarm system, which means that it increases our cortisol levels, which then in turn decreases our cognitive flexibility, meaning that we're not able to strategize and plan and move and be as adaptive as we want. And really what it does is it paralyzes movement, which is why if there's forms of rejection or we're not doing what we think that we should have been doing, because that word should is that really high impact word, it can create this level of stallness to where we don't even know what to do because our brain it's getting activated. They're saying that there's a threat, so don't move, don't do anything. Rather than thinking in those terms, we want it to replace it with something that I'm rebuilding something that's matching my current lifestyle, or I'm building at the pace that matches my life. So it's not that we want to put ourselves into a place of shame. We want to create more intention. We're going to talk about that here in a second. Even phrases like there's no jobs out there. You know, we've talked a lot about jobs this morning and what the job market looks like. When we say that type of phrase, remember that no, like none or always or ever, what that's doing is it's commanding the reticular activating system, RAS, which tells the brain to stop scanning immediately. And it creates this learned perceptual narrowing of the brain. So the brain stops noticing opportunities. And so every time I start to say, well, there's no jobs out there, no one's hiring me, I'm not getting looked at, the brain immediately stops scanning for any opportunity that's actually happening. Wild, right? Just by what we think, we're creating this external reality that's happening day in and day out. And instead, what we want to replace that thought with is the right opportunities require a different way of looking at it. I'm being sought after. Even though it doesn't feel like you are, just the change of language creates neurochemistry in the brain that allows our brain to feel and activate and see things from a different perspective. So when you tell your brain that there's no opportunities, it obediently stops searching for them. Let's also talk about this one, because this we hear a lot, sometimes internally that we say to ourselves, or it's on a subconscious level, where we often say, I'm not good enough, or we believe that thought. Now, this thought triggers the amygdala, and the amygdala in the brain is really, we talk about it, it's like the emotional part of the brain and assesses for threats, but it also assesses for familiarity. So have I been in this situation before? Do I know what's going to happen? And if not, it tells the brain to immediately stop and run and take action or freeze or fight, right? So that's the threat response. And what ends up happening when that gets activated is that it lowers our problem solving, it decreases our confidence, and it lowers clarity. And it disconnects you from all of your natural strengths that you have, that you bring to the table, which is why we start to feel the imposter syndrome, doubt, hesitation, embarrassment, disappointment, and shame. All of that increases. So instead of saying, I'm not good enough, what we want to replace it with, I'm capable, I'm evolving. And then more importantly, that this is the most This phrase, I'm not good enough, is one of the most biologically disabling phrases that we can carry. So, great. I said all the things that we don't want to say, right? All the things that create really high expectations and that can continue to create shame. My whole session is supposed to be about words of empowerment, not this dread type of thought, right? So how do we shift it? Well, one, everyone that's watching right now, I want you to shake out your arms, shake out your body, get some energy moving. I want you, if you're sitting in your chair, sit a little taller, roll your shoulders back. And in this moment, I want you to tell your body that you're ready for more. I'm ready for more. And at the same time, we're going to take a big deep breath in. We're going to breathe in through our nose and then out through our mouth. So ready? We're going to go in. Let's do one more and reset. Big deep belly breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. And for this moment, if we can go to this slide that has the words of impact. Right there, yep. And I want you to look at this list and I want you to notice which ones that you typically say the most. And then from there, we're going to look to reframing it. And we're going to do this by opening up a new neural pathway in our brain. So when we have these thoughts of, I should be able to do this, I'm always one step behind, you need to work harder. We talk like this to ourselves and we talk like this to our friends and we talk like this to even our kids. When we say these phrases, we're creating these habits, we're lowering our body's mental, cognitive, and emotional flexibility. So let's reframe one of them, okay? So if I'm going to use, I should be able to do this. If I say that, my intention, what do I want to do? Well, I want to be able to do it, clearly, but I need the process ahead of time. So it could be like, my intention today is to call Sam. My intention today is to reach out to one old reference. My intention today is to send 5 resumes. And if I have that level of intention, the expectation goes down. That doesn't mean that the quality goes down. It's just the level of pressure and stress that I'm putting on that statement, that my body does no longer has an alert that says there's an alarm, there's a threat, you need to start moving or shutting down. So how we want to reframe this, and I think since we used I'm not good enough, we're going to just use that as a blanket to I am good enough as the reframe. This is the Psych-K method. And what it does is it creates a new neural pathway in our brain, okay? To hold strong to this new belief and to this new idea in our head that allows us to bring in more of what we want. So that spark that you felt, that's your brain in real time creating more of a dopamine rise. And we're going to do this in a second. So how you do it? You're going to put your right hand out. We're not doing the hokey pokey, I promise, but maybe we might later because that might be fun. So right hand out. You're going to take your left hand and cross it over, okay? See if you can you're gonna bring it to your chest. You're going to roll it in, okay? Right hand on top, or I'm sorry, left hand on top, and then you're going to bring it in. You're going to cross your right leg over your left, and for a second, you're going to close your eyes, take a big deep belly breath, and in your head, we all don't have to say it out loud, but in your head, I want you to repeat, I am enough. And you're going to keep repeating this as your eyes are closed until you feel it in your body. And I can't describe what that's going to be like for you because it's going to be different for everyone. Some people, when I watch them do it, they'll start to nod their head because they can feel it internally in their body. But you're going to just close your eyes for a second, take a big deep belly breath, and repeat, I am enough. Over and over and over again. And I want you to see, if you're in a position where you're looking for a job, I want you to see yourself in an interview. I want to see yourself getting the job, smiling, what it feels like to feel enough. And just keep repeating it for a couple more seconds. Notice what it feels like in your body when you're enough. Notice if you're smiling in your head. Notice what your body is doing. Is it shifting? Are you smiling more? Are you standing up taller? I am enough. Repeating it over and over and over again. Okay, and once you feel it in your body, then you can open your eyes. And what we're doing is recreating a new neural pathway. So if you think about this like a forest, that belief or thought of I am enough has kind of grown some weeds, right? There's a lot of trees. There's not a pathway at all. We started to mow the lawn, if you will, and started to pluck the weeds. So now we have kind of a clear route, but it's not definitive yet. Your job is to nurture that. Your job is to repeat those phrases over and over and over again, because what we just disclosed earlier is that my words are powerful. It invites what I want in, and what I say is what I'm bringing in, right? Now, the belief might have been like, I'm not enough. That might have been cemented, right? There's concrete. It was a very, very clear pathway to that thought process, but we're going to start to let the weeds climb up over there so that we can start to showcase who we are and how we are by the statements that we're saying. So we're not stuck, you're just shifting. And your brain is built to adapt. It's built to rise up to the occasion. It's built to find a way. But your language is the one that is the steering wheel and pointing where you want to go. And the more that we become aware of our language and how we're saying things, it's going to change our external world, not just internally, but externally as well. So as we go even into this new year, I really want you to think about what's one thing or one phrase that you want to say to yourself that's going to ignite a little bit more of a spark that you want to take into finishing 2025 and then starting 2026, because you have the power to change your reality. As much as it may not feel like it, that is your old behavior patterns and old thought patterns that are coming up. So every year, I always like to do what's called Jess 3.0, 2.0, 1.0. I'm on Jess 3.0. 2026 will be a Jess 2 or 4.0. And every version of myself is a little bit different. Jess 1.0 was a little bit nervous to get out in the workplace, to start her own business, to write contracts and solidify contracts. Jess 2.0 was a little bit nervous to asking for a little bit larger of money with clients. And this Jess, this version, still has some doubt, which I'm wanting to work on in 2026. Sometimes still has the imposter syndrome myself, and yet I teach this for a living. And so as we go in and these thought patterns start to pop up, let that old version just be that person. And so we're like, oh, here's Jess 2.0. I recognize that she's bringing up some old stuff. She doesn't need to come with me, but I recognize that that's some things that I might be holding on to. But I'm Jess 3.0, who's more confident, who is enough, who's ready for every possibility and opportunity that comes her way. We start to speak what we want, and it will show itself. Go ahead and go to the last page. We kind of already talked about this. Sorry, guys. Yep, you can go to the very end. If there's any information that you want more about what I do and how I can help support you individually as a team, Club Ichi has been amazing in providing resources for you all and helping you understand who you are, how you are, and the resources that you need to get you to that next level. Liz and Nicole, you guys are amazing, and it is an absolute gift to continue to be a part of this program in community.
Jess, that was incredible as always, and we appreciate you being a part of our community and now being a part of the broader event community as well. So we have had you, as Nicole said, on our Barefoot Business Retreats since the beginning, back in December of 2022, and that is where actually our next guest, David T. Stevens, met Dr. Jess. Is that correct?
That is correct. She walked in and said, "Why are you wearing a cowboy hat?"
That will be forever.
Yeah, and I said, "We're in Texas. Why wouldn't I be wearing a cowboy hat?"
That's funny. That's funny. But now, since then, you guys have started doing some things together. So Dave Stevens is with Olympian Meeting, and you guys just put together an incredible experience at IMEX this year. What was that?
So we launched a program called Circadian Cove, and it's the first wellness lounge with intention. So what we did is we actually programmed a series of modalities. We took the big list of practitioners and all the different things we could do, sound bowls and therapeutic VR and the shift wave chairs and aura photography and boot camps and all the things, right? And we sat down with Dr. Jess for quite a few hours and we arranged things so that they not only met people's energetic levels at their circadian rhythm for each day. They also evolved over the course of the program because we know first day energy is different than last day energy. So we started with much more higher intensity offerings, and by the end, on the last day, we ended up doing a forgetting curve mitigation journaling class.
Wow.
Because basically there's this thing called the forgetting curve that I learned from Dr. Jess, of course. And when you don't re-engage with content or material, you're likely to forget a ton of it, 80+%. So what we did is we created this journaling class at the end that was all prompted. We had a Club Ichi member there who
Was
actually
Jenny
facilitated.
Blaschke?
Yeah. And she led it, and it was a prompted journaling class so that people re-engage with the meetings they had, the educational sessions they went to, all those things, so that a couple things happened with that, which was really exciting. One, people left with an inherent higher level of perceived value of IMEX as a whole, because they wrote down the things they learned, they wrote down the things the meetings they had, so they actually left with an action plan. And anecdotally, at some point, we'll have funding to do science on this, but we're going to guess that people slept better. The reason being is our brains, they talk about journaling before bed helps you sleep better at night because it closes the open loops in your brain, like all the things that you need to do, or I don't want to forget that, and you're running those things through your head. If you write all those things down, you sleep better.
Wow.
That is documented. So my correlation is that I think if we do this at events, people will go home and sleep better because they actually wrote down what they got, let alone when they go to work and someone's like, hey, how was the conference? They're like, oh, it was great because boom, 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 instead of, oh, it was great.
Yeah. And they'll retain information better, right? Because there's so much
Yeah.
that's thrown at you during
Exactly.
the events that's just hard to remember it all, and your brain just feels like it's bleeding at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Okay, when we were chatting about bringing you on and talking about things, we talked about what's the title of this conversation. You have your podcast that's the Return on Wellness.
That you named.
Well, yes,
That you
yes, but you
named.
named Ichi, so I mean we named it together. I would say high five.
Okay.
And
That's the power of Club Ichi, partnership.
but then you said this is kind of What's Up with Wellness, which used to be your segment on that show that we did together. But I said I think that our topic should be something a little bit more like the wellness trend is over.
Yeah, and I
And
love
you
it
agreed with me because why?
because it is here to stay.
So the trend part is what's over.
It's no longer a trend.
Right, it's endemic.
Wellness is, it's not a trend any longer. It's not a cake pop that was like hot for a couple of years and then went
Still
away.
like them though.
I love me a cake
don't-
pop, okay? Whatever.
Yeah, so do I. I love a cake pop, and it's like my little vice when someone sends me to go do a coffee run. I'm like, well, I'm treating myself to a cake pop. I'll eat it before I get back so nobody knows. But yeah, I went to the Global Wellness Summit this year, and what I saw was, one, it was the first time it had sold out. It was the 19th year. There were only over 500 people that flew to Dubai for this conference.
Wow.
And the global wellness industry is up to $6.8 trillion with a T dollars now. And
How many zeros is that?
I think it's 9.
Dang.
So that's a lot of zeros.
But what does it include? I don't even understand what that means by wellness industry.
Yeah, so there's a number of different categories, but it also includes healthcare and beauty. It includes the supplement industry. The new one that is seemingly contentious online is wellness real estate.
What? Meaning like spa retreat places?
Well,
or?
so what's happening, and there is this building there that they're building in Dubai, surprise, surprise, but it is this fully both sustainable, which feels ironic to say given it's in Dubai, but somehow it's getting, because they're in the middle of a desert, but somehow this building is sustainable. But like, all the water is reclaimed. All the air is HVAC in your, not HVAC, but HEPA filtered in your actual unit. So it's this entire building that's has biophilia everywhere. On the website, it said something like, if you were to pick the last place to live, or if you were to live somewhere forever, where would it be? And that's what they're trying to design.
Wow.
They're trying to design a place where it is your refuge, and when you come home, you feel like you're recharging, you're doing better, and they think about your lighting and how much natural light your rooms have, and can it get dark for sleep, and so it's this crazy place, and it looks like a giant tree house. But and then the other thing is, a lot of these hotels and properties, there's this huge project happening on the Red Sea in Saudi Arabia that is all of these hotels that are exclusively focused on wellness.
Wow.
So what's happening is the real estate market is like, oh, people are willing to spend more money in their personal lives on wellness, so let's sell them real estate. Actually, next month's guest on Return on Wellness is with a company called The Well Home, and he talks about his company is based on how to integrate wellness into your living situation. So
what's the difference between a wellness property and just a property? Do they offer more stuff? Do they what?
Yeah, I think and this is where things get interesting, right? Because there's your traditional wellness traveler or tourism offering, which is going to be fairly spa forward, but it is going to think about air quality in your room, water quality. So there's a group called the Wellness and Travel and Tourism, WIT is what it's called, and I happen to sit on their board of advisory standards. So we set what the hotels have to offer in order to earn that certification.
Okay.
But their gym has to meet a certain requirement. Their spa has to meet a certain requirement. They have to be connected with their local people and land to a certain extent. They have to do something that gives back to the community. They have to help people get access to green space, so nature. So there's a number of things that are offered. Now, the challenge, and what we specialize in at Olympian Meeting, is how do you take that and scale it? Because for a person or a couple or a family, wellness, there's no shortage of wellness retreats and things of that nature, right? Even if you want 10 people, there's a plethora of that. But when you want to do wellness for 100 people, it gets a little more complicated. And that's what's really interesting about these wellness properties, is the fact that I'm curious if they're going to have meeting space, or if they're going to have a banquets menu, or if any of them are doing even a start of like what Caesars is doing with their wellness menu, where it's designing wellness for groups as opposed to just for the transient traveler.
Are they looking at these as like incentive travel, corporate travel like that, or are they not there yet?
It's starting. I will say my conversations at the summit were really interesting because people were very intrigued. They're like, oh, I've never really thought about that when we talk about wellness at a conference, right? And how to integrate it. So most people are still focused on the 10 to 20 person retreat over the 50, 150, 500 person event. So it's starting, but I wouldn't say it's quite there yet.
What is the responsibility of an event professional in trying to make sure that wellness is actually integrated in the event? Because at some level, it's like, if I own a restaurant and I sell chicken fingers, then I don't have to make sure I have gluten-free chicken fingers. You just don't come to my restaurant. So if I'm running an event, there's now this expectation that I have a wellness lounge and a water sommelier and like all these crazy things when I just want to put some content out and sell some stuff to people.
Yeah, I get that. And I think when you understand the value of wellness, then it makes you think about it differently. When you start thinking about the impact it has on people. I mean, the study came out from IMEX that was very obvious that, and it really coincided completely accidentally, but there is no accidents in the universe, I've come to learn. Our episode of Return on Wellness this month was also, the episode name was, Are You Planning Events That Help or Harm? And you go back to the Hippocratic Oath for doctors, which none of us here are doctors, where it's based on do no harm. And when you start thinking about when you're planning an event, are you harming people's health or are you helping their health?
Wow.
And does harming their health impede their ability to absorb the content that you've pined over for hours and done rehearsals and reviewed slides, and hopefully you've done rehearsals. But you put all this
It's not
effort,
something we do here at Ichi.
Yeah, we just kind of wing it.
but you're putting all this effort to put all this stuff into the world. So are you helping people really absorb that? Are you setting them up for success?
Okay.
Yeah.
Or are you undermining your own ROI by treating them like robots that they should just be able to function uninhibited for 18 hours a day?
Yeah.
So it's not that you have to offer all these things just because they're the trendy cake pops on the food and beverage menu. It's how does what you feed people impact their ability to learn?
Yeah.
This is the secret weapon for the planner so that their participants leave with more information. Offering that journaling class, that costs time in the agenda. But if their value goes up and they can document to their boss what they learned in an event, is that really costing you, or is that investing in the event because you're impacting the outcome?
That's great.
And because if you can't convey the outcome, then what's the point? It was a party.
And it's, those are just questions that, like, to go back to the very beginning, how easy it actually is, or a lot of planners might do this, is just to skip over realizing that they're really not thinking through what is the attendee experience and asking themselves, like, am I hurting or helping or harming, the attendee? To frame it like that is pretty, like, that's a deep investigation, and just even how you look at everything. So those are good questions.
A woman I interviewed earlier this year, she's the executive director of the World Federation of Public Health Associations.
Wow.
Okay, lots of words, right? So we all know the World Health Organization, right?
Mhm.
They are they're the association of federal public health or government public health.
Okay.
So they belong to this organization, as does every academic outlet that studies public health. She told me, you think you're doing wellness. What you're actually doing is public health. And that shifted my perspective because, think about it, we all learned about super spreaders and stuff, right? Back in the day when you were bringing people together, if somebody showed up with COVID and you gave it to 5,000 people, well, what's the responsibility on your company, especially if someone gets sick and passes,
Right.
God forbid, that at that time. But on a less poignant level, it still comes back to, are you caring for people when they come to your event, or are you trashing them? And one of the things that I will allude to is people are starting to already know how you're treating them before you tell them.
How?
Wearables. So
Wearables.
this was going to be my next question, because you have all sorts of things that you're wearing. I've been hearing people with Aura rings. I've been hearing all sorts of
Bracelets,
stuff.
watches. What's
Well,
happening
my
over
favorite
there?
is my Club Ichi friendship
Yes.
bracelet.
Thank you to Jennifer for making those for us.
But I have my Whoop, and it tells me every day, here's how you slept. And the AI assistant says, what the hell happened? Or good job, or whatever. And I'm working on correlating and digging up the data, but on wearables between Auras, Whoops, Apple Watches, except like people are tracking more health data than they've ever tracked before. It's a growing billion-dollar segment of the wellness space. And they're going to be showing up to your event each day, basically with a report card in their phone, in their hotel room, before they even set foot at your event. So they're going to know if your event is abusing them or
Yeah.
caring for them.
Wow.
And it's not something we've been talking about.
Yeah.
And the people who are investing in these things, high college degrees, super high incomes, senior level titles, decision makers, entrepreneurs, C-levels, because they're chasing performance in life in general, right?
Right, yeah.
So they're the ones who want to see how to optimize this or that or the other. And if they see your events trashing them,
That's such a good, I have never thought about it like that, right? Is segmenting the expectations and the demands and how will those shift, and do the planners, that are putting together these events for that segment of the audience, are they thinking of that? So that's
amazing.
It's a head nodder.
thank you.
Well, as we wrap this conversation up, I just want to say thank you so very much for coming here and telling us all the great stuff that you saw in Dubai, and then the future of wearables. I think that we should have some more conversations inside Ichi about what that means for event professionals and how we should get access to some of that data as post-event survey stuff almost. Like, if people are wearing these things, how do we know what we need to change for our events in the future?
Yeah, I think what's really nice is with some of the companies out there that are offering the step challenges and things of that nature. Because they're accessing the APIs, it's only a matter of time before people start opting in, and you can see what kind of data is coming from everyone to understand how people are actually, if people are surviving or if they're thriving at events.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I think that's amazing. And I thank you again. And so
Yes.
our next conversation is going to be with our friend Sean Schutte with Schutte on Duty and Marissa Callie with Be Present LLC, talking about going solo without feeling solo. So I think it still folds right into this conversation we've been having all day of being with other people really is an impact on your health. We heard it from IMEX, we've heard it from Dave, we've heard it from everyone we've come on today. So having the two of them share a little bit about how they as solopreneurs are making sure that they're not navigating this thing alone.
Welcome, Telethon attendees. It is Sean and Marissa here to talk to you about solopreneur life and why it should not feel like you're solo. So with that, we're going to move into our time because it's tight. And Marissa, you're going to kick it off.
Yes. All right. So my first question is, when you think about the reality of going solo, what has surprised you most and what keeps you going and grounded?
What has surprised me the most is actually that it's fun, and it's really also about my return on involvement, which is another way of saying ROI. I subscribe to the phrase that your gift will make room for you, and I've really seen that as I've kind of narrowed down my focus and what I offer. I still do, A to Z kind of things, but I've really narrow that down. Also, I've seen the power of collaboration. Personally, I was on an event that there was 12 people for 7,000 dental implant people in Vegas, and we all had our specific roles, yet we got together every day to make it happen. And some of the best memories from 2022 I could ever talk about. And then also those that know me, I have what I call a personal board of directors, of which Marissa is one of the members. I also have some other people that know who they are. But those people help scrape me off the ceiling when I'm having a day like, oh, those clients, I can't understand it. But also because they get me and understand me, but they're also someone I can go for wisdom and insight of me, like, what do you think about this contract clause, that kind of stuff. And there's just really a respect for that. So what would you say to that question, Marissa?
Yeah, I mean, there was no guidebook or anything like that when I first started in this solopreneur life, which was over 10 years ago. And what surprised me the most, and I guess now that I've been doing it, is the work that I've done on myself has really reflected in how my business has succeeded. Really doing a lot of personal work and, mindset work and just really making sure that I'm showing up as my best self as a professional, because it reflects in all things business, communications and events and, whatever you're doing as far as your actual business tasks and expertise. If you're not right as a person in terms of mentally, physically, emotionally, then it's going to show up in some way, some fashion. So that would have been surprising to me prior to doing the work, but now that I've done the work, it's not surprising. So yeah, that's my main thing. One of the things, at least a practical thing, if you're watching this and thinking, well, how do you do that? A lot of things that I've done really reflect what it is to go into work as a business person. So creating routines that mirror what would be your routine if you were going into the office and working with someone. Getting up in the morning, doing my morning walk with my dogs. And when I'm on site at an event and my dogs aren't with me, I go for a morning walk. I try to do and mirror that the same, and when it comes to wellness from a digital perspective, one of the things is, turning off notifications that are not essential when I'm on site, because I don't need a distraction that's going to pull me away from being my best self as an event professional. Even a peer, right? Like if we're collaborating, I don't want something else to distract me when, like, for example, if you and I, Sean, are going to work on a project, I don't want something else to take me away from that. So, and boundaries is, really beneficial, and stepping away from being online all the time, even though, it's funny that they're through Ichi, but we knew of each other before that. So, yeah.
Oh, solopreneur life looks flexible from the outside, but the inside story is much more layered. So, what has actually made it sustainable for you, and where have you leaned on others?
Yeah, I think when I think about collaborating and creating these micro moments of connection, whether it's in person or how you and I met, and I reached out on the Solopreneurs channel to, do a co-creating session or collaborating. I don't even think it was just connecting with intention, and we were going to set the intention when we got on the call. It was just, the intention was to connect. Right. And what's spawned from that is a really nice collaboration community. Like, Sean, you're expressing things about things going on with work, and I'm sharing stuff that worked for me, and back and forth. We're kind of connecting at least once a month. I think we were trying to do it twice a month early on, but it was like a lot, and everyone's
Just laid plans, but
yeah. But creating those moments for connection, whether they're on a virtual call or when you're in person at an event, and really just trying to, one, you have to be open and willing to lean on others and be vulnerable, because I know that there's been conversations shared that are, in confidence, and obviously wouldn't be shared with other people, but you can't get that if you're not willing to do the same. So that's my my main thing. But if I'm gonna talk about tips, is, the top 3 tips is to protect your energy with digital stuff, time blocking, especially when it comes to analog time, where you're not online, not connected, because you need to really find who you are, what works for you, what fills you up, and then knowing that some things are only for season. So deleting things that might not serve you.
Yeah.
Deleting, apps, or, knowing when to cut a relationship with a long-term client if it's not serving you. So it's tough to do that. But so it's good that we have communities. What about you? What are your tips?
So you've hit on some of them already. I guess my additional ones would be, people talk about your pipeline, and I'm one that believes in keeping it full all the time. That contract's not definite, or that until like it's virtually signed. But I've had it where I've had 4 leads all fall through, where I thought at least to get half of them. That stings, but at the same time, like, just keep it going. And a piggyback on that is I subscribe to at least holding the dates, so I know, like, if you need me for this block of time, I can let you know if it's available. Because actually, in my agreements, it's like, if we agree to do this, I'm gonna ask for some money up front, but also that means that those dates are protected. I'm not gonna give them somebody else. And then also, kind of a hybrid on how I track leads. From the ones I kind of call hot are up on a whiteboard that I can look at to my right as I sit at my desk. But also, too, I found ClickUp to be very intuitive for me to do. And there's also an app I like having, multi-purpose, multi-use. It's like, if I'm out and about, I can update that, and also the progress on it. And also, I would say that we've talked about it, but time blocking, but I ascribe to time as your inventory, and really being respectful of everyone's time, and not being afraid as a solopreneur to be like, I can't give you that. And to really set those boundaries too, because you might get that client, it's like, they're going to hit you all the time on email and that kind of stuff, and setting those boundaries that you don't outright tell them maybe, but like after a certain time, you just don't get, because work will always be there. That's something I've learned also. And the last thing I would say is kind of the analogy of a lighthouse, that we're always looking at, trying to find out what that means, and knowing and accepting that each person's lighthouse is different, and not to overanalyze the journey towards it. So.
It's so good. I think if we're really, focus on these tips, we can definitely show up as our best selves, and not try to overdo it. I think, they always say it's always about the journey, right? And I think a lot of people will think of going solo as transactional, and you're in it for the long term. So I think, slow down if you need to, or say you need help. It's not a lonely world out there, especially in Club Ichi. So thank you, Sean, for your time. And
Thank you
I
so much.
always enjoy speaking with you, and we'll see you in Club Ichi.
Yes, you can find us on LinkedIn and also in the Slack channel. And if you're not a member, get in here, as they like to say, Liz. So, thank you
Yes.
again for your time, and again for the invitation from Club Ichi for this telethon. Have a great
Yes.
day.
Y'all, bye.
This is the Club Ichi way. I was introduced to Dr. Cynthia Betson Mercer a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago or so, and we were just chit-chatting about the type of coaching that she does with executives to help them once they've been moved into the next level or to get to the next level. And so in our conversations around solopreneur, around job hunting, around the state of the job market, I thought she'd be a great person to bring on to talk about moving up the career ladder. So if you are in a position at your company and you're looking at the next step, she's going to help us out with some of those mindset and skill sets that you need to up-level to step up the ladder. Hi, Dr. Cynthia. Hi, you're on. Welcome.
Hello, hello. I couldn't hear you, so I apologize. Thank
well,
you
I'm
so
glad
much
you're here now. I was just saying I had just met you not too long ago, and we had such a great conversation about career empowerment and about moving up the ladder and about making sure that you're ready for your next step. And I was so excited that you said yes to come share that knowledge with our community.
Absolutely. Well, it's a delight and a privilege to be here. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm going to move this around on my screen so I can see my slides as well.
Beautiful. Well, I'll turn it over to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, welcome. I am Dr. Cynthia, and I'm so excited to be with you all today. We are going to talk about how to level up, and we have a really short amount of time. So I'm going to jump right in. I want to give you some insight on what led us here, the research, and then how you can use this information directly in your own work. So if we'll go to the next slide, I want you to think about a time when you were young and you were wondering about what did you want to be when you grew up, right? Oftentimes we hear firefighter, policeman, teacher, president, etc. Well, this is a picture of my daughter, who is now an adult, when she was a little girl. And we were driving along in the car and she was sitting in the back seat. And as we were driving along, she said, "Mom, I decided I know what I want to be when I grow up." And I'm like, "Great, honey, what is that?" And she said, "I want to be one of those people that people come and tell their problems to." And I said, "Oh, like a therapist or a counselor. That's a great profession. Why would you want to do that?" And she said, "Because on the playground, all the kids come to me and they tell me their problems, and I know exactly what to tell them to do." And I said, "Okay, well, that's really nice, and that's a great honor that they trust you with that. But you need to know, as a therapist or a counselor, you really ask a lot of questions, and the person kind of finds their way to their own solution." And there was a long, pregnant pause from the back seat, and then finally Jordan said, "Well, what's a job where I get to do all the talking?" So sometimes we have a little misstep between what we desire and what is the right path for us. So we're going to talk about that in just a moment. But as we go to the next slide, one of the things we wanted to uncover is, what is it that holds women back? And you can go ahead and populate this whole slide for me if you don't mind. So we studied women around the world right there. Thank you. We did 30 qualitative studies, 5 race ethnicities, 4 countries, a 25-year age span. all the highly successful women. So for a gentleman out there, hang in there. There's something here for you as well. But we studied women in particular, and then we did a quantitative survey as well. The reason why we wanted to study women is we continue to see the inequity in terms of pay gap and some other things. And so that was really our interest. What we found on the next slide is that women around the world, even those that are highly successful, and go ahead, feel free to populate, thank you, is that the universal thing that each of these women felt at some point or multiple times throughout their career was a sense of restlessness, stuck, stagnant, pick a word for it. And what we found is a relational commitment to feeling unactualized. These women felt as though they had more talent to give, more value to add, just more to do than the work was allowing. And we believe that the solution in that is around intentionality. Now, to the gentleman listening, intentionality matters for you too, but statistically, men tend to be more intentional in their careers than women. So still pay attention, and you can make great allies and sponsors as well. Why does this happen? This happens because women are, by and large, around the world, taught to put your head down, work hard, and wait to get tapped. And so we do that. We know statistically women continue to take on the lion's share of the home care and the health care and some of those responsibilities, not because our wonderful, amazing male counterparts make us. Most of the time it's because we choose to. We want to, right? And so it's a convenient option. Put my head down, work hard, wait to get tapped. But what happens in that, if you'll move to the next slide, is the impact of us not looking up, not looking forward, and not being intentional is that we miss opportunities. I liken it to being on a merry-go-round. We get through that first 6 or 8 years of our career where we're hungry and we're on the grind, and then life gets complicated and we get on that merry-go-round and we sit down on that zebra and we put our heads down like we're taught, and round we go. And at some point, for some of us multiple times in our career, we look up and all the other riders have changed and we're still sitting on that same zebra going round in circles. And we lose financial opportunity, we lose exposure, we lose growth opportunity, and quite frankly, it becomes a point of frustration. So on the next slide, the solution and the through line of my first book, Now Near Next, is to start intentionally working on your future today. What does that mean? It means do your day job with excellence, but identify your next and start today, even in micro movements, working toward your next, whether that is a promotion, starting your own business, a lateral move for more experience, serving on a board, volunteering, whatever your next is, start intentionally working on your future today. Now, on the next slide, this just gives you a really quick overview of the 9 chapters in Now Near Next. I'm going to give you one tool from the 3rd chapter under Reveal Your Zeal. We don't have time to get into all of it. So I want to give you one takeaway, one framework that you can use immediately to figure out what is your next and how do you start working on it straight away. On the next slide, because I can't go through all the frameworks, there's a lot of free materials. You can use the QR code, or you can go to the website at www.dr-cynthia.com, dr-cynthia.com. There's a blueprint that you can use to chart your journey. There's a free mid-career audit, so you can see how intentional you're in fact being in your journey. And for leaders and gentlemen and others that sponsor women in the workplace, there's an allyship audit to see how well are you showing up as a sponsor and an ally for your wife, your sister, your mom, your daughters, other women in your office. All right, so let's jump in then on the next slide. So when I say start intentionally working on your future today, the 2 things that come up is, where do I have the time? We're not going to have a chance to get to that yet. But what is my next? How do I figure out my next? And just like Jordan, on the next slide, what you'll see is that sometimes we get lured in by title or compensation or things that make us think that it's the right thing, even though maybe it's not, right? So, like a beautiful pair of shoes, careers can lure you in by their beauty, but they're really painful if they don't fit. And so, Jordan, wanting to be a therapist, but she also wants to do all the talking. On the next slide, this is the framework. It's ACEs. So, if you're wondering, how do I know what my next should be and how do I monetize that? I want you to think about natural talent. I want you to think about where you naturally show up. Here's when you know you're playing in a space of natural talent. It feels good when you're doing it. You're consistent. You're not sometimes a people person. You're always a people person. You don't sometimes bring the joy. You always bring the joy. You do that thing with excellence and you do it spontaneously. You can't help yourself. I want you to think of a great day when you reflect back and say, oh my gosh, that was one of the best days ever. What were those things that you were doing that felt great, you did consistently, better than most, and spontaneously? That's when you know you're playing in your ACEs. On the next slide, and I think this will populate, so those are your ACEs. All right, real quick story about Jordan just to bring this to close. So Jordan came to me when she was about 12 and she said, I've got this all figured out. So Jordan found her voice. She figured out that she did in fact want to pursue music and theater, a better choice for her perhaps than being a therapist. And she came to me when she was about 12 and she said, Mom, I've got my backup plan. I've got it figured out. And I'm like, great, I'm a career person. So I'm thinking music and theater are really hard to make a living at. So thank goodness that she's got a backup plan. And she looks me dead in the eye and she said, my backup plan is my plan B, I will be a female stand-up comedian. I kind of burst into laughter, not my best mommy moment. I'm like, Jordan, of all things, if you don't make it in acting, you're going to be a stand-up comedian? Like that's your backup plan? And she says to me without hesitation, Mom, I have no small dreams. Well, I don't have small dreams for you all either. I don't have small dreams for me. I don't have small dreams for my children, my grandchildren. On the next slide, one of the things that I work really hard to do is to create a movement for men, women, and leaders. And on the next slide, you'll be able to see the keynote presentations that I am fortunate to do around the world. This is a really small snapshot of Now or Never, unleashing your power in the present. I have a framework around the 7-minute pivot, and my new book drops on February 3rd. Now, why this is important to you, number one, if you grab it in pre-sale, you're going to get $728 in free bonus content. So if you grab it now, you're going to get all this bonus content to hold you over until February 3rd. The other thing is I'm, for a very short time, doing books in lieu of fees. That means for a certain number of books purchased, my normal keynote rate of $15,000 or my virtual rate of $10,000 is waived. So clients love this opportunity because they can give a physical book and they can get a top best-selling author for free. On the last slide is just some more information about how to reach me. And here I want to leave you with this. If you can't walk, then run. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, keep moving forward. Start intentionally working on your future today. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Club Ichi, for having me. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your telethon, and I hope I helped you make up some time in the meanwhile.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cynthia. That was fantastic. Really appreciate you being able to be here with us today. And now we are doing something we've never done on our telethon before. We are going live to another studio. So we have moved around some of the timing as we make sure that everybody is raring to go. But a community inside Club Ichi is called Event Minds Matter, and it focuses on the mental health and well-being of our event professionals. One of the organizations that we are fundraising for today is community grants for the Event Minds Matter community. So Janice Cardinale leads this community, and she is live in the BB Blanc studio in Toronto, Canada. Hey team, are y'all ready? Oh, okay. Waiting on the BB Blank team to turn cameras on so that we can see everybody. I haven't seen this studio in person, so I'm super excited to see what this feed looks like. As I understand it, I don't know a whole lot about what's going on up there, but as I understand it, we've got some couch conversations with Janice, and then we've got another segment or two, and then we will go back to Canada with our talent. We have a Canada's Got Talent segment coming up in just a little bit with 3 incredible artists. We've got a mentalist, we've got a beatboxer, we've got, oh, actually the band that the beatboxer is with as well, and a fire saxophonist. So stay tuned for that. But sounds like we've got our team in Canada ready now.
Tell me when to go.
Toronto?
Good afternoon. Yes, it's 12 o'clock and we're here. I know we were supposed to start at 11, but that's okay. That's not a problem. I got to tell everybody, we are here from the BB Blanc Studios, and I want you to know that I have not been in this place for 5 years. And let me tell you, so much has changed here, because when this place opened, it was the opening party was the 23rd of March, 2020. Couldn't have been a worse time, but I got to tell you, these guys hung in. They made it happen, and I actually was here for the first event for CSE, which this is where Trish Knox and I were staying to produce that event. But here I am, and it's 2025. I'm here for the telethon, and I'm walking my way over to the founder of this fabulous company, Rennie Kaleli. Hi, I'm great.
Welcome
How are
to the
you?
studio. Great. Excellent.
It's so nice to see you after all this time.
And it's
you
nice
know,
to have you back.
Yes, I know. I feel like I'm somewhere else, a long way away, but now I'm feeling the vibe again. But let me ask you a question. You know, you've done so much work on this studio. Tell me a little bit about what matters to you now that you've just done such a gorgeous job.
In the studio or in the company?
The studio and the company.
Perfect. So, you know, the studio was like kind of a pleasant surprise. No one was expecting the pandemic, obviously. And we had just moved into this new space, 45,000 square feet. So once we caught our breath, like the rest of the industry, we pivoted to build a beautiful studio. The one nice thing is we had a lot of space to build something spectacular. And within a short time, it became the #1 studio in Canada. So we owe a lot of our staying power and our ability to make it through the pandemic to the studio and to the great staff that we have that help us pivot. So the studio has kind of saved us through that time. And oddly enough, in a strange way, we've been trying to close the studio for a couple of years so we could take all our equipment and put it back into inventory. But we still have so much demand for virtual, and it's still going strong here, so it's fantastic.
When I walked in this morning, I could not believe my eyes. There were 10 people in the other area, which I wish I could take you all over there to see. How many people are working on this event today? It's incredible, and that's the one thing about you, Rennie. You don't do it small, you do it big. And I want to say, for all of you who may or may not be thinking about coming to Toronto, this is a studio you want to consider if you're producing an event, because this is modern, it's state-of-the-art, and I've got to tell you, the nicest people you'd ever want to meet, especially my friend Rennie. How long have we known each other, Rennie?
Oh my God. Back when you were doing bar mitzvahs, Janice.
God, that's hilarious.
And I was DJing weddings.
Yeah, I think my daughter's listening to this. She's probably laughing her head off. But tell me something. Do you think that you're prepared for the future of what's happening today?
I think our company is positioned really well. We've made a lot of key investments. #1 is in people. We think we have a fantastic team, leadership, management, and all the way down to the technical team and the people prepping our shows. So we've spent a lot of time investing in the right people, the right systems and processes. So we think we got that down. The other key thing is we made a lot of key investments into our business, which is the equipment and the systems to allow us to scale and grow. So we're very excited about the future. I'm super excited. I'm the oldest guy here now.
No,
so,
I think I'm the oldest guy here now.
Today,
Girl, I mean.
Today.
Today,
so,
yes.
I'm super excited because we have a fantastic young team. They're full of energy. They're super passionate about what they do, and it shows like in the work that we do and the feedback from our customers. Like the experience you had here today, that's the type of feedback we get from all our clients. So I just want to say one thing. Anybody coming up to Canada who needs support, it's not only the studio, but we're a full live event production company. So we can help you with anything you need all throughout Canada. And from audio, video, lighting, staging, we also do design, and we also have a team to produce all the content similar to what you see on the back as well.
And you mentioned that Haley was here this past summer. What was she doing?
Past summer, I think she did an event with one of her insurance clients, and they broadcast out from here. So that was pretty good.
God bless my daughter. Okay, so we know we're running a little bit behind, but I have to mention Liz and Nicole, who are two women I have a great deal of respect for. These two ladies, I feel like they took me in off the street 2 years ago, and they became part of my world. And I don't feel like we are partners in the sense of partners, but I feel like we're family. And people always ask me here in Canada, what is Club Ichi? And I find myself explaining it. I should make a recording already. But I'll tell you about Club Ichi. Club Ichi is one of the best communities I have ever participated in. I have been a member of a variety of different things, but this is not like membership. This is like-minded, modern, prioritizing people, similar ideas, thought leadership. This is where the future is. And for Gen Z, let me tell you, this is where to start. There is no comparison to anything I've ever done in my entire career in this industry as I feel today about Club Ichi. So I am going to go a little bit quicker and introduce one of the greatest entertainers that I remember meeting in the basement of my house. And I know it sounds a little crazy, but that's where I used to run my business way back when.
Hey, that's where Steve Jobs started, in his garage.
Yeah, there you go. I'm just like Steve Jobs, but I'm still alive, thank God. Okay, so this young man came to see me, and he told me, he was a magician, mentalist, whatever. And he said, let me show you some stuff. And I looked at him and I thought to myself, okay, show me something I haven't seen before. And he was already nervous about that. And then I said to him, you can't go out to an event that I'm doing dressed like that. So this is how you have to look. And I showed him a few pictures. And I'm sure he was rolling his eyes. And if I were to have walked out of my house, being told that, I probably would say, screw you, lady. But he didn't. He stuck with me. And you know what? Look where he is today. He's speaking on stages around the world. He is a mentalist beyond, and I am so happy to introduce to you Jan Markson.
Hey, Janet. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, I haven't seen you in a long time, but I know you're really busy. You're with Speaker Spotlight now, and you're like you're like up like a celebrity.
Thank you. But you did tell me to wear this jacket today, so
I did.
Things have not changed.
Okay, you're right, I did. I have to be honest. I saw his picture of him dressed in this jacket, and honestly, I thought it was stunning. So I said, please wear that jacket. And he did. He's still listening to Silly Janice. Okay, I'm leaving the stage to you.
Thank you, Janet.
Enjoy.
Thank you. All right, what's up, folks? This little segment here is going to look and feel a little bit different. And my goal over the next 15 to 20 minutes is for you to feel different and think differently about yourself, your potential, and your future. Now, obviously, we're not pre-recording this. This is live. This is happening in Toronto, and I have a few people here with me that we're going to meet in just a little bit because it wouldn't be that interesting if I read my own mind. Now, this is going to be interactive. So even if you're behind the screen, I need you to pay attention. Make sure your screen is open because this is going to be something you need to participate in. Now, we've all heard this expression, right? Perception is reality. And I've always been really curious to understand how much is perception really reality? I've dedicated my life and my career to learning and performing and speaking professionally about what I call the power of perception. And before doing this full time, I was the head of marketing and communications for a predictive analytics and AI company. And what I noticed was the same and the one consistent thing between those two worlds. It was consistent from the stage to the boardroom. Was that our perception, the way that we perceive information that's coming into our minds, the assumptions that we have, those alter our expectations. Those expectations craft and drive our behaviors, and those behaviors can alter our reality. Now, why is this actually important to you? Well, obviously today there are a lot of challenges in the world, and not just in the events industry, but I think people are feeling this all over the world. Now, I'm actually very optimistic about the future. You see, I think that it's people like yourselves that are sitting behind the screen today in the events profession that are really uniquely positioned to actually create the future we want to see. For example, I really believe that the future is overwhelmingly human, especially in a world dominated by AI fatigue. I think that live events in the next several years are only going to skyrocket in value. And it's going to be professionals like yourselves that are going to bring together the humans that are required to harness new ideas, to reinvent the future, and to have those conversations that are going to create the world we want to live in. Now, I'm going to use some magic and mentalism right now to illustrate this point, and I need you to be part of this. So make sure you turn off your Facebook browser for a second, switch to this tab, and take a look at the screen. I'm going to show you something on the screen here. So if you can see the screen, in a moment, I'm going to show you 5 cards. What I want you to do is just memorize one of those cards. And ladies, I'd like you to look at the TV in front of you and do the same thing. So take a look at these 5 cards here and memorize just one of these cards. Now, once you've memorized it, I want you to keep it in your mind and take a look at these cute little animals, all right? What you're going to do is, with your mind, you're going to tell them what your card is, okay? So you look them deep into their eyes. I want you to look them deep into their eyes, all right? And I want you to tell them with your mind what card you are thinking of. All right? Now, give me a thumbs up if I removed your card. No. Yes? Okay, look at that. I can almost sense all the thumbs up going up. There's a few people giving me a different figure, but that's fine. We'll take it. Here's the thing, right? I think some of you already know what's going on here. I'm going to kind of reveal it a little bit here because I think it's going to teach you something. I showed you these 5 cards right here. Some of you play poker. You might have memorized other cards, right? And then I went to this slide here, I removed all 5 cards, so no matter which card you would have picked, your card would have been gone, and this trick would work anyways, right? It's cheating, but that is what I do. But here's the lesson here. The lesson is, if you play poker, you see a 2 pair here. Maybe you picked one card and switched to another, right? But as soon as I went to this slide over here, your mind made an executive decision on your behalf. It said, this piece of information is very important. I'm going to keep it in my mind. Everything else I'm going to immediately erase. Because our brain likes to be efficient, we need to save hard drive space. And the thing is that we do this thousands of times every single day. Not just in the small decisions, but in some of the most critical decisions in our lives. You know, these cognitive biases right here, these heuristics and patterns and information that we put into our mind that goes through this kind of a filter, this is what allows a magician to perform a trick or a marketer to make you click. And even though a lot of it does happen in our subconscious, and a lot of it is based on our previous experience and available information, not even true information, just whatever information is in front of us, right? The reality is that you also have a superpower. And as a human being, it's something that we don't really share with other creatures. It's the power of metacognition. It's the ability to think about how you think. Now, it sounds simple, but it's really powerful because this is what allows us to change our mind. This is what allows us to come up with new ideas, to shift perspectives to somebody else's perspective and have empathy for their situation. It's very powerful, but great powers come with great responsibilities. As a mentalist, I know how powerful words are, and I'm going to show you guys how powerful words can be as well. So let's try this as an experiment together. Let's get off the slides for just a moment so everyone can see these people here. And we're going to do this together, but I want people on the internet, wherever you are in the world, I want you to try this as well. So I really want you to try. It might feel silly, but try this with me, okay? Close your eyes for a moment. Close your eyes and just relax. Don't fall asleep, though, because I'm going to need you back, okay? Close your eyes. And if you're at home, close your eyes. This is going to take 20 seconds. I want you to imagine a door in front of you, all right? I want you to imagine what this door looks like, the color of the door. I want you to look at the doorknob. And now I want you to imagine yourself opening this door, okay? And now open your eyes. Were you able to do that? Okay, perfect. Now watch this. We're going to do this again, but we're going to do this a little bit differently. So listen carefully. Ready? Close your eyes. I want you to imagine that door one more time. You have this door in front of you. It could be the same door, different door. It doesn't matter. I want you to look at the doorknob. And this time, what you're going to do is you're going to try to open this door. So I want you to imagine yourself trying to open this door. Now open your eyes. Let me ask you a question. The first time, you were able to open the door, yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you open the door the second time?
No.
No.
You didn't?
No.
You see, here's the thing. Words have meaning. Words have associations. The word try is often associated with it's not going to happen.
Oh, right.
We have a choice. We could say, I'd like to do this, or I'll try to do this, or I will do this, or I'm doing this now. I'm already in that process. And depending on how we say things, it will change not only how you communicate with other people in terms of persuasion influence, but it also has an effect on yourself, on your own identity, on your own associations, expectations you have. Now let's make this a little bit more fun. Let's take it one step further, okay? Now I want to be really honest about this, so ladies, please be honest here. Before we started filming, in order to save some time, because we're on a tight schedule today, right? You've been asked to think of some things in your mind, but you did not share with me what you're thinking, and you never told anyone what it is. Is this true?
That's true.
Okay, let's start with Merlene. Now, Merlene, you're an event planner out of Toronto. Merlene, would you please come join me up here? Guys, give Merlene a big round of applause. Merlene, come join me over here. Now, Merlene, we've never met before today. Is this true?
That's true. It's my first time seeing you, meeting you.
Yeah, you don't have to be so happy about this. I'm just saying this is not set up. This is like, what you are all seeing is literally what's happening. You've been asked to think about somebody from your childhood, somebody who taught you to have confidence and a positive mindset.
That's right.
Right? I mean, it could be anyone. It could be a grandparent. It could be a teacher. It could be your probation officer. I don't know what your childhood was like. So just, you have this person in your mind, right? I want you to face that camera that's right in front of us. And I want you to just close your eyes for a moment. Imagine this person's face. Can you see their face in your mind?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you hear their voice in your head?
I can.
Hold on. Open your eyes. You might want to see somebody about that, Marlene. You shouldn't hear voices in your head. All right? Now, what's interesting is as soon as I asked you to imagine this person, your voice changed. You became a lot more calm. Your breathing slowed down. I mean, of course, you were nervous when I first got you up here, but as soon as I asked you to visualize this person, you had this calm wash over your body. And I can see that this is not just a random friend from school when you were a little kid. This is somebody a little bit more meaningful. I think this is someone from your life. From your family, and obviously you're doing this, which is universal sign for yes. Now, watch this. Don't say who it is. I want you to just look forward. Don't move your lips. Don't move your eyes. Just in your head, say this person's name. Go.
Okay.
There it is. And you've all seen that, right? If you can watch. She did this. She went. Right? Now, here's the thing. This tells me that there's two parts of the name, almost like two syllables, or divided into two parts. He went like this, almost spelling it out. Like my name is Jan. You're gonna go, right? If it's Peter, you're gonna go. If it's like a really long name, you'll see the person doing this kind of thing. That's not what you did. I'm going to write down what I believe is what you said inside of your mind just now. Now, bear in mind, this really is not set up. I know this looks like we're all together in the studio, but we've never met. You've just been asked to think of this name in your mind. And would I be right to say, because I'm just going to take a guess right away here, I think this is somebody from your family.
Yes.
This is one of your parents.
You're right. Yes.
This is your mother.
Yes.
Okay, we're on the right track. I'm going to write down your mother's name. Okay, I'm going to write down just her first name over here. Okay. Can you please tell everybody for the first time what is your mother's name?
Okay, I have it written
just say
here.
it out loud.
Digna.
Like this? No. Is this the name?
Yes.
Dina. Very good. Amazing. Give her a big round of applause. Now, just real quick, what's something that you've learned from your mother that you could share with us? It could be something simple.
Courage, power. She raised 6 kids on her own.
So, oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, very strong woman.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Thank you so much, Marlene.
Thank you.
One more time for Marlene, everybody. Thank you, Marlene. All right, let's go to Vanessa. Vanessa works here at B Blank Studio. And Vanessa, come stand to my right over here. We decided to do something a little bit different with you. I actually didn't limit you at all. I literally just said, think of anything that you're passionate about, something that interests you, brings you positive energy in your life. And I want you to see it in terms of an image in your mind. Now, did you share this with anyone? Did you tell me what it is at all?
No, not at
Is
all.
there any way that I would know what this image is?
No.
No. I'm going to give you this board. First of all, did you draw, like, in your mind, right? Is it like this or like this?
The first way.
Like this? Okay. Let's try this. This gives me a little bit of a clue as well, because if you drew the CN Tower, you're going to do this. A train, obviously, like this. Here, you take this.
Okay.
I'm going to take this. We're going to stand back to back. I'm going to give you this marker.
Gosh.
Okay? Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm going to do the same thing. Let's stand back to back, and we're going to try together. Wait, don't start yet. Did you already start?
No.
Okay, don't start, because sometimes people think I can hear the marker, right? I want you to visualize what it is. Vanessa, you ever had like a almost like a psychic connection or psychic experience with someone before?
No.
Like, for example, the phone rings, right, Vanessa? And before
Oh,
you even
yeah.
pick it up, you
Yeah.
kind of know who's calling?
That's true. Yes,
right?
that
But
does
that's called
happen.
caller ID, right? That's not
Okay.
psychic. Yeah, anyone can do that. It's included in most plans these days. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to go first. This is something to do with very much with nature. This is something where you're outdoors and you're just really relaxed. You're on your own, and it's very warm in your imagination. It's like warm air, and there's a sound of water, but somehow you're not imagining water. So let's try it like this. You go ahead and draw whatever it is that you drew. I'm going to draw the best rendition I can of what I think it looks like. I hope this is going to make sense. I'm not a great artist.
Neither am I, so...
Okay, so that's going to be perfect.
We'll just try.
Perfect. All right, I'm done. Are you still going?
No.
Okay, good.
It's going to look terrible.
It would be weird if I was done and you're still drawing for 20 minutes. You ready? We're going to show it to the camera on count 3. 1, 2, 3.
No. Stop it. No, no, no.
Yours look a lot more realistic. Is this just you being on vacation, just relaxing, being in nature?
Yes, but it also represents Jamaica for me.
Jamaica.
Yeah.
That's
it just
what it
got
is.
hit by the
Right.
hurricane. Yeah.
That's right. It's on a lot of people's minds right now.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
What
Vanessa,
the-
everybody. she wants to know how this is possible.
How is it possible?
All right. All right. Last but not least, we're going to invite Nicole over here. Nicole, come join us. Guys, please welcome Nicole. Everybody deserves an applause. You know, these people volunteered to be here in front of you. Nicole, have you ever solved a Rubik's Cube before?
Never.
Okay. And you know what? I actually never solved a Rubik's Cube before until I did. And you know how I did it?
How?
I Googled it.
Oh.
Yeah, it turns out that it's actually quite simple to do. And the first time I solved it, I realized I trick people for a living, but I'm never going to trick anybody as badly as my mind tricks me. Like, it tells me what I can do, what I can't do, it's possible, it's not possible for me. So let's try this with you. Most people, when they're solving a cube, they're just kind of mixing it and solving one layer at a time. So what they're doing is they're doing this, they're solving the first layer, second, third. I'm not going to get you to do that right now. I'm just going to stand forward towards the camera, grab the cube behind your back. Yeah, make sure you don't drop it onto the floor.
Yep.
And just start rotating in slow motion and close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Nicole, I want you to imagine that you are only about 5 or 6 years old. Where was home when you were 5 or 6 years old?
Winnipeg.
Winnipeg. So you're sitting in Winnipeg, very warm Winnipeg, right? Of course, everybody knows Winnipeg is a very warm place, like Jamaica. You're going to imagine you're in Winnipeg. I want you to imagine you're sitting, you're watching TV. So you're playing with this little Rubik's Cube in your hands as a 5-year-old, but you're watching TV, you're not paying attention. Maybe Ninja Turtles. What's on TV?
Barbie.
I want you to imagine Barbie on TV.
Okay.
Wasn't around back then on TV, I don't think, but let's just, okay. And now, as you're watching TV, you just get distracted. You look back down at your hands in your imagination, and you notice that somehow you manage to actually solve the cube to your own surprise. When you see that, I want you to open your eyes. Did you just see it?
Yeah.
Show the cube to everybody.
No. No, no, no.
No way. What?
You did a great job.
That is
yes,
so
you
cool.
can keep that. That's for you. Guys, give Nicole a big
Oh
round
my
of applause,
God.
everybody. Nicole, thank you. Can I have a seat? All right.
That is wild.
Now, here's what I got to share with you here because, you know, we're having fun here, of course. But the thing is, and this is really what I want you to take away from this segment here, and something that I hope you really take seriously. And I'm going to be completely open and transparent with everybody watching, right? I don't have any special powers, right? Honestly, I don't have any kind of special powers. Everything you just saw, any one of you can do. You know, I learned all of this on YouTube, all right? These days, I guess you can do it on TikTok or whatever, right? The truth is that what I've learned performing on stages in Canada and across the United States is that it's not really, the illusions don't actually happen here on stage. The illusions happen out there inside of your mind. My job is to create a narrative, to create a story, to piece sort of a pathway for you to create that illusion and almost feel like it's reality in your own mind. And the thing is, right, that these illusions, they're fun when they're on stage. They're not so much fun sometimes in our minds when they jump into our head on a regular day. And believe me, I actually know this myself pretty well. Like, our mind misleads us all the time. It harnesses doubt and fears, and it cuts off pathways to various possibilities and opportunities. As they say, you know, doubt kills more dreams than failure ever could. But the thing is, I'm not magical, right? I just understand your assumptions that you're making. I understand your perspective. I understand the mindset that you have, and I leverage that to create a story. So I'm going to show you a little slide here. You know, mindset is very powerful, and this woman right here, Dr. Alia Crum, professor at Stanford University, has my favorite definition of mindset, because mindset is one of these terms that's thrown around. But this is what mindset truly is. A mindset is a lens or a frame of mind that orients an individual to a set of associations and expectations. Meaning you can choose which lenses you put on, and depending on the lens you put on, you're going to have a different zone of possibilities. You're going to have different expectations, and those expectations are going to make you behave differently and therefore have a different reality. I think this is very powerful. When people come up to me, they go, this is fun, they giggle and all this kind of stuff, and they go, yeah, that's fun, but let's be honest. You know, mindset is powerful, but action is the most important thing. Without action, nothing happens. Sounds good, but I think that's where people misunderstand something here, and that's a major misconception. Because mindset is an action. Mindset is the first and most important action that you can take. It's the lens through which all subsequent actions will take place. You know, mindset is not something that we have. Mindset is something that we do. And so the one takeaway I want you to take with you that you can apply to your life today is to take a moment in your life inside of your Outlook calendar, literally part of your day, inside of your checklist. Take a moment to stop, breathe, observe your inner monologue. What mindset are you in? Because you have the power to reframe it. You can choose the expectations you want to have, and those expectations will change your future. You know, organizations like Club Ichi and Event Minds Matter are extremely powerful. They have resources for you and brilliant minds, not just in North America, but across the world. There's so many opportunities out there, but they're only there if you're willing to see it. So if you want to learn more about what I'm talking about today, take out your phone for a moment and take a picture of this slide right here. These are 2 books that I recommend, and by the way, if you don't have the time to read books, just ask ChatGPT to summarize it for you. Watch the TEDx, right, of both of these people. The first one is by Carol Dweck. She is the person who coined the term growth mindset. And the second is by Nobel Prize winner in behavioral economics on cognitive biases and effects on our lives, Daniel Kahneman. And finally, that's my name. You can connect with me on Instagram or LinkedIn. I'd love to connect with you, learn more about your perspective. Thank you so much. I wish you guys nothing but the best. Enjoy the rest of this telethon. And with that, I think we're going to bring back Janice. Did you guys have fun?
Oh, yes.
All right, here's Janice, everybody.
All I want to do, what's the handshake?
It's a hug.
Was this not unbelievable? You know, Canada has talent, and anybody who needs talent when they're coming here has to go to the Idea Hunter. Yes, it's my daughter. But you want somebody for a speaking gig? This guy is amazing. And thank you to these girls. Thank you so much. Back to you, Liz.
That was incredible. Thank you so much for putting that together. And as Janice said, there is about to be a whole Canada's Got Talent segment coming up. But before we head over there, we've got our friend Gabby.
Yes, Gabby Rubuccio is one of our most amazing members. And if you are looking to elevate your career or get into those leadership positions to get a raise, get a promotion, or get a new job, she is about to take us through some absolutely amazing tips and tricks to be able to do that.
She
Gabby.
also let us name her baby. So
her baby's name Ichi.
Yeah.
Ichi baby.
Yeah.
B-E-B-E. Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get to
Ichi.
see Ichi baby.
And yeah, exactly. So don't let her tell you different. His name.
Oh, she's dressed so professionally.
His name is not Bax.
Oh, I went bright pink for Nicole.
love
I
it,
was
though.
channeling you when I put this on. I don't have earrings that are fun, so I went with this instead. And
You look
Ichi's
amazing.
upstairs. I can go get him at the end if you want.
Okay, perfect. She'll go get Ichi at the end.
Thank God. Yes.
Oh, Gabby, we're so glad you're here. We're going to turn it over to you.
Perfect. Okay, so what I want to talk about today is leadership. Whether you are just starting in leadership or, like most of us event professionals, you're not given the leadership title, but you're expected to lead people every single day. So what I did was I put together a leadership starter pack. Don't judge my handwriting. What I have 5 objects in here, and each of them I'm going to give you a little lesson on leadership. So the first one I'm going to pull out are sunglasses, and I couldn't find mine, so we're going to go with my daughter's. Don't judge me here. But I chose sunglasses because great leaders are able to adjust their style based on what they see around them. So I see these quizzes all the time. What type of leader are you? What type of leadership do you have? I don't like those because they're misleading. Because leadership, impactful leadership, especially without a title or just getting into leadership position, is all about adapting your leadership style based on situational awareness. So is the room that you're walking into super stressed or tense? If it is, you may want to start the conversation or start your presentation with, okay, let's start with, what do you guys need from me to do your job? Give them a chance to feel heard or seen to kind of bring the mood down a little bit. Is the room really focused? Everybody's like ready to go fast? You skip the pleasantries in those situations. Deliver the essentials. Tell them what they need to hear. Tell them without the fluff, and be very clear and direct. If you walk in and the room is really distracted, chatty, people are laughing, maybe use a quick line or a terrible dad joke just to get the attention on yourself, and then you can guide everyone back into the subject matter that you want to talk about. Because you can't adapt your leadership if you aren't paying attention to what's going on around you. So sunglasses, make sure you adapt based on what you see. And then the second object from my magical bag of tricks here is a file folder. Because if it isn't documented, you aren't really aligned. So we're event professionals, right? We're all really good at meeting and talking through decisions. Like, this is what we're good at. We're all experts at that. But what we take for granted is writing it down. Having a living, breathing scope document, especially for my freelancers out there who are working for clients. If you have a meeting and you're in agreement, you come to an agreement about something, no matter how small it is, have it written down somewhere. And at the risk of sounding like a per my last email person, sometimes you have to be a per my last email person. And if you're in a situation where someone swears you made a decision, but you know you didn't, you have your file folder, you have an email, have it in a notebook. You have something to lean back on. Because let's be serious, we all make 10,000 decisions every single day. And we don't always remember what those decisions are or who agreed to what. So don't take it for granted having something written down. Because I always say, like, if it's not written down, then it's a memory. And we all know that memories lie. Absolutely. More often than not. So file folder, if it isn't documented, it's not aligned. And the next one is probably the most important one and probably the biggest challenge I see young leaders make. And that's my hair tie. Because what about a hair tie is it's flexible. But if you pull it too hard, it snaps. And that's what I want to talk about, is flexibility is so important. But as new leaders, or as an event professional leading people without a title, you feel obligated to say yes. We're people pleasers, right? Customer's always right. You've heard all those expressions. But if you don't have boundaries and you flex too much, you'll snap. It's what's going to lead to burnout. So I have this mentality that I go to. So if somebody, okay, you're working with a client and they make a really big change to the scope of work that you're doing or ask you to adjust something in the event, whether it's 8 months ahead of time, yeah, right. Whether it's 2 weeks ahead of time or during rehearsals, because why the heck not? This is what I say. Okay, happy to shift. Don't say no. But this is what that shift is going to impact. Very clearly, you lay out the budget, the timeline, the staffing, the scope, whatever it's going to change, you tell them. Say, happy to make those adjustments, but here's what it's going to impact. So you're flexing, but you're not just giving in and getting walked all over. Sometimes when you do that, they'll look at you and say, you know what? Never mind. That's too much. That's going to change. Sometimes they're going to look at you and say, I don't care. Just make it happen. Then you have something to fall back on when you have to make those really big changes without them knowing. And sometimes it just creates a really good discussion where you say it's going to impact this, this, and this. You go back and forth and you figure out how to flex this and this, whatever it is, to make the adjustment work. So a hair tie does stretch. Leaders have to stretch, but if you pull it too far, it will snap. So remember the hair tie. Be flexible, but don't snap yourself. And then the fourth one that I have is a Band-Aid. And I got the world's biggest Band-Aid to make sure you could see it on camera. It's almost comically large. But this is super important because leaders are not perfect. And you shouldn't expect yourself to be perfect. You shouldn't expect the people you work with to be perfect. So they aren't perfect, but they learn how to repair quickly. So I do this by using a 3-step process. Acknowledge, align, adjust. You acknowledge an issue that comes up if someone's upset. You acknowledge it. You ask questions to align on what the real problem is or what the solution you're looking for is. And then you agree on a compromise and make adjustments. Because a Band-Aid doesn't erase the cut, but it does stop the bleeding, for lack of a better term. Sorry for the visual there. But that's what it does. It stops it from getting worse. So remember the Band-Aid. And then finally, this is a thermometer. For all the youngins out there, this is what thermometers used to look like before we had the fancy ones that just somehow scan your skin, that I still don't believe very much. But anyways, if you don't know the temperature of a situation you're walking into, you can't choose your tone. And this is super important for new leaders who are trying to establish credibility, because the emotional temperature of a situation dictates your tone, your timing, your approach. Emotional climate control, if you will. If you assess a room and the room is cool, temperature is okay, people are calm, you be clear. That's when people can hear you. You're clear, you're concise, you get your message across. If the temperature is warm, room's getting a little tense, that's when you get curious. Ask questions. Find the root of the issue before it boils over. The room's hot, you're off the charts, people are mad, people are freaking out, whatever it is. This is when you take your pause. Give yourself 2 seconds. It keeps you from matching their energy. And it's how you bring the temperature back down, because people will mirror the energy that you are giving off. So those are my 5 objects. You have the sunglasses, you have the hair tie, file folder, Band-Aid, thermometer. Leadership isn't a title or a number of years with the title. It's the series of small behaviors that make people trust you, follow you, and feel safe working with you. So remember these tips and these tools and go lead the room, whatever room it is and whatever your position in that room is. And thank you for hanging out with me. So Liz, Nicole.
Done. Hey, we weren't ready for you, Gabby. We're just sitting here chit-chatting, talking
Where's
about...
your baby?
He's upstairs. He's eating.
Yeah, so no vamping to get the baby. No. This was so great. I'm so glad that you were able to join us today. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I was timing myself too, because normally I go over. So this is new for me.
You did great. I like that you had show and tell and that it went along with everything. It was a beautiful plan.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Gabby. Okay, so where can people find you if they want to learn more or talk to you or hire you?
Ooh. Find me on fire me.
Don't fire you. Hire you.
Or on I know, don't do that. On Instagram, I'm under Pro Event Tips or Gabriella Speaks. You'll find me there. But go to LinkedIn. That's the best place to get a hold of me.
Also inside the Club Ichi Slack channel.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Gabby.
Thank you.
All right. So now I believe we are going back to our friends in Canada.
Oh.
No,
we're not.
Just kidding.
Where are we going now?
Next we go to...
Is Paula here? Oh, fantastic.
Paula!
Okay, so
I love you.
We are, as you know, raising funds for Live Event Coalition, Search Foundation, and Event Minds Matter community grants. So we have Paula joining us to tell us a little bit about the Search Foundation. Now, Paula is our incoming chair for Search Foundation. Is that correct?
One of the incoming newest board members.
New board member. Fantastic.
Yep, this is trial by fire for me.
So we have shared with everyone that Search Foundation is an organization that gives back to event professionals in crisis. So tell us a little bit more about what that means. How long have you guys been around and how do you help?
Yeah, so we have been around since 1997, and the organization first started just by identifying and helping individuals in crisis. And so what they identified then as illness. And so then they have recently, over the years, then expanded to also offer support related to additional crises such as natural disasters. If a hurricane hits or a flood or a fire, then that would qualify you to apply for funding as an individual with the Search Foundation. So the goal really is to be supporting the event industry professionals. We all know that we support everybody else in our day-to-day lives, both for working and personal in most cases, keeping an eye on all the things. But what really happens when one of us is in need? So that's where the Search Foundation comes in. Thank you you'll see the slide up there. 100% of the cases to date have been funded, which is fantastic. 1.5 million has gone out to event professionals in need. And we're looking to increase that to be able to be there to support additional planners, additional event professionals, additionals that in the catering industry. So there's a variety of qualifications, but we really are here to support individuals in the event industry. Did I lose? I think I might have lost, or maybe I ended too quickly with Liz and Nicole. But I'm happy to, I would actually send you all to our website to check out a little bit more information about some of the upcoming initiatives. As you know, the donations today from the telethon will go to some amazing organizations, including the Search Foundation. And we really do want to continue to provide that support. Joining the board was one of those initiatives that I took personally. And we hope that, as I know 2025 has been a difficult year for so many people. And it's something hard sometimes to look and consider during this season, making a donation. But we really do ultimately need to support each other in the event industry. And I think that's where Search comes in, as well as some of these other amazing organizations, to really be able to provide support to those in the industry.
Now, Search Foundation, I know you can donate once or you can sign up for repeating donations, right? I did that for
Correct.
5
So
years.
they have the Search Foundation 100, the Search 100, which is something that you can sign up to be a reoccurring donor of at least $100 a month. So it's not a large commitment, but it does get you a variety of different things related to invites and things of that nature of different initiatives that Search has. And then it also is something very easy for you to do, to put a reoccurring that'll just get taken out. Search is also 501c3, so that means everything is fully tax deductible. So that also, at the end of the year is something, and then as you're thinking through your financials for next year, we hope you'll consider.
So tell me a little bit more about the organization as a whole when it comes to other people getting involved. Can people volunteer? Is it just fundraising? How does our viewing community actually support you?
Yeah, so there are events that are also occurring throughout the year. So on that website, we have a gala in March. So there is the opportunity to support by attending one of the fundraising events that the Search Foundation has. There also is additional initiatives on the website related to getting involved, requesting more information on opportunities for involvement. This is 100% volunteer based, so it is something that we would encourage you, if you are interested in doing something other than donating today on the telethon, to check out the website, www.searchfoundation.org. I know it's come across the key as well, to be able to see some of the opportunities for getting involved. We have a fantastic board this year. Kate Pate has been the president and we've got some great, exciting initiatives coming up.
Fantastic. Let's pull up that QR code so if people want to get ready to share their wealth with the Search Foundation. Woo. That's what this is all about. We are here raising money for Search Foundation, Live Events Coalition, not collision.
And Event Minds Matter.
And our community grants for Event Minds Matter and Club Ichi. So thank you so much, Paula, for being here and sharing this with us. And we really hope that we're able to give you a couple $1,000s.
Yeah, girl.
That would be fantastic. Thank you so much. And everyone else, enjoy the fantastic programming that Club Ichi and Nicole and Liz have put together. So
thank you, Paula. Seth, are you mic'd up?
Ooh,
Tess, are you mic'd
Seth.
up? No, just Seth.
Yes.
Okay, come on
Okay.
in, Seth.
Come on
okay,
up,
so
Bill.
I am terrible at asking for money, but this guy right here, you can ask for money for the Search Foundation, right?
Yes.
We just heard from Paula.
Listen, they heard from Paula. They don't need me to ask.
Okay.
Because they want to give.
Oh,
What they're asking is
so
one
this
question.
is a mindset moment for me.
They're just asking one very simple question. I want to give, but how do I give? How do we give?
Put that QR code back up, guys.
QR code in.
So you simply go to that QR code there, and we're going to pop it up in just a second. And this is where you can give. And again, give as much as you can, but every amount matters. So, maybe there's a number that you really love. I know what you love, 18. But she likes to make sure the raise is 18 because it's just a little higher.
Higher.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah.
18,000.
So this is where you go, and you can go to this QR code, and let's see, how much can we raise in the next 5 minutes?
Ooh, oh my God. Okay. Ready,
right.
set, go.
And oh my gosh.
Wow.
Someone hey, look, you know what? $100 is great, and we appreciate that. Cincinnati just gave $250.
Dang, Cincy.
And, well, I don't know where this is. LeBlanc, Florida. Is there a LeBlanc, Florida?
I know Matt LeBlanc.
Well, Matt LeBlanc, thank you for your donation. Folks, keep them coming in. It's a wonderful group that all these individuals are, but you know how this event industry is, right? And it needs support.
And we support each other. And I think that's the most important part about the Search Foundation, because this is for, again, we were talking about it earlier. There were fires in Hawaii and LA. There have been people with personal health crises. There have been people who just need a little help. They've been out for too long. Their business was, something happened to it. And the Search Foundation has been there for all of them.
But this is the only foundation that's there. Now, so like here in Atlanta, there's a very similar, there's an organization that raises money for the restaurant industry, and there's another one in Charleston, and they're all over, and they're all unique. Search it's all over the country, right? I mean, this is a massive industry. People are going all over, but the fact that someone that is, especially someone that's gigging, right? They're paycheck to paycheck. All of a sudden, their house floods.
Life happens.
Yeah. And their insurance company only covers a little bit. They just need that extra amount to be able to get that laptop so they can go ahead and continue working. Yeah. That's where Search comes in, and that's where whatever amount you can donate right now is going to make a huge difference. So really consider making a donation, supporting Search Foundation, folks.
Yes,
Fantastic.
absolutely. And Ichi means one. We are one. So one big family. We help each other when we're down. We celebrate each other when we're up. So just scan the QR code and give as much as you can.
Now, I want to give a preview, because this is not just all about us asking for money. There's something coming up a little bit later called the Good Fortune Potluck, the not so silent auction. So we actually have put together a silent auction site so people can go in and bid, but you're going to help us out calling up some of these incredible items, because every purchase, every bid, when that money comes through, goes straight to Live Event Coalition, Search Foundation, and Event Minds Matter grants. So you're actually getting something for it as well.
So look, if you get that trip and you win that wonderful trip to Cabo, that's amazing. But it's really not about what you get, it's what you give.
That's right.
So if you think about really giving, go get some friends. How many rooms is the Cabo?
That one's 2-bedroom.
So go get another friend, so get 2 couples together and get ready to give big a little later on today. And let's see how much money we can raise. Because yes, you're going to get a trip to Cabo, and when you're there, you're going to know that you've helped so many people in our wonderful industry.
But it's not just travel that we're going to be talking about coming up. It's actually one of our Club Ichi members has created a program called Trade Show Summer School.
Ooh.
This is the winter edition. So if you are newer into the event industry, or maybe you're on the supplier side and are actually looking to understand more about trade shows, or maybe you're a solopreneur and your background was executive events and you'd like to get into trade shows. Trade Show Summer School is, I think we have 6 opportunities for you to buy a pass to that so that you can actually get trained and learn about it.
Oh, wait a second. We have some like big wigs watching, I hear, and you've got some young folks that just started out, and you want them to crush it for you next year. What better way? Hanukkah's coming, Christmas is coming, whatever holiday you celebrate.
Send them to Trade Show School.
That's right.
And making an impact.
But seriously, I mean, we all are struggling with professional development budgets and how can you invest money. And so we have somebody in our community that creates these programs, and she's giving us this opportunity. I mean, starting bid is just $25 for this program, so you might be able to get it for as low as $50 instead of having to pay the normal price. Or maybe you think it's so valuable you're going to run it up to $5,000.
They should totally do that because then they can give more. This is the spirit of giving, folks. It's not about getting; it's about giving. But you're going to win this, and you're going to be able to help so many. So it's not just the folks that you're helping actually go to that.
Yeah.
But that's cool. And it's all donated, right? Everyone?
It is.
Yes.
So that's unique
It's
too.
like
That's
a potluck,
wonderful.
which is our
We
big thing.
also have another member who is a professional DJ and MC, and he is giving a $1,500 package of his DJ. You just have to pay
Now,
for his
does it
travel
have
to
to
get there.
be used for an event, or can it be like a wedding?
It could.
You can use it for anything you want. You're going to get to bid on Greg Horta, and he will go where you need him to go, and he is super fun and exciting and engaging and a really great DJ.
Oh my gosh!
I
think I just found my son's bar mitzvah
to
DJ.
Cabo
Ooh,
with you.
there you go.
See?
I like this
Listen,
idea.
and
This is the
now
party
that you're
planner here.
getting for yourself, but you're giving to the other people at the pool, I mean, get out of here.
What a brilliant idea.
Get
you can
outta
stack
here.
offers. That's great.
Yeah, he'll mix Ricky Martin for you. It'd be
Do you
great.
think you could sneak him in if you bought those 6 tickets to the Jets game, and he could just be one of those, and then he spontaneously breaks out into a DJ set?
Yes,
I mean,
only
is
if he
that a
walks
thing?
in with a boombox.
Well,
Right
actually,
here.
it's a new thing, and I'm selling them. They're boombox jackets.
Oh,
The
nice.
Inside, the inside is a
Wow.
Yes, so you wouldn't know it, and then I just dropped my phone down, put on headphones, and then it's a wooka wooka
Yeah,
wooka wooka
that's
right there like that.
Individual silent DJ show.
Yeah. So I actually just want to ask you, Seth, you had mentioned earlier that you do corporate game shows and games and things.
I do.
So if we had planned this more in advance, we could have had people in studio playing a game. Is that right? Or do you do them
Yes.
only virtually?
Yes, and we can do it virtually as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a mix of both. But a lot of folks hire me for a couple things. So like one of the big challenges that people have with conferences, well, we have our big keynote speaker, our big address in the morning, and everyone's stuck outside networking and doing coffee. So I come in and I do an icebreaker game show, 10, 15 minutes just to warm up the room. We bring in everyone because everyone's like, what's going on? So there's things like that, or the icebreakers and the team builders. You know, yes, I mean, I could tell you all the things we do, but everyone wants to do Family Feud style.
Yes, that's the
I
most
do
fun.
love that.
So it's, but I like being creative. Also, like corporate social responsibility programs tying into those, where we do Minute to Match It, where it's a game show.
Oh,
And-
I like that.
And do y'all like to gamble?
We
I
do
bet you do.
love to
So
gamble.
we do a
Listen,
little
I mean,
bit of.
we're doing it right now.
I
gambling
love
with
Vegas for
everybody's
the
time.
feathers and other things.
So imagine like a Minute to Win It contest where everyone that's watching can go ahead and place their bet on who's going to win, what team's going to win that round. And so you have many, many different rounds, many different activations.
Oh, that's fun.
And it's great for sponsors. A lot of times people, another challenge,
Yeah.
we want to be able to get more sponsors. Well, sponsors want an ROI.
Right.
Yeah.
So you got to give them an ROI. And with the game show, you're able to do such a thing.
Well, and I just think it's a great format for instead of a keynote in some instances, or replacing one of those boring panel discussions where the people just
That's
nod
right.
their heads and agree with each other.
So one of the groups we did, IEBA, International Entertainment Booking Association, they said, we got to do something different. We got these major talent buyers, major booking agents. How do we get them? We already, people are tired of the panels. How do we still highlight them? It's like, with a game show. And then you can still tie, I say mission, but you can still tie whatever you want. So it could be a trivia game that is tying into that as well. So yeah, it's endless, but yeah, I love doing those things.
That's incredible. All right, well, speaking of fun and games, our next segment, we are back in Canada with Canada's Got Talent. We've got some incredible talent that Janice has pulled together for us. Thank you all for being here. Don't forget to donate to Surge Foundation, and we are over to Canada.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be back here, and you're never going to believe who came to visit me. Noah Opalski. Now, he's only been a member for a year, but he feels now, since we've been talking, he's been a member for like a few years. Right, Noah?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great community. I love being a part of it, and the people are fantastic.
So I was asking Noah, Liz, about why he joined. Okay, why did you join?
Well, I really like event planners. I find that they're a great bunch. They are honest and optimistic and very creative, and I love talking with them outside of the confines of work too. So it's just a great place to bring everyone together, and Liz and Nicole are also very fun people.
We have to tell the audience, though, who you work for.
I work for Swoogo, an event management platform.
That's exciting. I have to tell you, Swugo is just unbelievable. I love them there. They're so energetic and so much enthusiasm. And honestly, thank you for coming here today, Noah, because I don't know what I'd do. I'm the only Ichi member, but now it's you too. And we have somebody else that's thinking about becoming an Ichi member. And of course they would, because this is the best place on earth, right? Okay, so I'm going to walk myself over now to a very longtime friend of mine. I can't even remember. This is Scott Jackson, by the way. When did we meet, Scott?
2013, all the way back then.
You're making me feel very old, Scott. I mean, I have wrinkles. You still look the same.
You know, go and have a good regime for the face, and I'm just making sure that everything's going to be looking good. You know, try to.
Okay,
But
well-
you look fabulous yourself.
You know what? You're too kind. You're just saying that. But anyways, it's okay. You have to deal with my daughter, and she's way more beautiful. So whatever. But let me tell you guys, this is a world champion beatboxer. Now, you know, I don't know how many of you know beatboxers, but not only is he a champion, he just came back from Tokyo from actually judging some of the best, you know, over in that country. And he is going to blow your socks off or your mind or something else, whatever. But I'm going to leave it up to him now because he is amazing. Go ahead, do it.
The sounds you're about to hear. One man, one microphone. Down. Go. I like the way you work it. Oh, oh, like the way you work it. Oh, oh, like the way, oh, like the way, oh, I like the way you work it, baby. Boo, the way you work it. Oh, boo, the way you work it. Oh, boo, the way, boo, the way, oh, I like the way you work it, baby. Boo, the way you work it. No, pick it, you got to bag it. Pick it up now. The way you work it. No, pick it. Yo, 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 yo. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in.
And this is what I'm talking about. When we talk about Canada's Got Talent, we do have the talent. And Scott, how many stadiums have you played in?
That's a good question that I don't know the answer to
off the top of my head, but I've done halftime shows for the Raptor, Golden State Warriors, Mavericks, done shows for hockey games. Been all around the world doing this thing that I love to do.
That's unbelievable. So you know what? All the people in the United States, you need to have him come to your event because this is amazing. But today also, you brought me somebody who I'm very excited to listen to and to talk to, and his name is Andre Hedsick. So I'm going to invite him over here to the stage. And Andre, you're the fire sax guy. I mean, fire sax, you know, when I was selling talent, I've got to tell you, there was no such thing as a fire sax guy. There was sax, cool sax, but a fire sax, no. So, Andre, let me ask you a question. Where are you from?
I'm originally from Ukraine.
Ukraine, wow. And where have you been the last few years?
Last few years, I used to live in Dubai of almost 5 years.
Wow. And what made you come to this cold country?
Yeah, so the the war started in Ukraine, and yeah, was stuck in Dubai, and we decided to move to Canada.
Oh, well, you know what? You've come to a wonderful place. Not that it's warm all the time, but it's warm with the people here in Canada. And we love everybody, and we take in everybody, and we make them feel at home. And I know that you've got to go and pick up your children soon. You're the family member that has the car that picks them up, and those kids, you know, they won't be happy if he doesn't get there in time. So I'm going to leave you with your fire sax and blow our minds. Go ahead.
Save me, save me, save me.
Now, because we're here together, I actually do a show with Andre, so I hope you like what he does, but let's show him what we do. We're going to play a traditional song that he showed me, shared his Ukrainian culture with me, and we did our little take on it, so hope you're enjoying this. Let's get it. Andre once again.
I mean, that was unbelievable. Like, honestly, give him a round of applause in the United States. Like, honestly, these two together, woo! Andre, I am so impressed. I really am. You are a fabulous saxophonist. And honestly, Haley, I hope you're paying attention. He needs some work, you know. And okay, thank you, Scott, so much. So I want to introduce another group that's been put together by Scott during the time I haven't seen him, and they are called Munich Layover. And I wanted to ask Scott, how the heck do you ever get a name like Munich Layover? Can you tell me the story?
It's a literal story because we were doing a show in Italy and we had a Munich layover, which turned into a longer than wanted thing, which does happen to people if you've ever taken a flight. Sometimes these things happen. But when stuck in an airport in Munich, we started jamming and realized, hey, the three of us can make something interesting. So we've made a brand new show where it's all done live, classic songs with the traditional way of doing it, but we do it our way and make it a little funky and fun.
Oh, God, I love that. You know what? Haley, another act for you. Okay, so let me hear a little bit of this. I want to hear. I mean, these guys, Colin, Michael, you know, thank you. Thank you for coming out here today. I mean, I know you guys, one of you is on guitar, one of you is on bass, Scott's on the beat. It doesn't get any better than this, folks. So enjoy.
Once again, we're called the Munich Layover. Hope you had a fabulous time out there. Bring it out like this.
change 'cause I got enough. A little time and some tenderness. Never by my love. Never by my love. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Use you. Some of them want to be on me.
Thank you so much once again.
I feel like I'm with the men in black, you know, like seriously, they all got their black glasses on. I don't know, I left mine in the car, but that was awesome. And I know that you're bringing back Andre again because you're going to do a group, you know, thing. So go ahead, go with it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to call this one a minor jam. And for anybody out there that knows music, hope you get the joke. Once again, Andre, come on over. Jump in with the Munich Layover. Radio Live Rext.
Come on, Colin. Come on.
fabulous. Thank you so much, all of you. Colin, Michael, Scott, Andre, you have really shown that Canada has talent. And we know that. We know we have talent. So I'm just going to take a few minutes now before we leave. BB Blanc, who has been an incredible sponsor of what we're doing here today, and I can't thank Rennie Kaleli and his team enough. But I just want to talk a little bit about Event Minds Matter because we also are looking to raise money for people who are independent professionals who don't have the benefits that the corporate planners do. We're looking to raise funds for a brand new course that we're putting out in 2026 on psychological safety and emotional intelligence. And we're just here to help people because a lot of people who struggle with their mental health, whether it be a diagnosed mental health or something coming out of the workplace, don't have a community. They don't have a place where they feel comfortable. And I can't tell you how many times people have said to me, we don't have community here. We don't know where to go. We don't know who to talk to. So, I've listened to stories over the last 4 years that would tear your heart apart, be honest with you. And these are people working in our industry. And this is what goes on behind the scenes that most of you don't ever see. I see it. I listen to it. I've grown a tremendous patience for it. And mental health is an issue that we have globally. It's not just in North America, it's everywhere. And I get calls from people everywhere. So, I just want to say that I was in this business too. I know what stress happens when you're in this business because I remember the days of getting that call on a Friday afternoon for an RFP on a Monday morning. And I'll never forget, somebody called me a couple years ago after my daughter took over the business. And they said, hey, I have a proposal. And she didn't know that I was out of the business. And I said, do me a favor. I said, here's my daughter's number. I said, but don't call her on a Friday and give her, until Monday morning to have the RFP, because that's the thing that is troubling to me, is that we have to embrace each other. We have to show some empathy. We have to be, respectful of people's time. And I think we've come a long way with that. And I know that Liz and Nicole and everybody, every member of this Club Ichi community is very caring. And the beauty of this all is that we believe in respecting each other. We feel like a family together. And honestly, I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart. I don't get paid to do this, just for anybody who wondered, last 4 years, not a penny from this type of thing. But the money we raise from this will help other people who are struggling. And we have to recognize that. So again, thank you to everybody here. I mean, this studio is magnificent. I couldn't be happier. And by the way, today made me feel like I missed the business, but the truth is, I don't. So take care. Bye, Liz. Bye, Nicole.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Janice, that was a beautiful showcase of talent. Thank you for pulling together those incredible people from the Canadian border. We now have the commerce conversation. So Janice just shared a little bit about how you can give, and you heard from Seth about how you can give. And we've been talking a lot about giving. Now we're going to talk about the commerce side of our business, because we really are all here together to do business together, because we bring people together and we need stuff from each other. And it's way more fun to do business with friends. So my next friend, Natasha, is also in Canada. We're going to pull on. Okay, Natasha's getting on now. So my next guest, Natasha, is also from Canada, and she is with Can Connect, which is a magazine in print and digital and also physical events. It's happening right now. In fact, it just took place yesterday. So she is over at one of the Marriott properties, and I think she's in Calgary. So we're just going to have a little conversation with her about the state of business in Canada. We've been having lots of opportunities for us to do more business in Canada. So Nicole and I have been talking to a bunch of folks there. I know that I believe it's July, we're going to be doing a Club Ichi Clubhouse in Toronto. We've got some other fun things up our sleeves as well. So Natasha is here with me. Oh my gosh, hello. And you have a friend.
I do. Hi. This is Jessica. She's with the Delta Calgary South.
Beautiful. Jessica, thank you so much for hosting Natasha there today. And I was just telling
Yes.
everyone that you guys are just coming off of this great Can Canada event. And tell me, or Can Connect event, tell me all about what this program was that you just ran.
Sure. So it's a 2-day virtual event that we just ran. First time ever, technology, so much fun.
It is, isn't it?
Yes. Just ran it, started yesterday, still going on today. And we have brought together about 20 different breakout speakers on all the different topics to do with like video and event planning, doing your own story, speaking on stage, and then we also have some great vendors and partners, such as our Delta partner here, and yeah, we're very excited to be hosting that first ever virtual event to bring Canadians all across Canada, nationwide together, as well as those that do business with Canada. So
That's incredible. Okay, and so you do have in-person events as well. So I know that this one's a virtual, the in-person ones bring everybody together as well. So how's business looking in Canada? I'll just let you two take it away and tell us what it's looking like in 2026.
For sure. So we did actually talk to some of our readers and our partners, and we got a little bit of an outtake on what it is like in Canada right now. So, Jessica, I'll kind of let you start with, how is it that that you're finding everything happening, in the like with the U.S. and the market and everything. How is how are groups choosing Canada right now?
Right now, I feel like groups are choosing Canada, especially international markets. A lot are coming to Canada just, I think, with value for their budget, with just sourcing in general, the mountains, obviously, in Calgary. There's just a lot of people coming out and just wanting to see Canada, I think, and seeing what everything we have to offer.
Awesome. And I guess the other question that we had come up when we talked to like our readers and everything was, have you noticed any changes in like how sourcing timelines are working and like any international planners coming?
100% with planners, I've noticed that a lot of them are going within between like sourcing and 6 to 12 months. RFPs that they've been coming in, but I do notice that they've been like just the increase in time that they've been coming in. It's just increased a lot. Just booking into the next year, booking into the next 3 years. They're facing, I think, a lot with budgets and just like longer like decision making just based on their budgets and all the travel and everything like that.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Like even from the angle like with planning, we've noticed quite a bit of timeline shift for all of the different items that we're booking. So one of the other questions I know we were going to talk about was like, have I noticed any difference? Like, have we as planners noticed any difference? And to kind of go off of that, the answer is like yes. Like even booking into 2027 right now, it is busy. Like everything is starting to just fill up from like 2026 to the end of 2027 and onwards. You talk to so many different suppliers, hotels, like you name it, and they are busy. This is one of the busiest years I think we've seen.
Busy.
So it's been really interesting, especially sourcing. Like you have to know what you want. You have to reach out early. We're seeing like a lot of planners that have come and come in from international and have started taking up, the dates that we normally would have no problem booking in with. So, yeah. And I guess on another note that we had come in was like, tariff related increases, are they affecting anything to do with the hotel supply chain?
Tariffs are going to affect the supply chain, but for our property in general, we've mitigated that, and we actually locally source 90% of our food and beverage. I mean, there is some things that we're going to see that we see the tariffs on, like AV, furniture, anything like that that comes from any part of the world. But I think Canadians have done a good job of sourcing everything that's local and Canadian. So,
yeah, it's been actually really interesting because even working with our partners from like sourcing activations. And I think it was just a couple weeks ago, I got a call from a fellow planner out in the US that wanted to do a golfing activation at one of the Canadian trade shows. And they normally would bring out a supplier and ship it all across the border. And it just wasn't going to be feasible. So they sourced a Canadian supplier for what they needed. So yeah, it's been really interesting to kind of watch that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just also one more thing, and I know we didn't talk about it beforehand,
no.
but you mentioned all of your local sourcing.
Yeah.
I have to give a shout out to the Calgary South location for the Delta. Your food, whenever we host events here, is amazing. I think you guys have your own little garden and everything.
Yeah, we have a rooftop garden. Obviously, it doesn't run in the winter, but we do locally, like we have all of our herbs and everything on a rooftop garden. We do grow our microgreens in the winter in-house. So we have an actual like greenhouse little compartment thing, and it grows like a bunch of microgreens and herbs and everything like that.
Oh, that's awesome. I've noticed so many more doing that, which I think is so cool as a planner, that there's more of that sustainability, which does help with the impacts of all the things happening right now internationally. One of the, the other things that we kind of wanted to touch on, and I think there was some questions there, was has it impacted any any international clients, like from a planner side, looking to come to Canada to do their events? And I know we can both kind of answer that question.
Yeah.
I know from my side, yes, 100%. We have so many more planners coming into Canada to plan their events, do things that they haven't done before. And out here in Calgary, we have so many amazing things, like Rocky Mountain. That's one of the go-tos.
That's a big one.
If you haven't yet, the Rocky Mountaineer train. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yes. That is a luxury train. Amazing. If you get a chance, go and see that. I think in general that's kind of what we have from our updates on the market. Did I miss anything, Jessica?
I don't think so. I mean, another thing that does bring like a lot of international travelers in the summer is our Calgary Stampede. One of the biggest rodeos in the world. It's been going on for decades. But that is a very large one. Big rodeo. Tons of fair rides, tons of everything, crazy food.
Right? It is amazing.
I've never been to Calgary Stampede. I've heard about it for years and years and years,
You
and I
need to
need to come
come.
visit.
Yeah.
They shut down the city for 10 days pretty much. And there is almost a 30-day buildup of free breakfasts that happen all across the city.
Holy moly.
And even if we look at the international market of that this year, it was so busy that it was shoulder to shoulder packed in that section, the where we actually host all the rodeos and everything. It was so busy, and hotels booking out.
Hotels book out months in advance, some a year in advance.
Yeah.
So
true.
It is one of the bigger things that if anybody does want to come in to Calgary and come particularly for that, or have a conference during that time, it's just something that to think about and source a lot sooner than, any last minute sourcing.
Yeah.
So tell me just a little bit about what type of events are you seeing come to Canada? Is it a lot of incentive travel, or is it actually conferences? Is there one over the other?
I don't know what your answer would be, but
for me personally, it is a lot of oil and gas, because we are a very heavy oil and gas province. So a lot of oil and gas has been coming our way. I do see a lot of Canadian US companies. So if they're based out of Canada and the US, I do see a lot of more of the US departments coming into Canada and holding the conferences here.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say it's a lot more conferences popping up than we've had before. Even in our local city, we've had so many more conferences just taking look at Calgary, specifically Alberta. Western Canada for sure is become very popular more and more. So we're excited on that side.
Yeah,
but
I mean, and we've talked a lot about that in the U.S., with the uncertainty of travel visas and all of the we don't know what's going to happen, that Canada is a beautiful opportunity to bring people to North America and really get some events going in 2026.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. And it's beautiful to come out. We do have the Rocky Mountains out here. It's a 2-hour, not even drive to Banff. So
yeah. Ooh.
Another place.
Just bring
I
your
need to
winter
go.
jacket.
Bring your
Yes.
winter jacket, indeed.
Yes.
Oh my
I mean,
goodness.
Calgary is really nice because we get Chinooks. So minus 40 one day, but then we have like, sorry, minus 40 degrees Celsius, and then we have like plus 10 degrees Celsius.
The same day.
In the same day.
What? That's insane.
Yeah.
How do you survive this?
You get used to it.
You get used to it. It's a struggle, but in the beginning, but then you realize to love this place because we do get Chinooks.
Yes. Yeah.
What did you
But,
call
you know,
it? You get a what? A Chinook?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I learned something today. Okay. Incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, so your outlook for 2026 is just as busy as it has been in 2025.
If not more.
Things are
More.
booking out. So if you want to go to Canada, book now, reach out and get things on the books immediately, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. It has been so busy.
I'd say plan into 2027.
Yeah. Okay. I love it. Oh, thank you so much, ladies, for being on here. And I know you're in the middle of your big virtual event. So thanks for stepping out and joining us in ours. And it's been so fun to chat with you. We'll see you guys really soon. And I'm going to come visit.
Yes,
Thank
please do. We
you.
look forward to seeing you and all the Club Ichi members. See you.
Yay.
Enjoy your telethon.
Bye.
Thanks, ladies. All right, so our next segment, continuing on with this conversation and commerce conversation, is my big challenge. So we always like to do something ridiculous and silly, and we have no idea if it's going to work or what's going to happen. And that's what this next segment is all about. I am calling it the Biz Dev Charity War. So we got introduced to a gentleman named Dan Locke who has a tool that's kind of like a Calendly, but it's not just book a meeting. It is an entire sales conversation opportunity that allows the company to donate to charity on your behalf. And it's not an exchange. It's not a I'll give to charity if you take a meeting with me. It is just a reciprocity recipe for giving. And it's fantastic. So what we've done is we have invited 3 of our Club Ichi members to come in, and they have built out a page on Give. The platform is called Give, G-I-V. And this page will allow you to book a meeting with each of these people if they have a product, a service, a technology that you really like and want to learn more about. If you have that meeting with them by December 31st, they will donate to the charity of your choice. So the way we're going to do this now is I have invited Sam McNeil with Song Division to come and interview each of these companies to talk about what they do. Sam will then write a song about what they do and advocate for each one so that you can decide who you want to book a meeting with. Maybe you want to book meetings with all 3. It's a biz dev charity war because it is who can book the most meetings, because the most meetings that get booked are the most amounts of $5 increments of money being donated to charity. So we're doing good all around. We're doing business all around. Do we have Sam so I can say hi, or am I saying hi to my 3 contestants first? My contestants, come on up. Okay, so I am, let's see, Olivia with Lodago. Did I say it right, Olivia?
You did, yes. Hello.
Spectacular. Okay, so Olivia is on site. Where are you? At AWS or something?
I'm currently in the Strat Casino, to be honest with you, hence the background. But I have been at AWS, yes. So, no, I'm not gambling. I've just came down to get some decent Wi-Fi, to be honest with you.
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm so glad you're here. We're going to learn more about what Lodago is and how people can book meetings with you in just a moment. And Jeremy with Gramercy Tech, I'm super excited to see you.
Thank you.
Where are you coming to us from?
Nyack, New York.
All right. Getting cold up there too.
Yep, very cold. Very cold right now. It's not Vegas, but it's nice.
That's amazing. And Ricardo Hicks, we've got you coming in from where? Oh, no, I can't hear you, Ricardo. Maybe that's just you muted, hopefully. Oh, we'll keep working on that. Okay, well, we'll let you guys work on sound in the background, but Ricardo is with Tech Factory, and we're going to talk to Ricardo a little bit more. So as we work out Ricardo's sound, I'm going to invite Sam with Song Division to come up here, and Sam is going to take each person one by one. You're going to learn a little bit about their company, their offerings, their products, and then turn it back over to me to have a conversation. So Sam, let's start with Olivia. What do you think about this? You ready for this?
Yeah, let's do it. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly.
Sounds working. Perfect. Can you hear this just out of interest?
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Spectacular.
Okay, good. That's sound check done.
Okay, well, let's bring Olivia
Let's get
up.
it. Yeah, let's
and
start
I'm-
with Olivia because I could
Yeah.
hear her.
Fantastic.
Perfect. So we just met Olivia. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Excited to be in Vegas.
On the casino floor. Tell everyone you were at AWS, but since then you were just telling me you went and checked out another event.
Yes, so I'm going to, so at the same time as AWS, the Wrangler Rodeo is on. So I'm going to the rodeo for the first time tonight, which is not something that's very common in the UK, to be honest with you. So I'm super excited.
I love it. I love it. That'll be great. I'd love to go see a rodeo. Yeah, whereabouts in the UK are you from?
So I live in Nottingham, which
Beautiful.
Robin Hood, that's what everybody knows it
Yeah.
for. But it's the middle of England, basically.
Nottingham Forest got a not a bad football team either at the moment. And
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about Ladago. What you do.
For sure. So Ladago is an events management platform, in short. So we've got three key areas. The first one is pre-scheduled meeting management. So you've got a lot of these big businesses like AWS, for example, that are really trying to book meetings, but they have no way to manage them. They're using a spreadsheet. So in terms of ROI, what did we actually get from this event? They don't really have visibility, in short. So we have a platform that integrates into your calendars, like Outlook, Google, and so on, into your CRM system, so you can collect all of this data. So that's our bread and butter on where we started. Since then, we've added two more products, which all goes into one platform, which is a universal lead scanner. So essentially a scanner that you can use at all of the shows that has AI data enrichment, so no need for the data set anymore. And then we do side event registration, so you can make sure the people that you want to attend your parties, basically, in short.
Amazing. And so how old is the company?
So the company is 5 years old. So it's not very old at all.
Nice.
But we started off with a different product, a bit like a Calendly, essentially, in the beginning.
I see.
Which is a saturated market. So then
Sure.
we pivoted to more the event side. Really and truly over the past 2 years is when it's ramped up.
Brilliant. And what do you love about your job? You've been there about a year, you said, right?
Yeah, I've been there 14 months, so just over a year. I mean, to be honest, the travel, I absolutely love it. The amount of different cities that I've seen, because for us, we always go to see where our customers are, make sure somebody is on the floor, aka me, while I was at AWS. And we just go to these events for lead generation because, of course, all the event managers, marketing teams are there. So I'd never been to the US before, and now I think I've been 22 times in the past year.
Wow.
So,
that's very
yeah.
cool. That's impressive. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, can we quickly talk about your charity of choice? Tell us a little bit about who it is that you're going to be. It was Mind, isn't it? Tell us about Mind.
Yeah, so Mind is a UK-based charity, actually. It's been around for 70 years, so quite a long time. And it really just focuses on mental health, in short. So whether that's helping people get back into employment, helping people network to create friends, housing people, just a really big and it's support network to help people when they're in dark times, in short. So yeah, it's a brilliant charity.
Oh, I love it. And do you have any specific personal connection or story or anything around that you're comfortable sharing? Or is it just a charity that you've heard about and think is doing amazing work?
So not me personally, but one of my boss's family members has struggled with mental health, in short. So we thought it'd be a great idea to support a mental health charity.
I love that. Good stuff. Okay, so if you could use the services of Ladago, which I imagine many people on this telethon will, make sure you make a booking. I have one more question for you, very, very serious. I'm writing an original song about all of these organizations and the charities they've chosen. So I'm gonna write some lyrics in a moment, but I just need you to choose any letter between A and G. A, B, C, D, E, F, or G.
Let's go for C.
C!
Yeah.
It's a beautiful chord. Okay.
Nice.
Thank you, Olivia. Well done. I'm going to throw back to you for a second, Liz. Is that cool?
I'm ready. All right, Olivia. So we got just a little touch of what Ladago does. So I would like to go a little bit deeper while Sam goes back and processes everything that he has learned about you. So as I understand it, it is a universal lead capture device and a meetings booking tool. Is that correct?
It is, yeah. So it's side event registration, meeting booking, and universal lead scaling, all in one platform.
Fantastic. And when you say a platform, that is the SaaS part, and people can actually use their own devices for that, or do you rent devices as well?
For sure. So you'd use your own device. So, for example, for the pre-scheduled meeting platform, you just have your laptop, let's say, or desktop. But we also have a mobile app for that as well. And the mobile app works on Android or Apple, and that's what you'll use your lead scanning as well. So it makes it a lot easier because you don't have to have the devices shipped over to any of your events.
Fantastic. And is it globally enabled? People that have a whole global portfolio could standardize on you?
Yes, definitely. I know I'm obviously English, but I'd say 80% or so of our customers are US based, but we support the globe.
That's amazing. So tell me a little bit about the process of working. So if we've got an entire portfolio of third-party events, would we come in and get a subscription to this? We'd be able to load each of them in, and then we've got now all of our leads from all of our shows loaded into one location. And then I assume it connects with your CRM?
Yes, exactly that. So during onboarding, but understand events or what your event schedule looks like for the year, you can then create the events. It's quite self-serve, although you do have customer success manager, of course. And then from there, prior to an event, let's say 3 months before, instead of your people having to do the back and forth manual reach out, hey, are you at AWS, let's say, they'll use the Ladago form, so it's all being captured into one space. Same with the leads. So as you're scanning at the event, then they're all updated and loaded, into Ladago. And all this information pushes directly into your CRM, marketing automation, just literally everything that you'd expect.
Fantastic. Now, meetings booking is something that has always been a problem, especially for these third-party events, but also for executive briefing centers that you may be doing on-site at your own conference. So is this meeting management tool, is this one to allow customers to be able to book with the sales reps, or is it just to get people off of spreadsheets when they were doing bookings manually?
So it's both. So the customers, you can have a link, basically, which would be open for the days of the show. So it looks a little bit like Give or Calendly, but again, it's only for the days of the show, and it's all live availability. So if I was a customer, I can see, fantastic, I'm free at, let's say, and then you can have customized fields to ask them questions, and then they can book themselves as well. And as soon as that slot's gone, it's gone. So to prevent any sort of double booking, which basically often happens with these trade shows.
Yeah, okay, that's fantastic. Can we pull up that Give site so everyone can see what they should be looking at, and hopefully we're dropping in? No? Okay. All right. So we have a URL that we're going to drop into the chats, and we're going to invite people to go to this site and book a meeting with you, and it's built out for you. So this platform allows you to come in here, choose the meeting time. We're requesting that you book a meeting before December 31st in order to take access or gain access to the charitable donation. You have chosen some charities to go here, but this tool actually has a charity predictor up top. So if you put in your LinkedIn, then it will actually look at your LinkedIn profile and recommend charities that you might be able to donate to. But you can choose one of the ones that Olivia has chosen for you and move on with your meeting. So we're dropping those into the chat right now. If you are watching on YouTube or LinkedIn or LeaderPass, you should have access to that. So we're hoping that we can get Olivia 50 sales meetings booked to have amazing conversations. So if you are looking for universal lead capture, if you're looking for a meetings management tool, and then you said a third thing. What's the third piece of it?
Side event registration, so like your parties after the event.
Okay, so if you've got an ancillary event like a sidecar event.
Yeah, so for example, I've been to a few this week, but obviously you want to get everybody through the door and making sure that they can register for you. You know, if you've rented a rent, if you've rented a cafe and so on. So in the same platform, you don't have to have a separate kind of, you can have everybody basically sign up and create customized questions fields, and then it will send the out as well. So if your party is 5 till 8 p.m., that will land in your customers or prospects too. So again, this is all just in one place.
Absolutely fantastic. Olivia, thank you so much for being here with us today. And I think, is Sam
Thank
ready
you.
for us for our next guest? All right, well, we'll see you in a few minutes, Olivia, once we see this song. So now Sam has gone backstage and he has made some things which we're going to see at the end. So we're going to move to Jeremy now. Jeremy, are you ready for us? Did we lose Jeremy? Okay, it's fantastic. Hold on for me just 1 second, Olivia, as we pull Jeremy up. There he is. Okay, Jeremy. All right, I am super excited to hear about Gramercy Tech. My friend Kyle has been talking about you for a really long time, so I cannot wait to hear everything about you. Is Sam ready to come back up and hear all the stories? Perfect. Let's go, Sam and Jeremy. Go forth and conquer, gentlemen.
Can you hear me, Jeremy? I can't hear you. It's bizarre. I can hear Liz. I could hear Olivia. I might need to get Liv back into. Oh, there you are. There you are, buddy. Don't know what's happened there. Good to see you, mate. How are you?
Good to see you.
Yeah. Hey, you told me a little bit about Gramercy Tech, but share with the world. What's it all about?
So I founded Gramercy Tech about 20 years ago. It is an experiential agency. We build a lot of cool tech immersions for live events. We have a platform called GXP, which allows people to make a lot of these experiences without code at scale. So we can do photo booths and drawing walls and social feeds and AI scavenger hunts even, all baked into one simple platform.
Very
we do a lot of
cool.
custom stuff as well. So.
And also, and tell everyone what you were telling me about the AI scavenger hunt you were doing, like the themed and the Thanksgiving stuff.
Yeah, so AI, you can do AI photo booths, a lot of AI drawings. But one of the things that we stumbled upon recently is using the AI identification to in a sort of a scavenger hunt way. So you can actually get, for Thanksgiving this past year, we had people take pictures of their turkey, and it tried to guess the weight of the turkey, and you got points based on the size of your turkey. Or you took a picture of your table setting, and it kind of judged that by how many plates were on there and the place settings and stuff. And it worked actually very well. Yeah.
You should do a Christmas one where it can automatically rate your Christmas tree size, decorations, or maybe even the house, because you're big on the house lights, aren't you?
I am big on the house lights. Yeah, we put up about 25,000 lights every year on the house.
Wow.
Try to win the local competition.
Yeah, you can see Jeremy's house from space, everyone. It's incredible.
You can. If you floating up the Hudson, you can totally see it.
I love it. You're in Nyack, New York State. Tell me about the charity that you're raising money for today.
Sure. This is a charity. It's called the Center for Safety and Change. It is a women's shelter. It's been in existence for about 40 years. They tell a story that it opened up in 1979, and they thought, okay, maybe someone will call. And that first day, they had housed 11 women on the first night,
Wow.
and then the next night they got 4, and it's just been going on ever since then. Locally run, really good people that go there. My wife was on the board for a while, and we've donated for years.
That's incredible. Good on you and your wife. And you mentioned it's all run by volunteers. Is that right? The whole thing?
No, I mean they have people. Don't get me wrong, but there's a very large local volunteer community that's dedicated to keeping it open and staffed and funded.
Beautiful. Hey, Jeremy, what do you love about your job, and what do you love about this beautiful thing we call the events industry?
I think that the electricity that you feel on site when 5,000 people are going to walk into a room is infectious and addictive. Live is live, and there's nothing except live. There's nothing about it other than the feeling of that. So I love the live events. I think in this world of AI, it's necessary, and it's going to be
Love it. Nothing beats live. I might try and get that in. That's a nice
Yeah.
line. Before I let you go to have a continued chat with Liz, I've got a C. I need another letter. A, B, C, D, E, F. No, A, B, D, E, F, or G.
I mean, I don't know music theory, but I'm going to say F. I'm going to say F.
Okay, so we had the C.
Okay, that could work.
Let's just hope that the next person says a G.
Okay.
No. Thank you, Jeremy. I'm going to go on mute, and I'm just going to keep working on this, and we'll go from there.
Great.
Back to you, Liz.
Thanks, Sam. Okay, Jeremy. So I heard a little bit about the AI scavenger hunt, but I need you to back up for me again and just kind of give me the elevator pitch one more time.
So, the traditional scavenger hunt, you always had to go out and take pictures of like a restaurant or go to this point in space. This now, the AI scavenger hunt really allows you to have the AI judge a picture in real time to see if it's accurate. For instance,
I
you
got
get
it.
a picture of, hey, I want 3 people to make a human trapezoid, a pyramid or something like that. And it will judge if that works automatically.
Wow. Okay. So it's real time quality checking if people are turning in what they're supposed to, rather than you having to go through every photo and say, well, they didn't get the picture with the right statue. They didn't get.
Exactly. And it's actually really, kids love it. I got to tell you, your nieces and nephews will love it at Christmas.
That's amazing. But Gramercy Tech isn't just I built an AI scavenger hunt tool.
No,
you are much bigger, broader. Is it custom app development?
I would say we're an experiential agency, digital agency at this point. We do more than just apps, but apps are certainly a part of it.
Mm-hmm.
We have about 25 software developers and producers that are able to develop a lot of custom software. We print about several 100,000 name badges a year, and we integrate with like Cvent, Swoogo, all the big boys.
That's incredible. All right, so how do you define, because everyone defines it differently, an experiential agency?
I think there's the tactile technology is something that we really like to strive for. And that can be as simple as just, walking into a supermarket and waving your hands and the doors open, like that magical moment where tech and being in the moment actually converge. So that is someone that understands understands how people act in the wild, so to speak, and how they interact with technology on the fly. A lot of times we build experiences that people have never even seen before, and you need them to interact and learn on the fly.
That's incredible. Okay, so we've had this conversation a little bit earlier today, which is the human part of events and event tech, and how you either want the tech to be completely seamless so that you don't notice it's there and it's just running things, or you want it to be so forward that it is really changing the experience and people couldn't have the experience without that tech. So do you seamlessly integrate those, or do you prefer one over the other? Are you the secret tech no one notices, or are you the tech playground?
That's a really good question. I think that you have to be both. Honestly, you have to be bombastic and out there with some sort of spectacle to bring people over, and you definitely want that. But also working in the background seamlessly is, like any good back of house professional, that's what you want to be. So I think both is really the goal.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, do we have their Give page that we can pull up? Let's pull up Jeremy's Give page. So we've heard a little bit about your charity, and of course the charity predictor is there as well. So if you'd like to choose another one that you can donate to, you have until December 31st to complete these meetings. We would love to have some meetings on the books and raise as much charity money as possible. Thank you so much, Jeremy, for being part of this ridiculous experiment. This is going to be so fun. Oh, it's really fun. Yeah. We'll pull you back up in a few minutes to hear your song.
Great.
Hello, Sam. All right, so now I had to get a little bit more from Jeremy because I don't know if you got enough from him. Did you hear all the other stuff they do too? So
yeah,
I'm nervous.
Yeah, No, we're good. We're good. Because we had a bit of a catch up before we went live. So
Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Good.
he painted the picture, but yeah, I mean, this is going to be good. It's going to be a bit more like a Bohemian Rhapsody opera at
Oh,
this
that's
point.
going to be great.
I've
Well, wait
got
till
a
you
lot of
hear.
information.
Wait till you hear Ricardo here. This is going to be
I
completely
know.
ridiculous. Now, Ricardo,
know.
here we go. I'm going to step away and let the two of you talk.
Nice, Ricardo, man.
Hey.
What's going on?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, we've been chatting
Glad
away
to
as
be here.
well. We got a musician in the house. Studied music at uni, taught music as well. We'll talk about that in a moment. But tell us
Yeah.
about Tech Factory.
Well, Tech Factory is an audiovisual production company and also video production, video agency as well. We do live event production. We do virtual events, hybrid events, and travel all over the country doing those things. And we pride ourselves on just process, communication, training, and development. Those are the key components that make up Tech Factory. Actually, the tech in Tech Factory is for technician and not technology. And that's a little bit about what we do, and I'll let you lead in with the next question.
Amazing. I love it. I love it. I love it. You were saying, yeah, it's all about your people and the employees or the team, because it was a non-for-profit. Is that what you were telling me?
Exactly. So the actual name came from, I was working for another company about 12 years ago, and I wanted to do something because I've been in the industry about 25 years, and I've been training and developing talent, and I wanted to see what I can do to extend that and to continue to help people, as I was an audiovisual director for a hotel for many years, then in sales, and then it got to a point where I actually used the local church that I was working for as a hub. I was the audio supervisor there, so it was a mega church that I was running audio for. So I would once or twice a year, I would find a technician like, hey, do you want to try this corporate AV thing? So I would leverage my relationship with the companies that I worked for and train these young people, middle age, whatever, somebody that might even need a different direction to go in their career, changing careers. And I really wanted to figure out how I could further that, while I was working for another company. Couldn't really launch it, didn't really have the time to do that, but I got to a point 8 years ago that I decided to start Tech Factory as a for-profit company. And so I took the name from the nonprofit, and it's pretty much holds the same ideals. I have a lot of, I've trained probably over 25 techs that work for me, and some of them work for my competitors that I'm very proud of too, as part of the legacy of what I do. So yeah, we love
That is
training and
awesome.
development and communication, and of course the technology.
Yeah, very, very cool. Tell us about so you're in Wake County, is that right?
Yes, I'm
Tell
in
us
Wake
about
County.
the charity you're working with.
Yeah. So I'm in the general Raleigh area, and I picked the Boys and Girls Club because when I was in high school, I actually was a big brother to a couple of elementary school kids. I did that program for 2 years, and it was like a big brother, big sister program. And had no idea that would really extend into. Thank God for the guidance counselor that saw something in me and saw that was really a passion and strength of mine, right, that could be developed. And it's just kind of accidentally followed me all through my career. Like I said, you and I bond over music. I majored in music in college, and got my degree in electronic music and then taught electronic music for 2 years in high school. And the point of me telling that part of it is that I still keep in contact with three of my former students from 20 years ago, literally 20 years ago. One of them is a fellow comrade in AV production, and his name is Mike Mancello, and two others. One is a pastor, and one is a musician. And the point of that is it carried over into me teaching, carried over into me finding audiovisual. After my teaching career, probably 2 years after my teaching career ended, I found corporate AV, and just continued from there. My passion for just wanting to help people find something that that they can feel comfortable in and grow a career in and become a better version of yourself every day, which is what I pride myself on doing
That's
in
really cool,
technology,
man.
outside of technology, personal life. And so, Boys and
Yeah.
Girls Club, it kind of wraps that up for me. Is because it's something that's been dear to me as far as being a mentor to other people.
Yeah. Very cool. Just for people who don't know, Boys and Girls Club, it's like, it is similar to like a big brother, big sister. It's mentoring, it's development, is it just helping or being there for kids that might be in need or disadvantaged backgrounds? Like what is it quickly that they do? Just for people who don't know.
Yeah. So what I know of it, and I had a cousin that was in the program. It's there. It's there. It's like an after school type program that allows kids to have that mentoring, that male or female figure that may fill in the gap or just may add on to what you already have in the home for that kid or for that young person, and build those bonds and relationships with other kids around sports, around helping with schoolwork and all the other things, right? During grade school. So that's why I selected the charity.
Oh man, that's awesome. I love it. I'm just furiously typing here as we go. Very, very quickly, what do you love about your job? It sounds like you really just love developing people and lifting people up and guiding and mentoring them. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely. I'm super passionate about the technology, and so I'm definitely a craftsman. I lead with the training and development, but once I select a craft, I tell anybody if I'm in the craft, if it's digging ditches, I want to be the best ditch digger in the country.
Love it.
So I'm tirelessly working on my craft. I'll get up at my wife will tell you 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm reading on the latest technology. Yes, I am a CEO, but I'm a tech. That's what really I am. I'm a better tech than I am a CEO. I'm working on becoming a better CEO, but I love the technology. So I'm very passionate about the technology as well as the training and development. So there are, I lead with the training and development and mentoring, but you have to be in this, to be in the events industry.
Yeah.
You actually have to love it.
You have to love it. Yeah, definitely. I agree, man. Quickly, we had a C and an F.
Oh,
I need
I'd already
one more
selected
letter.
G. Yeah,
You'd
I'd
already
already
selected G?
selected G. I had to take you to the 5, man.
That's beautiful. I love it.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Okay. Back to you, Liz. I could use just a couple of minutes.
Oh, this is so exciting. Thank you so much, Sam.
Yeah.
We will see you in just a second. Okay, so Ricardo, I love that. I didn't know that the tech is technician, not technology, because it is people first. I think that's a beautiful, beautiful story. So as far as the actual what these techs are doing and what you're building up, you spoke a lot about the technology side of things. Is this production back of house? Is this like LED screens in front of things and VR blah blah blahs? What is it?
Absolutely, what I like to call OG tech, right? So this is the original tech in events, right? Before there were the apps and coding and all the other things, right? AI.
Yeah.
So it's behind the scenes. It's the customer service. I love it because again, tying back into people being able to find something in AV production. There's audio, there's video, there's lighting, live sound, there's LED wall, there's streaming, video production. So when I'm bringing someone into the field, it's 9 times out of 10 you can find something that you can gravitate towards, right? Or even if it's just the customer service element, right, of it. In corporate AV, we will know that you have to have customer service as well if you're going to be client facing. So there's always a space for someone to find somewhere that they lean into. So I always try to identify those things early. Like, do you like audio, video, lighting, customer service, leading, project management? And so it's all the things that we do here at Tech Factory, production wise. And of course, video production as well. We do documentaries. We actually did our first documentary this year. It was a very exciting project for us to work on. So yeah, that's what we are.
That's incredible. Okay, so one of the challenges we have as event professionals is figuring out who is the best partner, who is the one that I should be working with. What's your differentiator? Who is the right customer for you, the people you should be working with?
That's a great question. And the right person for me is someone that really understands the joy of working and partnering with people, right? Um, I can check a box. Yes, we can provide the LED wall. We do events from 50 people to literally 10,000 people as a small company, 8 years with our own equipment. So that's what we do. But the differentiator for Tech Factory is clients always refer to how our team makes them feel. And that's something that starts at the top. It starts with leadership, and it starts with just having the passion that I have that's pretty obvious about the people. So clients, tend to walk away on a regular basis having a good feeling about how they were communicated to. There are ups and downs in a lot of events. I wish out of 200 events a year, I wish that all 200 were perfect, right?
Yeah.
But you could have, 5 or 6 that, there are opportunities. But the ideal client are those clients that are good about giving the feedback and hearing, communicating, and creating those opportunities where we can close gaps that they may have been in the past.
That's incredible. So do you love those main stage production type things? Do you love the more experiential activations? Where's the sweet spot there?
Yeah, so we enjoy it all. We do a lot of conferences with large conferences, large gen sessions with a bunch of breakout rooms. We do a lot of virtual. We actually grew during the pandemic, right? It seems like it was so long ago. One employee then, right before, and to now, it's 11 of us full time and another 10 part time, right? So to say that we do virtual and hybrid, we do a lot of it, and we do it well at a high level, and we're have to do large scale events that are both virtual, hybrid, and live. So we're well versed in all of them. I enjoy it all personally because I love the challenge. I'm just really obsessive about craft, and I stay up studying, trying to get better as a CEO. I'm a better tech than I am a CEO, and I'm trying to be better as a CEO.
You and me both. Sometimes when you're the baker, it's hard to run the shop.
Yes.
We'll
Yes.
figure it out together, though. This has been incredible.
Yes.
I didn't have a timer for this section, so I think that maybe we're at the part where Sam might be ready to come back and share his creation so we can learn a little bit more. But can we throw up that give screen? Do we still have that? There we go. Okay, so this is for Tech Factory, and we are dropping in those links in the chat if you don't already see them. Again, please book your meetings by December 31st. And you heard that Ricardo is supporting the Boys and Girls Club, which I also was a volunteer at when I was young here in Georgia, actually. So you can also use the charity predictor and choose another charity to donate to. But get your meetings booked, and we look forward to having all of these conversations. All right, Sam, are you ready for us?
Hello. I mean, am I ready? No. Am I going to do it anyway? Okay, good. Well, I'm going to give it a crack. I just actually emailed you the lyrics, Liz. I don't know if that can get to anyone that can. So if it can be put up while I'm performing it. If not, that's completely cool. I'll just sing as clearly as I can. I assume I can't put anything in a chat right now.
No. But I can probably drop it in the chat. I've got the song lyrics here. I just don't know if the chat can hold that many. So let me see.
Yeah, if you can copy paste in as we go, maybe like verse by verse. There's a lot of verses.
Okay.
Can I quickly just give Song Division a real plug? Would that be okay?
Please do. Our friends at Song Division have been so much fun to hang out with. We got Nicole got to play with Song Division over at IMAX Frankfurt this year and kind of do some ridiculous behind the scenes co-hosting fun. And we are so thrilled that you came on here today to do this with us.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here. We love you guys. Thank you for having us. For those who don't know us, we're a 21-year-old company this year. We've worked in 38 countries, 18 languages, and everything we do is around the idea of music at your events being so much more powerful than just entertainment. We run songwriting workshops and experiences at events for groups of 10 through to 10,000 and even more virtually. And we're using music as a powerful communication tool. We're using it to strengthen the social bonds with the attendees. We're using it to align participants to the company, to their sales targets, to their company values, whatever the reason for the event is. We come in with the best musicians on the planet who tour with everyone from Sting to Beyonce to Kylie Minogue to INXS to Elton John and everyone in between. And we teach groups to write completely original songs so that they remember the key information of the event and they leave hopefully having an unforgettable experience. So today I've done a bit of a...
And then hold
Yeah.
on, we're doing something ridiculously fun with you too. So at the reveal party of our secret family reunion, we are kind of
Yes.
pulling you out of your normal comfort zone and having you create the music of the reveal. So we have some
Yes.
incredible partnership stuff happening in May.
Exactly right. Yes, we'll be announcing the destination by way of song. Thank God I don't know, because I would have already spilled it. I've got no idea, thank goodness. But yeah, we'll be doing that for you. This is probably what we would call a bit of a custom song insta-hit, where I've written the song for everyone. But when you work with Song Division, you create the song, you write the lyrics, you help me come up with the music. So we'd love to hear from you, Sam at Song Division, or check me out and grab me on LinkedIn. And thanks again for having us. Here is the debut performance, the debut rehearsal, the debut everything. I'm just going to go for it. Here we go. C, didn't we? Said C. Well, it's the Club Ichi Telethon, showing us all how it's done, raising money just for fun. Come on, oh, let's sing along. Club Ichi, Club Ichi, Club Ichi, Club Ichi. Because when we work together, the world seems better. Club Ichi. Here we go. Gramercy Tech, that's where it's at. Rocking at Nyack. Experiential activations. What a great organization. The Nyack Center for Safety and Change. Yeah, 40 years keeping women safe. It's all run by volunteers. Yeah, they're amazing. You heard it here. Well, if you haven't heard of Ledago, they're the best management software now, you know. Across the across the board, automation, integration, side registration, raising cash for mine, supporting those who need it through love and kindness. They're building community, support employment unity. They're building community through support, employment, and unity. Oh, oh, oh. The Tech Factory, the world leaders when it comes to AV, live, virtual, hybrid, and in between. They put their people first, they're living the dream. They're supporting the boys and girls from Wake County. God, that's a mouthful. Yeah, lifting kids up, helping them succeed. Through sports, school, family support. They're making it a better world for us all. Oh, oh, it's the Club Ichi Telethon, showing us all how it's done, raising money just for fun. Come on, y'all, let's sing along. Club Ichi, Club Ichi. 'Cause when we work together, the world seems better. Come on, the Club Ichi Telethon. Come on.
Oh, that was unbelievable.
Woo,
oh,
we got there.
congratulations, Sam. That was a really, really great song. I've got the lyrics here. I had dropped the lyrics into our Slack channel so everybody can see those. And we'll share them out on the other chats if we're able to do so. That was unbelievable. All right, team. What'd you think? Did
Thanks
he
for having me,
capture you?
guys. Thank you so much.
That was fantastic.
Love it.
Yeah, that was amazing. Thank you.
Unbelievable. Okay, so we now have the give links for each of the three of you. They are in the chats. They are all the places they need to be. We will be taking clips from this segment and continuing to share it out over the course of the next week. People have until December 31st to book meetings with you all, and that money will go to charity as soon as the meeting gets completed. So we've got all of those things wrapped in together, and we are hoping to drive some amazing conversations for the three of you. I want to thank you all so much for being part of my experiment. This was so fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
All right. So now, as we are getting ready for our next segment, we are going to take this conversation to our planet. So as Joanna is just yesterday, actually, Joanna just finished a Envire webinar all about saving the planet. She and I have talked about this a lot because sustainability is usually something that somebody
you tune out of. I mean, fine, someone else's job to save the planet. I just live on it. My children blame me for, and I'm thinking it's okay. You guys will solve the problems for us. But Joanna and the team at Envire have decided that it is actually our responsibility to help save the planet. And there are things that we can do. And in fact, these are not new ideas. These things that are happening to save the planet in the live events industry have been happening for a while. And she's got some incredible examples of concerts, event venues, hotels, organizations that already are thinking about our future, because how can we throw live events if we have no place to throw them on, right?
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Liz, and really great to be here and talking with you all planners. I'm a recovering event planner myself, so I was out there putting like dozens of events together. My peak year was 33 events a year between Europe and North America, so it was a lot. And sustainability is something that was imprinted in me while growing up. But I ended up working in the event industry. A lot of us see the amount of waste our events produce, but it's actually only the tip of the iceberg of the story. Good news is that there's a lot that we can do. And I actually have a short presentation that I can share where you can pick top tips on what you can do for your event. Simple questions you can ask from partners, and this will really make a major difference. And live event industry is responsible for really lion's share of global carbon emissions. So question like what can a planner do is that we can actually do a lot. Just quick question, Liz, like can I share change my own slides, or do I need to ask you to do that? Oh, there we go. Okay. So we are also one of the industries that is really heavily impacted by the changing climate. You can just see that in extreme weather events like hurricane canceling a conference in Orlando and FIFA World Cup games getting cancelled or postponed. And there's increasing pressure from many big artists and even customers in the space that venues and planners have to do more. And but then the question is, so do I really need that PhD in sustainability to do something, or like what can just a planner really do? And answer is a lot. And I'm gonna teach you now how to save you the years of work that went in when I was educating myself in doing a difference. Can we get a next slide, please? Yeah, so we got the power, and you can again go to the next slide. Thank you. And it's really as simple as asking questions, and they are simple questions. So one main factor when you start decarbonizing your events is that the infrastructure set around your event will really set the frame of what can and cannot be done. So venue selection is really a powerful decision. And there's just simply a set of questions, just like any vendor selection process, where you start asking them what they can do for you. One, of course, is the recycling program and donation partners, and that's something that we are used to asking about because those are the visible parts, but there's so much more to emissions. They are also coming from building management, so ask about the conservation for energy and water usage as well, especially in those hot locations like Phoenix, Arizona, and so forth. And then simple things like, the catering choices. Many venues, they have a pre-approved set of catering providers. So if they have that and you are not allowed to bring your own provider, then you can ask the local partner from the venue to work with you to design menu that is they utilize low carbon options, such as products that are mainly plant-based. There is actually really tasteful options for this. Just ask the venue if they have a chef that is specialized in plant-based food. But of course, not every attendee enjoys this experience, so you might want to add some meat products as well, but then in that case, make sure that the provider can offer locally sourced, because just the shipping things back and forth is actually one really top factor in where these event emissions are coming from. And then finally, it's not just about words. Like, you need evidence, and you need to probably communicate with your stakeholders and attendees as well. So ask the venue and also your venue partners and other vendors if they can provide you with the report. Ideally, it's event-specific data. So that's our few simple things, and we can move to the next point. So let's dig a little bit deeper on the venue selection criteria. So sustainability really shouldn't require you to have a PhD to understand what's going on, because it also has to be clear, not just to you, but to your customers and attendees. So really, most venues that are really engaged in sustainability, they have a one-page website where you can just go and see and read about their program, check if they go over the boxes that we just covered. So, waste diversion, so avoiding things from going to landfill, water and energy conservation. Perhaps their building is even LEED certified. That's usually a great indicator. And then one thing that we also have really have to pay attention to is the travel. So you can select a venue, for example, for a customer event. So try to select a geographic location that is as close to your guest as possible, so we can minimize the travel distance. And also some venues, they won't provide reusable plates, for example. They look more classy. It just requires that they have a dishwasher infrastructure to handle it. And I seen a conference where 40,000 people were using reuse plates and silverware. So it's perfectly possible. So check with your venue and their catering provider if they can provide you with a zero waste catering option. Okay, so next slide, please. Then few things when we go out there. We all love swag, don't we? But the thing is that there's so much of it and actually when we leave our conference venues, if you haven't coordinated the donation program and just leave your stuff behind, it will go to landfill. That's also what happens to it. So then the question is, like, do we really need that much swag in the world? And if we do, like, could it at least be a little bit more mindful? So here are some things that I have enjoyed doing, and actually, like, the whole point of swag and branded giveaways is to bring great brand associations. So you can do that by giving away services. So I have had a queue going 2 times around the corner by simply offering headshots at the booth. And I want to give a shout out to some of my friends from Good Pics. So Good Pics is an organization that also, when you order the headshot service from them, they coordinate for it for you. You don't have to do anything. They allow you to select nonprofits that will receive part of the proceeds from the service. Okay, yeah, sorry about that, folks. We had a bit of technical issues, but I think we were just covering the topic of giveaways and avoiding waste by giving away services instead of just physical goods. Yeah, so just wanted to give a shout out to one great provider. There's many other services that you can think of. Just get creative. And you can even, if you give headshots, I usually haven't included my company branding or anything there, but I give business cards to the people. But you could even, if you want to have brand visibility, you could do something with the backgrounds. So we can go to the next slide from here. All right. Then when I say sustainability, most of the people say like, oh yeah, we recycle. But we forget that recycling is actually the very last step in a value chain of a product or service. So recycling is really when we have maxed out the usage from the material. And quite frankly, we are not really good at doing this yet at the event industry, but I'm going to give you a couple of silver bullets how you can increase the material and service usage and save planet while also providing really great attendee experience. So 30% of food from catering services in the event industry actually ends up in landfill directly. That's a lot. It wouldn't have to be. There's great organizations out there like Replate. They come pick the food up from your venue for. So they Replate, they come to pick up the food from your venue, and you can even subscribe with them for continuous usage. There's a little bit of feedback when I speak for some reason. Okay, now it's better. Yeah, but also when you put up your booth at the show site or go to a customer event, I'm sorry, but somebody is talking at the background and it's giving a lot of feedback for me. Yeah, okay, I guess it's now better. Yeah, so whenever you can, don't buy new stuff. I seen shows of 40,000 people, and then we forgot to order some furniture, and everybody are bringing in their like IKEA packages. And I just spoke with the sustainability manager from a big convention center. It's really hard for them to handle this. It's classified as waste, and if there's another show moving in, they don't have time to handle it, so they have to just like ship it, unfortunately, like somewhere where it's not getting recycled. When you have to build something new, try to select materials that are designed for circularity. So there's a global initiative called Better Stance. They're going to publish a material database next summer, and where you can then select materials for your booth, for any other structures in your events that can be recycled. And finally, like some things that we totally underutilize aside from donation partners is that a lot of art communities, they are happily accepting excess material. So just give them a little bit of lead time and call around local shelters. Really, there's a lot of people who would gladly accept materials from events. You just need to coordinate. We can move to the next slide. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the back of house, after we had our fun, crazy little like changing things up problem, we're just trying to get some things back in order. So we're waiting on that slide to change, but they figured they would just toss to me so I could say hi for a second. So Johanna, having these conversations with you really opened my eyes to some of the opportunities. We've talked about food waste forever, and I am probably one of the worst on food waste because I just want to make sure that everybody has food. So I never want to under order. So I always have way too much food for everyone, but making sure that your venue can work with you and has a solution for that and getting the food to where it needs to go.
Then we have the booth idea. IKEA. How many of us have ordered stuff from IKEA and then brought it to our event and then just left it there? We don't even think about it. We assume that it's going to be donated. We assume that it's going to go somewhere amazing, and it doesn't. It goes to the landfill. So making sure that you have coordinated in advance a location for some of these bookshelves that you're using for your booth decor, the TV stand, the couches. We've all done that where we went to IKEA and bought some couches. We've had that whole conversation many, many times. All right, so let's bring Joanna back up in her next slide. Sorry, Joanna, you got two of our interruptions today.
No worries. It's all good stuff, and it's actually great comment. So when you have excess food, and we are all there, we don't want our attendees to feel that this event is cheap, like we're running out of food. But you can make the tables look plenty with beautiful decor. And then when you have excess food, just contact Replate. Like you give them a heads up. Like they just need, I think, a week. Sometimes they come on short notice. And then with the excess furniture, so if you let your event, the main event or the venue know in advance, they often even have a program for donating furniture. So we just don't know if you don't ask. Yeah. So also, like a big thing is travel. So something fun that you can do for your event. So how about carpooling? So, and whenever you cannot offset your travel emissions with the like, if, for example, if there's a little bit of lot of discussion about carbon credits these days, we don't always know if we can fully trust them. But if this is something that you don't want to do, you can use Sound Future's Surf and Turf program. You don't get official carbon credits, but they will coordinate offsets. For example, if you organize a show in New York, that you can donate money for the New York coral reef restoration project, and they will send you pictures so you actually see where your money is going. And I know a startup founder who was part of a carpool program, and she was stuck with a venture capitalist on car while driving him from SFO to Santa Cruz. And during that time, she got the investor, and he wrote a check to her. So you never know what crazy things happen in your events if you introduce program like carpooling. Like, what a great way to network. We can move to the next slide. Yeah, and finally, what does this all help if nobody knows about all the work that you're doing? So let attendees know, like when you send those pre-event emails, just include your one-page info blast about recycling and have really clear signage on site that, hey, like, you know, this is where recycling go, maybe even volunteers on the recycling stations guiding people, because people just don't always know. I grew up recycling, but then come to realize many of us are not used to it, so it can feel overwhelming, but if you help the attendee, it will go easier. And yeah, after the event, we can go to the next slide. What you can do is you can send a report. Here's a sample, how it may look like, but just let the attendees and stakeholders know about your achievements, so they know that the hard work that we put in didn't go to vain. And we can move on. The next slide. Yeah. So at the end of the day, yes, it's all about the attendees at the end of the day. So yeah, we talk about sustainability, but in the end of the day, we want the event to be successful, right? So, but sustainability provenly improves attendee experience. So you can even do this on surveys and find out what I found out. And then, of course, you measure sustainability achievements such as waste diverted or electricity saved. But then the sustainably organized events can actually produce as much as 30% savings in utilities and other associated costs. So it's great brand influence. It's better for attendees. And I'm just going to close up with my final slide from feedback from some of the people who visited our events before. Is there the last slide? There we go. Yeah, so it makes the event experience actually feel more upscale and nice. So it's not really just about the planet, even though I do this because I'm passionate about planet, but we can all just produce better events by implementing sustainability. And I'll leave you with that final thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanna. I think that you're right. You've been putting on some incredible webinars that we've been really pleased to support through the Club Ichi community, bringing people together again from concert venues to actual like concert. Didn't you have someone from Taylor Swift or something talking about how they've really implemented?
I would love to have Taylor Swift. I'm actually working to get Billie Eilish's mom to one of my future events because
Oh
she
my
goes
gosh.
literally shout at venues ahead of her shows and tell them to get
That's
things in
incredible.
order.
No, that just the education and the awareness that you're bringing to everybody, just to have it in the back of your head, and we will put it in the front of everyone's head eventually. But just as you get on site to an event and you see all of the waste and you see all of these things that you just need to start thinking about a little bit more, these are really great, helpful, actionable tips. So I appreciate you being on here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
Oh boy, and now we are working through the most amazing fun demo that you will ever see, because Anka Platan-Trifan is going to show you how to actually create your very own AI agent. So there's a lot of data inputs coming in. She's going to be doing real live stuff here. So I think that we are actually focused on managing your own speaker portfolio. So it's going to be like an AI agent to manage your speaking opportunities. So I'm really excited to see that. Anka, along with Arthur Karakash and a few of our other incredible team members for the Club Ichi volunteers, members, were part of our AI hackathon. So Anka and Arthur and Natasha Alexander as well, those were kind of our three mentors for this AI hackathon we did back in September. We brought together a group of people who didn't really know a bunch about AI, but really wanted to learn what was possible and how they could leverage AI in their events. So we did the 6-week long hackathon, where week 1, we identified what we were trying to accomplish with an actual virtual event at the end, what people would want to care and hear about on AI and events. The second week was to identify what are the tasks that are required for each work stream. The third step was, what tasks do we think AI could take? The fourth step was, what AI can actually take those tasks from us? So evaluating what the tools were, which cost money, which is free, and then finally the implementation phase. And we created the event. We had an AI generated MC. We had our own theme songs. We were leveraging a platform called Virtual Creator Studio, which allowed us to bring in an AI chatbot and be preloaded with all the information. So when attendees are asking questions, it's answering everything for them, and it actually had some intelligence behind it. So it was a really, really cool opportunity. Anka was one of our key mentors in that program. So today, you will get access to her brain. So she also teaches AI classes. If you're looking to learn more about AI and you want somebody who has really been in the trenches and knows exactly how to train all of the different models, she'll tell you that Claude Code, I think, is the one she spends the most time in. She and Natasha both taught me about vibe coding, which was something I'd heard but didn't know really what it was. And we were able to vibe code the entire registration site for that AI hackathon. I even went off and vibe coded my own crazy little e-commerce site. I didn't do anything with it, but someday I will just make money while I sleep, because the AI people or AI bots are taking care of all of it for me. It's coming soon, sooner than one might think, I believe. Do we have Anka just about ready for us? Almost there. We are almost there. Fantastic. Okay, so let's talk back about our BizDev charity war. So you heard from Lodago, you heard from Gramercy Tech, and you heard from Tech Factory. So these 3 companies have contributed funds to this BizDev charity war. It means that if you book meetings with them before December 31st to learn a little bit more about how their solutions might be right for you, they will donate to charity. So we are trying to book as many meetings for each of them, because it is the most amount of charitable donations that we can get. So we're going to really take those segments from our conversation where Sam with Song Division put together a song explaining what each of them are. We're going to put those out on the interweb so that you can all go back, understand what the companies are, understand if they are a conversation that you would like to have in the next couple of weeks. We're pretty excited about this one. Fingers crossed that this goes well. Maybe we don't do it again. Maybe it was incredible and we should do it every single time, but that's what Club Ichi is all about. So Ichi is the Japanese word for one. If you haven't heard our story, the phrase Ichigo, Ichi means one moment, one time. And that is what we all try to create with our events, that one recapturable moment of connection. So Club Ichi, we hope that you'll come hang with us. We are a social club for people in events who do cool shit and like to talk about it. Anka Platon-Trivan is one of those people who likes to do cool shit and is here to talk about it. Hello, Anka. Hi.
One second of what was said. I have no idea if Liz introduced me or not, but here I am. Hello, everyone. Glad to be here. Glad to be part of this amazing event. I've been dropping in and out the whole time. And oh my gosh, who knew that Canada has such amazing talent? Well, let's be honest, that was Ukrainian. I feel like that's so close to Romania that I can claim it that was Romanian instead of Canadian. We're going to get into something quite tactical, and I'll be honest with you. There's a lot of information that I'm going to share that might seem a little heavy today. So I'm going to try to go as lightweight as possible. I had this plan where I was going to share a multitude of screens. And from a tech point of view, I think we're going to stick a little bit to the slides. So I show you the kind of like the building blocks of what building your first AI employee looks like. And while I'm talking about that, let me actually share screen so that we all have it. Okay. And as I'm going through this and explaining what the plan is, actually, I know what I did wrong. I didn't share my face on it, but you guys know how I look, so I'm just gonna keep it as is. What I want to actually premise is, again, first off, it's going to sound like a lot of instructions, because in order to set an AI agent up, you actually have to follow a specific flow and some steps. And for everyone that wants to dig deeper into how to do it themselves, I have this list of basically manuals, or what I like to call them, product documents, that you can go very granular to follow the flow that I'm going to show you today, so you can do this for yourself. And then if that doesn't work, you can always call me and I will do my best to help you. So again, thanks for joining us. As we're going through this build, I want to make sure that if this is of interest to you, you can build it for yourself. But even more so, I think the most important part of this is to take the workflow and apply it to any build whatsoever. So let's get started. Really quick about me, you know me. This is just a little bit of a background. I've been in events for 20 years. I have been stressing AI for the last 4 or 5 years. And when I say stressing, I really, really do stress AI in a lot of environments, production and real life. I host Events Demystify podcast, one of the top podcasts in event technology and AI. And I'm also the founder of Fit for Events framework. Super proud of that, especially as it's catching fire in the event industry. And all of that comes from the things that I love to do, because if I'm not passionate about something, I'm not going to do it. That's the truth. So let's get started, because if you are thinking of the workflow of, in this particular, I'm going to speak from a speaker, from the speaker point of view, but this could be the workflow of an event professional dealing with speakers, right? The old workflow is pretty painful. We chase old PDFs, we rewrite the same page a dozen times, we dig through outdated folders and manually create work that doesn't really need recreating. And nothing about this process is efficient or scalable. And by the way, those slides are coming to you courtesy of Notebook LM. I'll share my 2 thoughts on that. You can absolutely get some really cool looking slides with Notebook LM, especially the latest version of creating slides. However, right now you can edit them. So if there's anything in the slide that might be misspelled, trust me, I wanted to edit it. And aside from me creating that slide again, which was kind of like, what's the purpose of doing that if the idea is to use the tool to do the slide for you? Yeah, so hopefully Notebook LM, the next update is going to introduce a feature to actually edit your slides. Wouldn't that be nice? All right, so the new workflow is where your AI agent agent can come into play to become this helpful assistant. And that is what I'm going to talk about today, how an agent is showing up to replace that entire cycle. Because what this agent does, it will pull past talks. Let's just say you're a speaker that hosts and posts and keeps all their talks in Google Drive. From that library, now, again, it goes back to having some kind of a library, having some kind of a database. So from that library, it can pull all of your past pitches and topics and outlines and scripts. It can learn your voice. It can then read a new call for paper that it will research online or go and look for it. And then based on what's learned about your style, about the type of things that you speak about, it will draft the pitch for you and then save it into a new database. And that way you have this basically AI employee doing the work, so you don't have to go hunting for files, rewriting the same things, copy pasting marathon that's happening. And the most important part of this is once you understand this pattern, then you can use it to automate any repetitive workflow in your business or in your event business. So why this matter is because first, obviously, it frees you from doing repetitive tasks. And who wants to do that if there's another way? Second, it keeps your voice consistent. And then thirdly, it keeps your pipeline organized without manual tracking. So when you put all those things together, it makes your whole workflow faster, cleaner, and way more effective. So here's the structure behind what we're building. There's going to be a small Flask app that sits at the center. One side will connect to Google Drive to ingest all your past talks. For me, actually, I created the integration to Notion because my entire database of everything that I do lives in Notion. Then we'll use Cloud Code that handles the pitch generation, and then Notion or Google Drive can store the final output. And then all of this is held together in a repository library, which is GitHub. That's where you can upload your code for free so that when you go back to make changes, it exists. It's there. You don't have to, again, go hunt for it somewhere else. So all of those 5 pieces are working together to automate a workflow that you've been doing manually basically for years. So as far as the structure goes, this is something that you don't have to build. It's something that Cloud Code will build for you and will generate for you. So I don't really care much of building this, but it's important to know what's in each one of those elements because that's where you have your ingestion script, that's where you have the pitch generator, that's where you have the database writer, the web interface, the requirements of it all. But my job is to give Claude the right instructions and the environment to operate in, and then from there, Claude will handle the scaffolding. So like I said, what we're building is super lightweight. It goes into Drive, reads all the documents, and that generates the pitch, and then it writes it back into a database so that you can go back and give it the human overview as you should. So the tools we're going to use, Cloud Code, GitHub repo, Google Drive API, Notion or Google Sheets, and then the local Flask apps. And the reason why you need a local app is so that you have an interface that you can look at because it's nice. It has a nice UI, but you don't necessarily have to have that. You can easily work just in Cloud. You can easily work just in the terminal to do all the things that you need to do. And I think I'm going to share a little bit of screen on that side because so I stopped the share right now and we're going to share again. And the thing that we're going to share now, it's going to be Cloud Code. So let's get there. And if the screen doesn't look all that great, just know that we're trying. So here I am on the side of Cloud Code, and so this is where you would go into Cloud .ai slash backslash code to start a new session. I have a few different projects that I'm working on, but when you start a new, basically you want to create a project, and then that project has to be connected to a repository. That's why it's important to have that, because then everything that you create, and we're talking about pages and pages of code, which I'm not going to bore you with, but that is what's going to be saved. So next time you go into your code and say, hey, can you run this discovery for me? And what discovery would do is basically go on the internet, you let your agent loose to go on the internet and research all the conferences that are putting out call for papers, so that the agent researches, then once it's done its discovery, it can come back with the report. And once you have the report, then you can send it into the next step, and that is the pitch generation. So I'm not exactly sure if I'm sharing the right screen or not, because it's so hard to tell, but I'm gonna do my best to walk you guys through those steps. So I guess I stopped my screen share for a second. So we're gonna try this again. And I love it when technology just does its magic and doesn't want to cooperate. So what I'm sharing right now is actually the terminal, because I personally like to work in the terminal more than I like to work in the web browser. And I want to clarify, there's two ways in which you can engage with Cloud Code. One is in the browser, which you saw for a moment, and the other way is through your terminal after you have installed Cloud Code. And in my documentation that I'm happy to share with all of you, you will be able to see how to get that started, because you want to be able to install it, because everything else that you do from there, then it will be with Cloud Code in the terminal. So going back to the search, running the discovery, what this is going to do is it's going to be sharing some of the things that it's doing. And Cloud Code is really good at actually going step by step to tell you what is it doing. Like right now, it's going to go onto the World Wide Web, look for the CFPs, and then it's already found 68, and then it's going to put them together. There's also some qualification that I built in, so that only the ones that are evaluated against my criteria, which you can easily build based on what your topics are, based on what you like to speak about, based on what's important to you, based on whatever criteria you create for yourself, then it will go against that criteria to generate a report. So coming back to share my next thing here, because I want to make sure that we follow the steps. How do we build this? I just wanted to introduce this for 1 second. And I'm just going to go to content only. You don't need to see me for this part. But basically, once we have our tools, then we're ready to get started with what we need for this agent. And part of that is, as I mentioned, it has to have a few things installed. Cloud Code installed, a GitHub repo created. All of those things are actually free things that you get to install. They're not something that you need to pay for. However, once you get into APIs, like for example, Anthropic, you will need either a pro account or some kind of a API to be able to go and do the extra work for you, right? So that's where that will be paid. Drive is not. Notion integration is not. You can have a free Notion account or Google Service account. The JSON file that you can generate, again, that's not paid either. So once we do that, we prepare a workspace. This is where it gets a little technical. This is where we want to make sure that we have that repo that I mentioned about. You can name it whatever you want. I had my name Mini Speaker Agent, and that is what gets connected then to the Cloud Code session, the project that you're working in, so that Cloud Code always saves to the right location. So think about you having a filing cabinet that you want to put everything in. That's basically what the repo is for. And then once you have that set up, then from there it's easy, because you're able to paste the PRD document that, again, it's something that you can create. You can ask Claude to create. I have one already created for you, so you can just take that and paste it into Claude Code. That will basically say, I want to build a mini AI speaker agent based on this document. Please generate the full project structure, the files, the web interface, and integration code exactly as specified. And that is the instruction manual that Claude needs in order to go into the next step. Once we have that, then we have to connect it to the destination in where the database is. For me, that was Notion. Now, when it comes to Notion, I personally have some very organized databases that I have built over the last few years that would look something like this, but they would house my speaking pitches, they would house my booked pitches, they would house my past speaking, my future speaking, upcoming, also the ones rejected. So all of it is in databases that I can then hook into, and then the agent can analyze. So if you don't have something like that, a spreadsheet would work, right? Like a way in which you keep track of all the things that you do when it comes to pitching for events, if the application here is being the speaker. Okay, once you do that, and then you got that created, say you didn't have it, but you need to create it, or you had it, and now you just need to connect it to your agent. Notion gives you the ability to do that in my integrations. You just create a new integration into that, and then it will help you connect it to the right workspace. This is where normally I would go and share my screen and show you all what that looks like. And aside from me actually constantly going between screens, I'm probably not going to do that. We're just going to keep going with what the next thing is. So then once you do that, you give your agent a cloud identity. This is where the connection to the Google Clouds happen. And this can be a little bit of a interesting step in the sense that if you don't follow step by step, you can catch your ears into that. But again, I have all the steps ready for you. So then once you get into Google Drive API console, you are able to create a new project by going to the right places, the dashboard, the API and services. Then you can enable the API. Then you can search for Google Drive API from the list so that it gives you the JSON files that we talked about that's necessary. So we have that. This is where, again, it gives you the things that I just mentioned, the action items that you need to take in order to get this. This is the key artifact is basically the think of it a key to your house. In order for someone to get into your house, they have to have a way to get in, and that normally is a key, right? So that's what you're building right now. You give the agent the key to your Google Drive so that it can go and search for your past talks if they're stored in Google Drive. Once we did that, then we're able to also share the drive with the agent via this share email account that is created via the process that I just explained. I'm not going to bore you with this because, again, once you do this step by step, it's going to make lots of sense, and it's going to enable the agent to be able to get into the Google Drive. All right, so this is where I need you to take action. I need you to actually be able to go to this link, and I don't even know if I can actually drop it into the chat. For me to drop it in the chat, I'm going to have to switch screens really quick here. And let's see if I lost a gazillion of people here. But basically, I just dropped the link into the chat. And I wanted to be able to get not just the slides, but the instructions. The most important part of this is the instruction manual. Also, the PRD that we talked about, you're going to be able to get a bonus complete guide on how to build something else as an agent point of view. And also the mind mapping that goes behind this. So while you do that, because you do want the instructions, if this is something that you'd want to follow along, you want the instructions, then please follow the link and I will give you those instructions. So I have a way to contact you. All right. So now we will configure the agent's brain, right? This is where those keys that we have taken the steps to build come in very much handy. Now, don't share those keys with Claude. Yes, you can, fall into the temptation and say, I don't know how to create this NV file, but that's an easy create basically a text document on your computer where you paste all those keys and you save that because those are your secret keys that you need in order for Claude to be able to get into those places. However, it's not something that you just want to paste it out there in the chat. So create that file to store those variables in order for Claude to be able to follow the thread of where it needs to go. However, it's not something that you just want to share with anybody because again, like when you think about API keys, somebody has your API key to Claude. Next thing you know, you go into a bunch of charges and you're like, what happened? I didn't use Claude that much. Like, why am I getting hit with $200 bills right now? Anyway, we've done that. And now is the fun part. This is when we give Claude all of the things that we talked about, and it will be able to follow all the instructions because now it has the key, it has the manual, and then all you have to do is like watch it go into creation mode, into generation mode, and we'll do the whole thing for you. Folder structure, scripts, Flask app, HTML interface, ingestion logic, everything, it will be done because you gave it the instructions, the recipes, like when basically you put something on the stove, but in order for something to be cooked, you have to put some ingredients in there. So that's what we just created. Now the thing is going to be cooking. And once it's got the cooking done and the structure is in place, that's when you can run the Flask app locally. And that will be the last thing that I'm going to share for you to see it in action. And that's something that you can create yourself. You can change a bunch of things and I'll show you what. But what that's going to be is going to be a local app, right? So like if I give you the link to go to the app, you're not going to be able to open it because it has been created on my local machine. So it will stay locally on my machine unless you connect it to a different service, but that's a different story for another time. So we skip this part because I want to just tie everything together here. Goes back to the start of operational AI fluency before I share the app with you. But basically, once you learn this pattern, then you start seeing opportunities everywhere. You can see a client onboarding, you can see proposals, you can see LinkedIn posts, content repurposing, speaker packets. All of those are workflows that you can create, and then you repeat the process so that you can basically build an array of agents to do different things for you. This was just a simple example of how that can be done. Okay, so I'm going to stop that share and I'm going to go into the agent for you all to see what it looks like. And give me a minute, not a minute, that sounds like a long time, but a second to share the other screen. All right, so what you're looking at right now is this a speaker agent that has been created. And this one, it has a few different buttons, but basically it does all the things that I have asked it to do. It will run an indexer, which goes through all my past speaking. It will go and say, okay, so based on what I have learned, this is what I have discovered. Then this is going on the internet to scan a bunch of conferences and pick some quality conferences that I can pitch to. Then it will run the pitcher demo, which basically it starts qualifying what are the most plausible conferences that I should apply for as a speaker based on scoring that is determined of where my speaking topics fall. It also runs this reporter, which is a weekly report that I get sent to my Notion database so I can overview it, but also to Slack. I have built a bot that takes this. So Slack notifies me with a report like this on a weekly. It also does the analyzing of past events, and this is from Google Drive, right? So it did an analysis of my Google Drive past the talks, and then this is just means that everything is connected and the agent is doing the work. And all of this is built, again, going back to Cloud Code. So if I wanted right now to change something in the interface, all I would do would be go back into my terminal in Cloud Code and say, hey, let's do that. Change the color of the background of the UI to blue. So that would be something that right now I'm using API tokens for no reason at all, because I kind of like this color. But I just wanted to put it into motion. Normally, I would be able to share that whole screen so you see it work on one side and then the preview of the outcome of what that is. But since can't do that, you're probably going to see just the outcome. And ta-da, you just saw it turn to blue because and now I'm gonna say I didn't like that blue. Let's do something else. But anyway, that is all I've got. And since I want to be cohesive of time, I'm gonna stop here. I hope that this gives you an idea of how many other ways in which you can take AI and create workflows and processes to support whatever it is that you do. So with that, I'm gonna stop screen share. And I can hear what's happening in the studio. So if I see Tess on stage, I don't really hear what's going on. So if that's something that it's supposed to be a dialogue, I'm literally not able to hear you guys.
We appreciate you and what you've done in our space of educating us in a practical way of what we can do with AI. Seth,
hello
we
again.
were talking about donating and getting that money and making it rain and all of that.
We still are.
You are a game show host, is what he told us, right?
I do game shows.
And I understand that you recently learned about Clippage. You've been here all day.
Yeah, I'm still an outsider is what you're asking me. Yeah, I'm an outsider.
Yeah, you outside. I need you in. What is it going to take for you to get in?
Well, what's the value? What's the real value?
Okay.
In your opinion, other than all the things I just saw, including all of what I just learned a second ago.
Did he really say that? He said all of that. Well, genuine love and care for another human being in our industry. Period.
That's it?
That's it.
Where do I sign up? I'm in. I'm an insider. That's it. I'm done.
You done?
That's it.
All right, you got that check. It's coming, and I need you all to follow in his footsteps.
Well,
let's
do this.
Sunshine. What?
If you're on the inside, now I'm on the inside. You know what the membership costs, so match that what I just paid for my membership into a donation.
Oh,
yeah. Would you do
like
that? Or even half.
Yes, we love that because the charities that we're doing.
All right,
great.
well, this is my
Did I
number
do it?
one
Did I do it?
advocate
Oh, yeah.
helping
Yes,
us bring people inside the community. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Tess.
Seth.
All right, so Seth, you and I are going to talk in about 10, 15 minutes when we come in and do our Good Fortune potluck.
I love it.
So in the meantime, we're talking about engagement because this whole day has been a crazy fun day of engagement. And so I'm going to bring up my friend Matthew where we can talk about engagement with technology. So we'll see you in just a second. And thanks, Seth. Is Matthew with me? Fantastic. All right, so Matthew and I have had a number of conversations. If you are on our email list, then you have seen some of the emails I've been sending out. He and I recorded a podcast together not too long ago. I've sent out some information about Noonify because it is a super cool tool for you to use for event management, attendee engagement, specifically some really fun case studies around scavenger hunts on site at events and some other ways that you can engage people. But today we're not specifically talking about Noonify. Matthew and I are going to talk a little bit higher level around engagement in general. So Matthew, thanks for jumping on with me.
Yeah, no, pleasure to be here, Liz. Thanks for having me, as always.
So you and I were chit-chatting about a framework that you guys have put together around engagement. I would really love to start there. Can you talk to me about why you felt like engagement was a little too much of an amorphous blob and needed some help?
So, I mean, ultimately, when you talk about events, they're all about the attendees, right? So what type of experience are they having? If they're not engaged, it's probably not a very good one. And that coupled with the planners, the events teams that are putting these on, their jobs can be very difficult as well. But if they have clean, clear engagement with their attendees, their job's easier and a little more stress-free.
I love that. So easier and stress-free is what we all like to hear. We just saw Anka telling us how now you need a little bit of extra brain power to create an entire AI bot to take over your call for papers. However, if you don't have the AI ability to do that quite yet, you can turn to tools that already have AI infused in them to help you actually jump the line a little bit and move a little faster. So how are you guys looking at AI when it comes to engagement? Because I'm still a little nervous. These AI matchmaking things, I'm not fully bought into that yet.
So there's a few different ways that we look at that, and ways in the future that we'll be utilizing it more. But I would guess number one, we do have a network matchmaking feature that can be used in a number of different ways. But where AI comes in is it looks at how you are using the platform, and it will pair you with someone who is using it similar to you. But there's all kinds of ways that you can use. Well, I would say the key to full participation engagement within event tech specifically, that part really all starts months before the event happens. So the more you can get people incentivized into actually downloading and joining the app, that's when engagement becomes a huge success and a big part of the event as well.
I think that's great, and it's going to tie directly into this framework conversation that we're going to have. So you built it around the word connect, which I love. Anything that we've turned into an acronym, that's kind of like my jam. I totally love this thing. So start out for me, the C in connect, communicating intelligently. How does technology help us do that? Because right now, I feel like we are all communicated with a little too much.
Yeah, for sure. And then what is that communication that's coming at you as well? So communicate intelligently. So you want to be able to guide people. So when you're sending out notifications, even the emails before the event, you want to make sure that you're not just overloading people with nonsense they don't care about, but rather get straight to the point and guide them through the event. Like we're good examples from like a pre-event engagement is, here are some how-to videos on how to use the app for this feature, for that feature. You can actually kind of roll out email notifications to show people how to use it. And also like bringing people into the app itself. Maybe you do like a pre-event scavenger hunt of sorts within the app to do puzzles or to fill out their profile, give points for filling out profiles, have sponsors that offer prizes for certain things, or maybe your company as well can give a prize of some sort that will incentivize people to actually get into it. But from communicate intelligently, you want to make sure you're guiding them with those push notifications. You're not kind of spamming them, call it with ads from other exhibitors or people that are there at the event, but rather I guess one notification that always enables people to learn how to use the app is when you tell them there's free coffee in the lobby. That notification will immediately have reactions to it, and you'll be like, oh yeah, this does work.
That's amazing. All right, so the O in connect stands for own the experience. So does that mean like from a branded perspective? Does that mean accountability? Where do you mean by that?
So that can definitely be from like a brandability standpoint, but this is more talking about the app being your one-stop shop. So like everything you need for that experience within the event is found in the app. So whether that's like an interactive map where you can actually get in there and find directions to where it is, if it's like a real big venue on where that booth is that you want to see next, or if it's just all the information you need from PDFs, speaker information, just like goes on and on, just making sure that all of the information that you possibly need is there in the app and it's your experience. And then from a brandability standpoint, we are fully brandable. So whether you're an exhibitor or it's your event specifically, you can definitely make that experience yours with the colors, the pictures. Like it is fully brandable, which from what I hear is not common in the event tech space.
No, I think it's reminding people that when you have this one place where you can find it all is really helpful, because currently we're WhatsApp and Slack and then notes coming in, know before you goes in email and all the things, and you're trying to piece it all together. And nobody read any of those things before they got to the event. Let's be real. Not a single person opened any of those emails. So when you get on site, you have one place to go. So I like that one a lot. Okay, so nudge interaction. So I'm guessing this is something like push notifications or things that entice people to engage.
Yes, and this is kind of, I would say, the best way to look at this one. It can happen with surveys, with gamification, but more specifically in like the interactive agendas. People love to feel like they're a part of the experience. So whether you are asking them to vote on what the walkout music should be, or maybe like what the keynote topic should be about, like when people feel like they're helping to build it, that they're nudged to help with that, it helps. But and then especially in the like interactive agendas itself, where people can actually communicate with one another during the session, get questions answered. And then one that I see that works very well is polling that happens live during the agendas as well, or the sessions, I should say.
Yeah, I love that. And then the next N is going to take us back to what my original question around AI networking. So N for network without awkwardness. So how can you actually leverage technology to make it less weird for people?
So there's the AI based, which that's easy. You just click a button and it matches you with somebody who's looking to match as well. But then there's other things you can do to promote people networking. So for instance, you can award points for scanning someone else's badge. But beyond that, what are you going to talk about with that person when you scan their badge? You can actually have it set up to where you can collect as much information in an individual's profile that you want. But what information is going to be displayed when you scan that person's badge? So you can actually tailor it to show specifically what you want, and you automatically have these topics of interest that maybe you agree on one of them, or maybe you don't, but you automatically have something to talk about with that other person when you see it come up with the scan.
Yeah, I would say that you can also take that one outside of technology, and networking without awkwardness is probably my favorite of all of the letters, just because I think that a little facilitation, a little event wingman, a little humanity can help with that too. And we oftentimes just either we don't have time or we don't have somebody assigned to that role at the event. We put the attendees in a room and we hope that they're just going to go introduce themselves to people.
Yeah,
But it
that's
has
typically
gotten
it's typically where the people who love to talk excel, and those that are a little more reserved, they kind of just fade away and get forgotten.
Yeah, exactly.
But I will say one of our clients, the Small Business Expo, they do a great job they don't necessarily use the app fully other than getting people there and using it to scan badges, but they sit people in a room, and then every 2 minutes it rotates. So you're talking to a new person, because the Small Business Expo is all about, I guess, working within that community to give you all the tools you need to help grow your business. Yeah. So everyone always has like their own pitch. So it's a great way to meet people and potentially find a partner in business.
Yep, absolutely. All right, the E in Connect is eliminate friction. Talk to me about this one.
Correct. So, I mean, if event tech is causing problems, then it's not a value add.
Right.
So a good look at this is, I guess back to where, it's your one-stop shop for everything. So we're owning the event, but also, like once again with like the interactive map, so they can know exactly how to get anywhere. So they don't have to stop and ask people questions, every 10 seconds to figure things out. They can actually go into the app and do it. And there's actually an AI assistant that we have now as well, which you can actually go in there and say, when does this speaker going to have another session, or when is lunch, or what's the Wi-Fi, just anything that has to do with the event, or even you can actually load information into it, like maybe like about the company or whatever makes sense. But just to have that database that your AI assistant can pull from the event and others to help answer questions that people constantly ask. So they don't have to find somebody, but rather they can just go to their AI assistant.
I think this is one of the coolest things because there is so much information. And let's say you're going to something like an IMAX with 17,000 people and 40,000 sessions and things that are happening all the time. You can navigate and click and do all the things, but having the AI agent built inside the technology that you're using to ask the question and let it tell you rather than you having to figure out how to navigate into something, I think is, not to use an AI word, but that's the game changer, right? I really think that that's going to help people navigate around some of these larger conferences. All right, your C, the last C in Connect is to co-create, which of course is one of our favorites. We do these spontaneous think tanks with our sticky notes and Sharpie markers where we co-create what the content is. What does it mean to co-create in a technology sense here?
Yeah, and I know I referenced it a little bit ago, but people love to feel like they're a part of it. Whether it's like seeing their name on a leaderboard or seeing their name like when they scan in to get their badge, welcome them. People just like to feel like they're a part of it. So that's where if you can get people into the app, create that pre-event buzz. That's what's going to really bring attendees in and feel like they're a part of the whole process.
Yeah.
So, that could be, things as filling out your profile or, you share behind the scenes photos of what you're doing and ask people to share photos of like where they're at, where they're coming from, different things like that. You could even, give away free drink tickets for the first 100 that register, different things like that. But anything that you can do to get people to feel like, to get people in to the tech, but then also to feel like they're a part of it. And I know I mentioned earlier, like they feel like a speaker, like, or maybe for like the happy hour, like everyone vote on the music that's going to be playing, and then whatever gets the most votes is what's actually going to be the playlist. Like, different things like that you can do to really help the attendees feel involved.
I love that. And then your last T in Connect here, track and tune. I assume this is where we get into the really important stuff, which is the data and making changes based on what we've learned. Is that where this one takes us?
Absolutely. Yeah, so there's analytics, obviously, that we offer for a number of different things, especially the feature usage. Really being able to go in there, see what was used, see what wasn't, see where people logged in or where people didn't, so that you can kind of understand, fine tune things. And then during all this, you can also be having polls that are sent out, surveys, different things like that, so that you can also get other information from people to help from a track and tune perspective. But being able to utilize that information, copy your event and make the changes accordingly, based on what happened in the previous events to make the next one more enjoyable. And even it'll give you ideas on new features or events that you want to add to bring more fun and smiles to the overall experience.
That's what this is all about. Well, I really love this framework for Connect. So C, communicate intelligently. O, own the experience. N, nudge interaction. N, network without awkwardness. E, eliminate friction. C, oops, I missed it. Co-create. And T, track and tune. Really, really, really great framework, Matthew. So I know that if people want to talk more to you about specifically how you can help them implement this framework at their events, they can find you inside the Club Ichi Slack channel, but where else can they find you?
Matthew@noonify.com.
Fantastic. All right, so I have lost comms. I can't hear Matthew, but I am assuming that we are all good to go here. So I think that I got a dead battery, so I'm going to change that up and bring my friend Seth up. We're going to have some really fun times next, because next what I've got is the Good Fortune Potluck. It is going to be our opportunity to showcase with you the most amazing things that our community has donated into this fundraising experience. So thank you again, Matthew, and we will see you very soon. I'll step over. I don't know what's going on the screen, but I'm hoping everything is going over there pretty well. So we are going to do this Good Fortune Potluck experience. We've got some really, really, really cool stuff.
Yes, we do.
We
Matter of fact, I
are-
already bid it on one, so.
Did you?
I dare you. I dare you. Outbid me. Go ahead. Outbid me.
Which one
They
did you
really
bid
should.
on?
What do you think? I'm going to let you guess.
Let's see. What do you, maybe
I'll give you a
was
hint.
it
I'm not a sports guy.
Cabo?
Boom.
Yeah. Uh-huh. You had. I noticed an interest in Cabo. So yeah.
Well, I mean, who's not interested in Cabo?
I mean, seriously.
It's, I mean, first of all, well, don't you set us up? Because I'll tell you
Okay.
all about Cabo in a second.
Okay, so this Good Fortune Potluck is what we're calling it, the Not So Silent Auction. So we have built out a silent auction site on 32 auctions. We've got all of our parts and pieces up there, so you can go in and bid right now on each of the items. But we are turning it live because we have Seth here, and we're going to pull up each one of these individually, and we're going to talk through what exactly it is. Now, remember, we are raising money for 3 different organizations. We are raising money for the Live Events Coalition, the Search Foundation, and Event Minds Matter community grants.
Which are all event community organizations, which is just perfect for us.
Absolutely. Okay, so do we have our first screen to pull up, Kyle? Oh boy, now I'm going to have to get some real glasses on to figure out what this is. So what we would like for you to
Well,
do...
first of all, this is the auction site.
That's a good point.
And let me just tell you, if you're interested in bidding, which you should, and also making a donation, simply just go ahead and create an account. You can do it so easy. You can use your Gmail, I think Facebook, whatever. It's so easy to do it. And then if you want to bid on anything, you'll just go ahead and bid. And there's 2 ways to bid. The first way you're going to go ahead and do is put your bid amount, and you're going to put your credit card, and you're only going to be charged if you win.
That's correct.
The second thing you can do is, because if you're lazy like me, and you don't want to sit there and keep getting outbid, which you're gonna get, then what you do is you use the proxy bid, and you could set to the highest amount. So for example, I set it for, I'm not gonna tell you how much, and if someone outbids me, it's gonna auto bid for me on my behalf. So that's a great way. I call it auto bid, they call it proxy bid. So 2 ways to go, but there's only 1 way to win. And that's by giving the most.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to win.
I think
All
so.
right, so it looks like, by the way, if you don't know that auction site, it is 32auctions.com/Club Ichi. So get in there and get your auction bid up. So the first one that we're going to talk about is 6 tickets to a New York Jets game.
This is incredible because this is where you're going to get to be in Gary V's seated section. So is Gary going to, is that like, it's not guaranteed he's going to be there.
It's not guaranteed he's going to be there, but
there's
it's
a chance.
It's where his season tickets are. So there is a chance.
And if it's his season tickets, it's probably going to be seasoned people.
That's right. I think it's going to be pretty incredible. So this was donated to us by Kyle Morris, our friend that you've seen on screen a couple of times today. This also comes with a parking pass.
Oh, nice.
So 3 parking passes. That's incredible.
6 tickets, 3 platinum parking.
Wow, platinum parking.
6 tickets and 3 platinum parking passes.
Well, let me tell you, the bidding started at $5, went to 10, went to 25, now 50, now 100, now 155 is the next bid because it's at 100. No, sorry, the next bid. Whoa, someone just bid, so it's at 160 is the next bid. But really,
Just let them know these tickets, they're $350 a piece.
Yeah, easily. This is-
$350 each.
Taxes are $100 a piece.
I won't lie to you. I just texted 3 of my friends that live in New York, told them about this because I'm like, I'll even give you an insight.
If they don't donate enough money, I might take it back.
Yeah, there you go.
So you're saying there's a reserve
Oh.
on these? To be a licensed auctioneer, I have to be clear. There is
Okay.
a reserve. I'm hearing.
Well,
so we got to make sure we
I
do
think
hit
it's
that.
a reserve based on pure anger more than anything else.
Well,
because he's a miserable Jets fan.
But you can
he
also,
says.
you know what? Listen, you don't want the hustle bustle of the whole auction. See that down on the bottom there? It says buy now, $2,500. It's yours.
That's right.
All you got to do is click there, buy now, boom. Auction's done. You win.
The level that they're on is, it has the tinted glass behind the seats. They're able to go up, they're able to...
Do they hear you right now? Or?
Well, I don't know, but I'm telling you.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, come
Hang
on,
on,
come
folks.
on, come on. Get
'Cause
out here.
I mean,
All
I
right.
can tell you all about it, but ladies and gentlemen.
We got the sales pitch coming,
Yeah,
so
here we go.
come on out.
You know, look, I mean, besides the Jets not being any good,
Yeah.
you know, it might be a game you like the other team.
Yeah.
Right? That happens a lot. You know, I sell my tickets often because I don't even want to go see them. So, oh, look, they have to adjust the camera because I'm 19 feet tall.
That's right.
But here's the deal, right? So they're on the 30-yard line, right? Which is incredible. You can see the entire field. It's elevated. It's this 200 level.
Wow.
Right? So, and then behind you is the best steak sandwich in the, so they have from end zone to end zone, right? They have glass tinted. You go up there. So if it's not a good weather day, right, you can go up and hang out at the bar or in one of the restaurants up there. They have tables set up. You can still see the game from the glass, right? So it's completely protected. It's an incredible experience.
That sounds it. But here, you said the best steak right there?
So yes, they have a filet mignon steak sandwich.
Wow.
Okay, so
It
really
is-
what I'm hearing you say is if you don't bid on this, it's a big mistake.
Oh,
Wow, look how you did that, Seth.
I've done that one before.
That's pretty
yeah.
good.
I got you. So So it's an incredible experience. Even if the Jets are not playing well,
Okay.
you have a good time.
Okay.
So actually, as a non-football fan,
Right.
I think I'd love to go see the Jets not play well, but I guess
Right,
that's
right.
not too hard.
Yeah.
If,
No,
what you're saying.
it isn't. No, I mean, look, it's just I've been a Jets fan since I'm 11 years old, and I actually think I turned gray at 27 because I think that was the year Chad Pennington was our quarterback and we lost right in the championship.
Well, I'm not a football fan. It's because I grew up in Miami.
Right.
That should say enough.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah,
we are at 32auctions.com/Club Ichi if you'd like to get in there and bid on the 6 Jets tickets plus 3 platinum parking passes. Okay, it looks like we are moving into, I mentioned this one earlier. So this is our trade show summer school. Winter edition, so summer school because it was originally in summer school, and it's called the TSSS. But winter edition because Robin Davis, who is the purveyor of all things trade show knowledge, has created this class.
And this is what's great also if you want to give this as a gift. This is one that you can make a double gift because you're going to make a donation by buying it, right? And winning it. And then you're going to give it to someone that's going to be able to get educated in this, and you're going to make a better event family here.
What
really.
a beautiful point. I hadn't even considered that, but I have so many people reaching out to me saying, I would love to break into the corporate event industry. Where do I even begin? I think this is an amazing opportunity. If you've got a young professional, someone you're mentoring, someone who's graduating from college, they'd like to understand what's happening. If you've got somebody who's been maybe in a different department, they've been in marketing, they're trying to get into the events team, then this would be a fantastic opportunity. We also have several of these available. I believe she's given us either 4 or 6, so you can bid on these, and then we've got a couple more, so it doesn't have to just be one person. There are opportunities abounding.
And we're helping 3 amazing charities in the process of doing this, folks.
Absolutely fantastic. Okay.
No, we're not talking about this one.
Why not?
Because I'm the highest bidder right now.
I thought you wanted Cabo. This is Belize.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, I know, believe it or not. We are talking about 3 nights at the Ceiba Beach Resort at Placencia, Belize. Now, I have been to Placencia, and it is spectacular. I've also been to the Maldives, and I would go to the Placencia over and over again over going back to the Maldives. Yeah, they have, all of these places around here have the beautiful huts. They've got just the most amazing hospitality. It's actually a whole lot of expats, and so some of the locals will just come hang out at the bars there, and you learn so many great things about them.
Belize is here. It's just stunning. It's very stunning. Right now, though, this is crazy, folks. If I tell you the bidding on this hasn't even started, current bid's $50.
Yeah.
This is a value of over, I don't know, at least a couple, $1,000 for 3 nights there?
Oh, yeah,
easily.
at least.
So, folks, this is a steal. So if you even, you know what, you don't have to bid at the next level. You can come in at whatever amount you want. So if you want to make a donation of $500, jump in here, help. Think about this. When you go to Belize and you're sipping on that pina colada, because you know that's where the pina coladas, the best pina colada is?
I did not.
I don't know why that's a fact, but it is. So while you're sipping on that pina colada in Belize and the sun and the beach and just all that vibe, you know that some event industry professional that may have some emergency tragedy happen in their home or whatever it might be, that your money went to help them.
Yeah, it's incredible. So this is 3 nights at Ceiba Beach Resort in Placencia, Belize. Go to 32auctions.com/Club Ichi. Oh, donated to us by our friend Megan Martin, who you're going to see coming up next, hosting the Event About It podcast. And then we have a little bit more to talk about. We got another trade show summer school. We've talked about that one. So there's several opportunities to get that trade show summer school. All right. This one has been sold.
Oh.
We can no longer talk about the personally hand-bedazzled Club Ichi shirt.
Oh, well, but you know what, though? If you make a really big donation and text us, we can probably make sure she does something for you.
That's true.
She's crafty, I hear.
It's true. It's true. And you very well might get it in 2028.
Well, right now we're actually on 2030.
maybe you can. It's sold for the buy now price at $50.
Blue.
That's right. That's right.
Blue 44.
That's right.
Blue 44. Our next auction item.
All right. So our Club Ichi insider Megan Powers is bringing us this next one. It is 2
off-season 49ers tickets. So we are able to go into a preseason game or a postseason game. She's got the 49ers tickets. She's got some information. If you go to 32auctions.com/Club Ichi, you can see where her seats are. You can go in there and hang out with the fans. Beautiful opportunity if you're a 49ers fan.
And even if you're not, this is, again, the holiday season.
That's true.
This
Buy a
is
gift.
gift times. I mean, what is this? This is like, what's a TV show, the Q, I forget what it is, where they buy, they sell sweaters and all that
Oh,
sort of
yeah,
stuff.
QVC.
QVC, yeah. So buy it for your grandmother, buy it for your grandson. It doesn't matter. It's going to be fun. Buy it for a nun.
Did I understand that correct? You said preseason or postseason?
Well, it says she
Off-season.
said off-season.
Okay, that is not postseason.
Okay,
so
no.
She's not going to want to give
no,
the playoff
not
tickets up.
postseason.
All right, I
Okay,
just wanted
sorry.
to make sure we were clear. 'Cause
All
last year
right.
you're like, oh my goodness, no. I'm
Okay.
not giving
No, she won't give those
playoff.
away.
Yeah.
No, preseason tickets then. She said off-season tickets.
Megan
so.
can thank me later.
All right, you're welcome, Megan. Kyle has prevented me from giving away your playoff tickets.
Well, the 49ers tickets are only 50 right now.
Yeah.
So from 49 to 50, but we would like to go to 60 or 70, as the kids say.
Oh,
6,
7. I thought that was pretty good. All right, let's go. Okay, next up, thank you, Megan Powers, for this one. Now, the one that you don't want to talk
Es
about.
todo bien. Todo bien.
A 3-night stay in a 2-bedroom condo in Cabo San Lucas, donated to us by Ryan Shefke of Captello. We've got this beautiful property here. It is, he told me it's not quite ready to use at the end of 2025 because the furniture company delivered half a couch, but it will be ready in January with a full couch and all of the rest of the furnishings.
And it's right there in the marina. If you've never been to Cabo, you know there's beautiful arcs. You see the arches in the water. Everyone's got their. If you're on a dating app, you know everyone's, behind the arches. Anyway, whatever. So here's the deal, though. The marina is right there. And you can see the arches from a distance right there. All your activities are right there. There's tons of restaurants and. It's just vibe, the nightlife. But you can also travel around. There's a lot of different beaches, a lot of different touring to do. There's some great yoga out there.
Nice.
Cabo's muy bien.
Oh, fantastic. All right. Well, thank you to Ryan. Don't go bid on the 3-night stay in Cabo because Seth here would really like to win that one.
But I'd rather you win because, oh, wait a second.
What?
Oh my gosh, folks, have you talked to your accountant? Do you know what time of year? It's December. It's time to spend. You need to get rid of that excess money.
That's
if you call your
the point.
accountant right now and they say to you, you're going to spend another $10,000 on taxes unless you spend $3,000, you might as well go ahead and spend it by giving it to our wonderful causes and going and staying in Cabo.
That is a really great point. All right, I want to welcome in our next Club Ichi Insiders donation. It is Big Papa G with his DJ MC event package. You can just bring him into whatever event you would like him to and just pay his travel once you have won this package. He is a fantastic both consumer and business DJ, which means he can do the weddings, he can do the bar mitzvahs, and he can do the corporate event. He can do them all. Not all DJs can do that.
Well, I'll tell you, one of my favorite things when an event hires me and they say, we want to do a game show, and first question I ask is, do you have a DJ? Because if they've got a good DJ, it just changes the vibe. I mean, that's what there's. But so with something like this is very generous of him to offer that.
Well, and what Nicole suggested earlier was that you can get that condo in Cabo and the DJ, and then just have your own DJ there.
Fine, I'll bet on that too. I'm becoming a member now. I'm all of a sudden like bidding
love
on things.
this. Look at us.
This is what you did.
separating
You brought me in
from
here
your
just to
money.
spend my money. I love it.
That's amazing. Okay, so our solopreneurs and our business suppliers here within the community maybe want the opportunity to get some more business in Canada.
Oh yeah.
So our friends, you met Natasha earlier with Can Connect, are giving away one ad plus a digital banner in Can Connect magazine and on the web. So a full page ad in the magazine, fully distributed across Canada, and a 1-month digital banner on their website.
And you can win this.
Oh, I love that one so much. No, I think this is really good. I mean, we are always talking about like, how do you break through the noise? I think especially if you are a supplier to the event industry, like I was asking Ricardo earlier, like how do people even know to find you, right? So these are some opportunities for you to get out there and, of course, give to a great cause. So not only are you getting value.
So there's education, opportunities. There's breaking into the industry in ways that you're not able to. There's vacations which you can give as a gift, all sorts of things. And all of this is going to support great causes. And I mean, again, I think about it, you're sitting there, you got that steak sandwich maybe, I don't know.
The steak fillet
it's
sandwich.
dripping out of you, and you got and then it's raining, but you're not getting wet because you got the glass in front of you. And then you're talking to amazing people, and they're like, how did you get these seats? Who are you? And you're like, well, I donated. And you could talk about all the wonderful people you helped. And I keep leaning onto the cause, which is helping for emergencies. But what about the breaking into this new, the coalition?
Yeah.
This is...
So Live Events Coalition helping our industry as a whole, making sure that we have a voice in government reporting so that we have a voice when we need help. So times like COVID, which of course we've now made it through, but we are still trying to figure out how big is this industry really? All of the people that are working here that were unable to qualify themselves as event professionals because they had to pick marketing or advertising or some other code.
We weren't able to get the benefits that they were deserved.
Exactly.
So
So
that's
some of this
huge.
advocacy in DC to really help get the events industry more recognized as an official business. And then, of course, the Search Foundation. And you heard Janice Cardinale talk earlier about the Event Minds Matter community grants for people who maybe need a little support if they don't have the insurance that would cover mental health services, or if they're maybe in a toxic work environment and need some legal guidance and advice.
This is the event industry. That's all of us.
It's true. It's true.
If you don't work your mental muscle. I see people, then they work out and their muscles are so big and they're so thin and everything. You got to work your mind the same way. And the ADHD many of us have, and the stress and just all of that. It's so great to hear that there's an organization helping and being able to provide that source. So that's powerful. And you can help by just making a donation. You go right here, you can make it here, you can do it through the QR codes we sent earlier. Lots of different ways to give. Please consider doing so.
Absolutely. So I am getting conflicting messages from the crew here. Are we wrapping up or are we going longer? What's happening? Stretching a little longer. Okay, and who are we waiting for next? Let's see who we're bringing on next. So that we know.
Next up's gonna
I
be-
see. Okay, so we're talking travel, and so we've just been playing around with where we're going to go next. So 32auctions.com/Club Ichi.
And let's see.
Is it possible to pull up that slide that has our 3 QR codes on it? Would that be a big lift?
So, like I said, these auction items. Oh, and we should mention there's 1 hour and 18 minutes and 12, 11, 10 seconds remaining. So a little over an hour that you can get those bids in. And here are the QR codes where you can make a direct donation to all 3 of our organizations.
Right. So if you truly are looking for that tax donation, I will tell you that when you are bidding on these things, we are not a 501c3. So we cannot support the tax donation portion of that. It would be a business expense for you. However, Search Foundation is a 501c3. So they are a fantastic opportunity for you to catch that 501c3 donation. The Live Events Coalition, 501c6. So your donation is not tax deductible. Again, it is a business expense. Same with Event Minds Matter. So if you're looking to donate directly to these organizations, this is your way.
Oh, that's a good point. No, if you didn't, not just the point of what you said, but the way you pointed. You make good points with good pointing.
It's a good point. Now I just need to be glittered up by the sequins that you have, and then
Well, you want to know you want to know something about my
Okay, let me
sequins?
see.
Let me tell you a little something special about my sequins. As an auctioneer, I'm your auctioneer, and I have many people ask, how many sequin jackets do you own? Well, in the beginning, or the end, because I just ordered a bunch more, I normally have about my closet. My son loves it. And I've got about 15, anywhere from 10 to 15 different jackets, different colors, designs, etc. Why so many?
Why so many?
Because I've been known from time to time to sell the jacket off my back. And most recently I was at an event for Camp Kudzu, camp for kids with type 1 diabetes.
Okay.
Amazing organization. Someone in the audience looks at me, and I always have an ambassador work in the room, and says, hey, Seth, he wants to buy your jacket. Did we sell it for $1,000? No. $2,000? No. $3,000? No. $4,000? No. $4,500? No. $5,000? No. $5,500 sold!
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
Wow.
And you never know what's going to happen.
Did you autograph it or anything?
Yeah, so moving into the next season, I will have QR codes on the inside.
That's incredible.
Typically, I do sign them, but
Yeah.
I was so shocked that went for that much.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So you
on
never
that.
know what, you just never know.
That's unbelievable. All right, so how are we doing on our Hawaii friends? Oh, great. Okay. Scott in Hawaii. So I know Scott has been out and about. Thank you so
You're
much,
welcome.
Seth.
See you in a minute.
We will see you in just a few minutes. So Scott's been out and about. We've been chatting with him over the last couple of days. Now, Nicole got to go meet Scott with Destination Hawaii out in Oahu. He flew us over to give us a grand tour of the most amazing thing. So it turns out that Scott and his family own a palaka company. So you can see the shirt that he's wearing right now. This is a fabric, a design called palaka. And it started with hair scrunchies during the pandemic, and it grew into an entire fashion empire. So we got to see the warehouse, we got to see all that. He gave us dresses to wear. It was unbelievable. Are you with us, Scott? Can we hear you?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. I sure can. Okay, so Scott, in addition to Palaka, we have Destination Hawaii, which is something that we've been chatting with you about if we were to bring a group to Hawaii, who could help us, who could make all of these things happen. And so that was part of our reason for coming to visit with you. But now I understand that you're also supporting a resort there, which is where you are right now. So tell me about it.
Well, at the very beginning of this whole thing, we've owned a destination management company called Destination Hawaii for 36 years now. And we have done from USA basketball men's and women's events in the state of Hawaii, as well as NBA, as well as a lot of different corporations, all the way from large incentive programs down to board of directors meetings. And one of the things that we pride ourselves in is to be able to source things that are made in Hawaii and look for things that the clients want who live on the mainland or other parts of the world. So in talking about the palaka wear, during the COVID time, everybody was shut down, all the hotels were shut down, so we had really nothing to do. And my wife, we were told to make masks, so we started making these masks out of the palaka cloth that my wife had at the home. So we made 6 of them for the family, and we started wearing them around, and then strangers and people and family and friends would come up and say, hey, can you make us some? So we ended up making thousands of masks for our community. And it was a lot of fun because we're all involved as a family, hanging around in our house, laughing at each other, and just having a lot of wonderful home time with family members. And then that grew into a very large industry for us, or a enterprise for us, where we not only started making, we kept going with the mask, but then we did scrunchies, all different colors of the rainbow. And then my son got into shirts for men and women, pants for men and women, jumpsuits, and all different things. And now it's a very, very large business. Please don't tell the Internal Revenue Service. I'm just kidding. But our garage is full of merchandise. Our front room is being inundated with it now. But it's just a lot of fun, again, because it's family run, and we have just an excellent time doing things together. So segueing now, the family's going to be doing those 2 enterprises, but I decided to get back into the hotel business, and I landed at the Kahala Resort. And the Kahala Resort's on Oahu. It's on the other side of Waikiki, in between, you have Waikiki and then Diamond Head, and then the Kahala Resort. Very, very quiet, very luxurious resort. Um, quite a few celebrities, dignitaries, and nice people come here to enjoy 338 rooms, very quiet. It's a place where the Wildlife Country Club, where we're going to have the Sony Open in just a few weeks, second week in January, that encompasses half of our hotel. So all you see is lush green golf course and the beautiful mountains. On the other side of the hotel, we're having to put up with a beautiful blue ocean, beach, and grassy lawns. And so it makes it a very, very quiet place. Now, you can also, if you wish, go into Waikiki, light your hair on fire, eat at beautiful restaurants, go shopping from Tiffany to ABC store. And so we're very, very close, only maybe 10 minutes away. So you get the best of both worlds, and be able to really, really enjoy something luxurious but casual. And that is about it. Any questions out there?
Is it possible for you to actually put the camera up to your window so we can see out that window? Looks like you may be a little frozen for us, but can we see outside? I want to see
We
this
sure can.
blue ocean and
Sure.
green grass.
Okay.
Oh, look at
Well,
that. Beautiful. Oh, and hear the ocean breeze. I love this. All right, so for those of you that were just hanging around for that silent auction or not so silent auction, you too can get yourself to a beach. Well, we don't have Hawaii in the silent auction. We do have Cabo San Lucas and Belize. But look at this. Doesn't this just make you want to get to the beach instantaneously? This is gorgeous. What a great day you planned for us, Scott.
they're all like this, I hate to say.
They're all like this. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for this.
Show you part of the golf course.
Oh, yeah. Oh, out the other window, we see the golf course. Wow. Beautiful.
So that surrounds us. The building that you see is part of the lagoon, the dolphin lagoon. And we have about 6 dolphins that live with us on property, and they do educational experiences for little children to adults. They were all born in captivity, so we're not out there stealing wild animals. And it's been very, very popular because we can teach people about the ocean, about the reef, about the other animals, and how we can take care of the earth. And so it's very, very popular and very beneficial for humankind as well.
Oh, that's beautiful. Stunning, stunning view at this property. Tell me the name of it again. It's the
Kahala
Kahala
Hotel
Kahala
Resort.
Hotel. Okay, the Kahala Hotel Resort. So, does it have meeting space? Is it a place you would bring groups, or is it more of a leisure experience?
Yes, we can actually hold about, I would say, 300 people total.
Mm-hmm.
The most we can do is about 300 people, about 150 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
We have 28 suites and everything. All the food and beverage outlets are all oceanfront.
Okay.
And we're right at the end of Kahala Avenue, which is probably the most affluent neighborhood in all of the state of Hawaii.
Wow.
Along that road, a friend of mine just sold a $68 million home. There's other homes for $100 million.
Wow.
So forth and so on.
That's crazy insane. And you drive right past all of those on the way to this resort?
That's it.
Wow, unbelievable. Scott, thank you so much for bringing me into your home, your resort, and bringing Nicole and I literally to your home to tell us the story of you and the family with Palaka. Tell me the name of the Palaka company again.
Is Kahui Palaka. And you can buy everything online, and we'll be donating some some of the Kahui Palaka merchandise and some other things from the hotel.
Oh, fantastic. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, so say it again. I was about to say Kahlua.
Kahui.
Kahui?
Kahlua is a drink.
I know.
We
That's where my
know,
brain's at right now. It's been a long
we
day.
know now where you grew up.
And then Destination Hawaii, of course, if you're bringing your group and you need some DMC support. And then the resort, which is called, one more time?
Kahala Hotel and Resort.
Kahala Hotel and Resort. Thank you again, Scott. We really appreciate you hopping on with us today, and we will talk to you very soon. Thanks, Scott. Aloha. Oh boy, okay. So if you are jealous of that ocean view, you can have it yourself. Don't forget to go to 32auctions.com/Club Ichi to see what beach opportunity you might want. Or maybe you're a sports fan and you want to go to a 49ers game or a Jets game. Or maybe you're here for the professional development and you are more interested in a trade show, summer school, winter edition program for you or for a budding professional or as a supplier to learn more about an industry that you're in or getting into. And of course, we have our DJ and MC opportunities. There's a lot of stuff in there. So raising money for organizations is what this Club Ichi Telethon is all about, in addition to inviting you to become a Club Ichi member. So we've talked about insiders and outsiders are the people that can watch all of our stuff. We've got it on YouTube. We've got it on Spotify. We're Barefoot Business Podcasts and all sorts of things. But if you want to be on the inside, you can actually come to our events right here tonight in Atlanta, Georgia, is our next final of the year spontaneous think tank. So our insiders always get first dibs on joining us in person at our events. And if there's any room left, we open it up to the folks that are not members. But we cannot wait in just a couple of hours to be visited by all of our Club Ichi insiders who are coming here to Atlanta. So we are good to go on my next conversation, my next segment with Chrissy Manwaring. Chrissy has been the most amazing Club Ichi friend. You have done so much for us in our community. Chrissy with Robertson's Marketing she's given gifts to our hosted buyers from IMEX. She has given incredible gifts to our Barefoot Business Retreat participants. And she's the person that we call and tag into every conversation when someone asks the question, what's hot this season? What will my attendees want? What can I gift that will not be thrown away? Chrissy, thanks for being here.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here and to talk to the Ichi insiders and hopefully some new members. So giving you a glimpse of what's on the inside.
Amazing. So I hear you doing a little show and tell. You got some stuff to pull up?
I do. I always have show and tell. And I'm really excited to kind of kick this off. We were just talking about merch people don't throw away. And so this one is a fun one for me because I've been using these kits for a while, especially when you're combining an event and then the lasting, enduring nature of the products that anchor the event experience for your attendees. So we have a lot of different companies that are doing on-site experiences, either a cocktail or a mocktail mixing experience on site and creating the kit that they can take home with them to make the cocktails or mocktails at home. I recently went to an event where somebody told me that they have been using it almost every night, experimenting with different recipes with their families. So again, having the mixing kits has been wonderful, not just for the alcoholic beverages, but also for those that are non-alcoholic as well. As you can see behind me, creating custom merch for your experience, your brand, is a huge trend. And ugly sweaters, I'll call them comfy, cozy sweaters instead, are a massive trend that is continually growing. And the reason it does is because they're just so lovable. People have so much fun with the products and they actually increase in value over time because the people who get in on the initial launch are typically turning them into resale items on secondary markets for those who weren't able to participate on the first go round. So trends we're looking for this year, especially looking for items that are sustainable, that are reusable, but not just something that can be reused, but has the opportunity to become somebody's favorite. At this point, everybody has a tumbler, everybody has a coffee mug. So if you're going to gift one at your event, make sure that the item that you're donating or that you're gifting on site is an item that can become somebody's favorite. A great example of this that's trending right now are the Awala drinkware items. This also has the luxury of being part of the color of the year from Pantone. So going in with products that are going to be the end user's favorite, that go-to item they're going to carry with them every single day. Other fun trends that we're seeing, obviously technology is a huge trend. You can combine both technology and sustainability if you're using an item from Nimble. This is one of my favorite tech pieces this year because it's a combination charging brick and it plugs directly into the wall. So you can have it charging your units in the hotel room, snap it out of the wall, carry it with you. It's fully charged and can continue to charge your device multiple times throughout the day. This is great when you have people that are on site, on the go, and doing a lot of traveling. And if you're not familiar with the Nimble brand, the entire product has full sustainability from beginning to end of the product life cycle. So not only is it made of recycled components itself, but when you're done with this product, they don't want it to end up in a landfill. So they provided a way for you to send it back to them for full recycling at some point in the future, but trust me, you're going to hang on to it for a very long time. Other tech trends, when you're dealing with people that are on the go all the time, some of these smaller foldable 3-in-1 tech chargers are a fantastic option because you can throw it in your backpack or in your suitcase, charge in your room, charge on the go, and it's very, very compact. But I will say, think about how people are going to use these products when they get back home. And for that trend, our absolute favorite right now, where did my sample go? I moved it out of the way, is some of these hypergear options. Now, this is a great one for both home and travel because it does fold flat. So it's easy to put in a suitcase. But when you have it on your desk at home, in your office, or in your nightstand, it does pop up, make it easier to charge your watch off of the side and your device on the tower. And it actually holds it upright. So if you're using your phone as an alarm, it's a great nightstand piece. But then has the third charging pad for your headphones or your AirPods. What I love about this piece in particular is that you can adjust where the charging plate is by just sliding it up and down. And so it makes it ideal for both Android and Apple devices and different size of devices. So it's a great user experience. And again, has a great capacity to become the favorite in your end user's home. Continuing on the tech trends, just one more option for the foldable 3-in-1 chargers, just to show you the different styles, the different options that are coming out that allow you to hit multiple different price points. But technology continues to be a huge trend in promotional products in finding that brand champion, that ambassador that's going to live in somebody's life and keep your brand, your experience top of mind. Something else that we're seeing a lot are the on-site gifts are becoming even more popular, where we want to personalize on site. We want to make it ours. And that also gives the end user that gift of choice. So if you're going to offer maybe a tech case and a jewelry roll, so I want to show off a couple of different jewelry rolls. We have some options here with name brands that you're very familiar with. So Tumi is absolutely on trend with the luxury lines. It's got such a great gifting experience, which people love. And the products themselves are just so beautiful and functional that it's going to become an everyday travel essential for your recipients. So if you're gifting somebody something pre-event that they can use for the event and that they'll continue to keep in their carry forever afterwards, this is a great option. But the items on the brand name list tend to be really expensive. And although luxury is definitely a trend, gifting one or two very high quality items instead of many lower quality items is definitely a trend we're seeing. But we're able to hit some of these great gifting items across multiple price points. So Tumi on the high end for the examples I'm showing today, this is a great mid-range product. And I love these. These are made out of recycled leather. So the remnant leather after larger products are made. And they're just beautiful and have so many great features that make them highly desirable for the end users and the recipients. And again, we really are looking for that product that's going to become somebody's favorite. One other tech travel case that I'm going to throw out there is pulling out different ones that can be multi-purpose. And so you're going to see a lot of users that'll grab these tech and travel cases to organize their cords. But I also see quite a few people also using these as dot kits and using them for cosmetics, for toiletries. So they're really multifunctional and can be whatever the recipient needs them to be. On the very low end of the spectrum, there is an event marketing essential that I think people underutilize a little bit. And I'm talking about the mighty mint, because after every meal that your attendees participate in, it is something that many of us appreciate. And so if you're going to do some mints, make them epic, Make them such a delicious addition to your event that people will eat every single one. One of my favorite things with this particular mint is that we can do custom shapes. And so instead of just buying an off-the-rack tin of round mints, making them completely custom for your brand, for your event, for your experience, and giving them something that is fully immersive, that they can taste, that they're experiencing with that sense of smell as well. And it just makes it a really fun tie into any event experience. It's a really low lift that gives you an opportunity to add creativity and connection with those pieces. There are some old standbys that still remain very popular right now. We're still selling a ton of Stanleys and that style of mug and drinkware. So think for a minute about how many different pieces of drinkware you touch throughout your day and how many of those, give you an opportunity to connect with your end user when they're back home again, because that's where the product brings the most value to your whole event. By giving them an object that they actually will enjoy having the use of for years to come. So when we think about those items that have that value, think of those everyday carries, your backpacks, your totes, what is on their desk, their coasters. These are these great product categories to think of when you really climb inside your recipient's head and then find something that they will keep, use, and appreciate. A couple of words on bags. I see many people that are going with event totes and looking for the least expensive. What I would recommend doing is maybe investing in the whole customer journey through the event and maybe opting for something more durable and lasting. And then coordinating with your vendors to create an experience journey. So an example of this would be these fun Osprey totes, where they're doing, customizing either with patches or with pins and creating an opportunity for everybody, all the different suppliers and vendors that are participating in your event as sponsors, to get in on that action and create an epic piece of merchandise that your end users are going to be excited to carry and use in their ideal environments after they get home. A couple of other trends to jump on. The Mighty Pen. Can we talk about making sure that if you're going to gift a pen, that it's a pen that people are going to write until it's out of ink? A couple of those pens that are trending right now remain the Sharpie pen, as well as the friction erasable click pens. Both of them come in multiple colors of ink as well as barrel. And so providing a writing instrument that's not just functional, but feels good in your hand, the ink flows smooth. They are an event staple because they're an everyday carry item. People are going to use them in that moment, but make sure that the item that you're giving does have the potential to become somebody's favorite pen, so it doesn't end up as landfill fodder. One other thing I'm going to recommend that you consider when you're planning your event strategy is how can you reach people throughout the full event life cycle? And something that we've had a lot of fun with in the past year and that we're seeing people queue up coming into 2026 are the pre-event mailers, where instead of just staying digital with all of the emails we're getting flooded with, all of the text messages we're getting flooded with, actually sending a physical invitation. And so doing some of these custom pop-up cards have been phenomenally popular, and making it all about the event and giving that teaser in advance to lead out and get people to come. That's also a great opportunity to send them with a travel essential. You can do flat ones that are very inexpensive. One of my favorites are these 3 zipper bags where you can organize everything for your event. These also make great room drops upon arrival, where you can put in these packets some of the things that people are going to need throughout their event. We love specifically to put in the high C packets or some little, Advil packets, things that will help people stay comfortable throughout their event. So I'd recommend, considering that and what the user experience will be like, helping people to feel that they're cared for, that you're thinking of them, that you want them to be comfortable during their stay and as they're participating with you. Last thing I'm going to touch on are custom brand artifacts and toys. The custom build Lego kits are incredibly popular because when people, especially executives, are coming to your events, they're taking time away from their families. And so giving them an artifact that they can take home that now turns into a secondary experience with their own family is incredibly popular right now. So I highly recommend looking at different toys, games, accessories that you can engage with in that way. Now, I did leave some time for questions. I don't know if you have any, Liz. But I'm happy to keep going and showing off other products. Or jump in and converse with, oh my goodness, you have a whole crowd of people there now.
So, in this time, while you were telling us all about the most amazing gifts that we should be giving, we have been changing the set here. So, we are actually live in studio with an in studio audience. We've got Megan Martin, who is leading our live podcast recording of the Event About It podcast, sharing some stories of being in the industry. And I'm sure you have some stories to share too. So, thank you so much, Chrissy, for bringing these incredible products to us for 2026. Now we know who to reach out to and what to get for all of our guests. So we know that we can find you inside the Club Ichi Slack channel. Where else can we find you?
Absolutely. Online or at our website at robertsonmarketing.com.
Spectacular. Thanks so much, Chrissy. All right, team, are we ready to turn this thing on? Kyle? Yeah, all right. Here we go. Megan Martin. You're on live podcast recording.
Podcast. Welcome to Event About It. This is the first time I've had like a full studio audience. So excited. Okay, this is not your normal breakout session where we're reading slides about KPIs. This is real audience, real stories, and we're so excited to be here. First of all, round of applause for Club Ichi. Today has just been incredible. Liz, Nicole have been on all day, so I'm sure they're glad to have a break, and I'm super glad to be here. So, we are recording live, so be loud in the studio, be loud in the chat. This is interactive. We want to hear everybody's stories. So, before we get started, there is a link in the chat. Submit your stories. So we're going to have some live stories here from our gentlemen, and we also are going to cover some of the stories from our online audience as well. So please submit those stories. Okay, are we ready to event about it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Before we dive into the stories, I'm going to call out a few statements. If it applies to you, raise your hand, stand up, cheer, give us a hand-raising emoji in the chat. Don't overthink it. This is about finding your people who have shared your trauma. Okay, first one. Who's cried behind a registration desk? Definitely me. Eaten a sponsor's candy stash for lunch or dinner. I think everyone's done that. Yeah. Survived a show floor power outage.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. Printed the wrong date on a sign. All right, we've got a few hands.
If you don't print dates on signs, they can't be wrong, and they can be reused.
There we go.
Well, let me ask this question.
That's what if.
Yeah, that's a sustainability tip.
Hot tip. Sustainability tip.
If my team printed it, does it matter? Do I own that?
Do they report to you?
You ask some tough questions.
Forgot a mic was hot and said something spicy. Oh,
Does it
Nicole.
count the mic's hot and you go to the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay.
That's spicy too? That's super spicy.
They didn't mute me at the board.
It's not my fault.
I love it. Who's done a full tear down in heels or dress shoes?
Absolutely.
I'm kind of embarrassed about that, but that goes over the story later.
All right, last couple. Who's built a spreadsheet so good you'd marry it? Yeah. I think every
It's
event
on my
pro
desktop
ever,
right now.
Yeah. Who's packed gaff tape in their carry-on just in case?
Several in different colors.
Several in all the colors.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's worked an event where the keynote went rogue?
Oh, yeah.
Many times.
Many times.
Even
today.
I think she was talking
Nicole, Liz, we're calling you out here. All right, well, clearly this is a crowd that's been through some things. Now that we've kind of loosened up some conference stiffness, it's time to find out where this audience really stands on the hottest topics in events. It's time to play You're on Mute. So we can see here, we've got our paddles in the audience, in the chat. Just give us a mute or unmute. So here's how it works. I'm going to throw out some event world trends, buzzwords, and industry habits. If you think it's overdone and needs to disappear, you're going to put it on mute. If you love it and you want more, we're going to unmute it. Okay? So wave your hands, raise your paddles, shout it out, and let's see who's brave enough to unmute themselves in public. First up, AI in every session title. Oh. Okay, the panel says mute, audience is mostly on mute. I think we're over AI in session titles. All right, I'm looking at you for this one.
Oh, boy.
Sustainability with plastic lanyards. Oh, we've got a half. but mostly mute. Mostly mute. I feel that. Personalization powered by Dear, insert first name. Is that even really personalization?
You mean like an email?
Yeah.
Where it says "Dear Insert First." Oh,
I hate when that happens.
Why are we
Is
still
that even
saying
personalization?
Why are we still saying dear?
All right, everybody's unanimous. That's on mute. Event apps that need Wi-Fi to open. Unanimous,
point?
quick mute. Charging stations as sponsorships.
I'll keep it. We need our devices.
I think what IMEX did with the charging banks that were sponsored.
Those are called ATMs. Charging banks. Sorry. I told you, not all going to be good.
But got all the jokes up here. I like charging lounges. Like, don't just, I like the banks, but like, let's take it up. Let's
Are they
lounge.
quiet though?
Are they quiet?
Those are charging libraries.
Charging libraries. Quiet workspaces. Sponsored?
it.
Okay.
But anything, first of all, anything sponsored,
Unmute?
Yes.
Anything sponsored, unmute. Okay. I
Fully
think some people
sponsored.
would disagree with you, so I'm intrigued that you are unmuting anything sponsored.
I'm the money guy. You know, like it's for the children.
I like it. I like it. All right, this one is definitely a vent of mine for sure. Early morning yoga sessions. We're talking like 6:30.
Oh, yeah.
Mute. Yeah.
No, because
Too
that means my call time is 4:30. Absolutely not.
That means call time is 4:30.
Not if you hired us.
But that also, like, you're going to keep people out late at your receptions till midnight.
Right.
If we're in certain cities, they're going way past midnight, and then you want them to do yoga at 6:30 in the morning?
In
Or
Vegas.
a 5K race at 6:30. Yeah.
Or a 5K race at 6:30? Okay, this one I will definitely unmute for myself. Silent discos. Unmute. I love mute.
So wait,
silent
I kind of feel like
disco.
saying mute is in support of it.
Yeah, I was confused on that too because it's silent. So
Well,
unmute would make.
It's not about the music, it's about the activation. So we want to unmute the activation because we like the silent disco.
That sponsored activation.
A sponsored silent disco. This guy. All right, wellness zones next to espresso bars. Dave, unmute.
Yeah.
What do you love about those next to espresso bars?
What's wrong with espresso and wellness?
Loud.
It's not a relaxation, decompression, resilience lounge. It's a wellness lounge. That doesn't mean always recovery. Wellness can mean activation. So there's nothing wrong with caffeine, especially at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You're going through that postprandial dip. You need a little boost so that your attention span is up in sessions. All for it.
I love it. All right, overly enthusiastic MCs. Mostly. Come on. You're the one wearing the bedazzled jacket.
I'm just thinking,
here.
like, I mean,
What are we doing?
Well, it's like, it depends how you view me. Like, you might want to mute me, but I don't want to be muted. So, like, but I'm gonna. Just
That was a
go-
setup.
I don't know.
He's mid. All right, he's mid. Last minute agenda changes. Unanimous mute. Yeah,
Get it
nobody
together.
likes that. The phrase pivot to hybrid. Everyone's on mute for sure.
I thought we
That's been muted.
I thought
though.
we
That-
deleted that word.
Hold on a second.
Pivot
There's
should
no
just
bottle
be
of
put
tequila.
on
We
mute.
can't
We're
say
just gonna-
pivot.
I thought we deleted the word, but
They should delete that episode of Friends so no one ever hears it again.
Overly branded photo booths.
It's sponsored.
we'll keep it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna keep it.
Your key word there was overly branded.
Overly branded.
Branded is cool. Overly branded, not cool.
Not cool. Okay. Let's see. Booth gimmicks with zero ROI. Mutes. Everyone's muting that. All right, last couple ones before we get into some story time. Puppies in the booth.
Because I'm a cat girl. Bring on the meow meow. People act like dogs are the only animals on the planet.
I'm strong on the mute. I don't want to smell like a dog for the rest of the day.
Give
while
me
I'm
a
at
horse.
A horse?
Give me a horse.
How about a pony?
Give me a horse.
Full horse.
I want a stallion.
All right. Okay.
I think it depends on your
That's a t-shirt
intention
right there.
of why you're putting them there and if you're conveying what they do for you. And that's any baby animal.
Meaning they're just there
Well,
to drive traffic to your booth?
Like if it's just
or-
there for no reason, then yeah, mute. If you're there talking about how it fosters neuroplasticity and why it's good for your brain and things of that nature, unmute. But once again,
To do it just to do it, you're not about it.
it's like the same thing as you said before, is cheesy activations with no ROI.
We can put them next to the wellness lounge.
Put them next to the wellness lounge.
Well, they
All
already
right.
smell like coffee. Coffee breath.
Chair massages.
No.
Mostly on mute. Why are you on mute? Why don't you like a chair massage?
Because most people don't enjoy doing it because it messes up their makeup, it messes up their hair, and it's really tough to sell to executives.
I have neither of the first two, so I'm going to stay right here.
Fair enough.
They don't have to
full
do
on
it.
mute. I love them because as an introvert, I don't hate a line because it makes it really easy to talk to the person next to you because you have a common experience you're about to go through. So I kind of love them.
I think they need to take them to the next level, though. Why? You got to get out of line, and then you miss your place in line. Have the chair massage in line, and they move you in the line. Just saying, it is a movement.
Yeah. Interesting perspective.
Conveyor belt sushi, conveyor belt massage.
Okay. All right.
Massage on wheels.
Massage on wheels. Look, we're
Sponsored
inventing
by.
all day today. I love it.
Bye. Yes.
Sponsored everything. All right, last couple. Alcohol everywhere. We see this in the events industry, like 6 a.m. you got alcohol. Yeah, mute. Okay, no follow-up. 6-person panels.
Doesn't take that many to convey a message.
It does not take, I love
Especially if
that.
they're all agreeing with each other.
Right.
Oh, that's
Right, all the comments.
I want
nodding.
dissent.
WrestleMania.
WrestleMania panels. That's what we're having next. How many people would you say is like the most you should put on a panel?
4.
3, 4?
I think 3, yeah.
4?
I
3
think
to
it should be
4.
odd.
An odd number?
Yeah.
So 3 plus a moderator?
Yeah.
Tiebreaker.
Yeah.
3 plus a moderator? Yeah. But like diverse, like we're
And
talking,
then-
and we want
And then to
conflicting
top that
views.
off, can we just make sure that when people are presenting, they actually have done had a conversation and know what they want people to walk away with?
Or can we make sure that the moderator doesn't get outclassed by the panelists?
Yes. Well,
I
okay,
mean-
I guess we know.
Moderators, it's this hard skill, and I think people underestimate how hard it is to moderate a really good panel. And a lot of times, I find that moderators are like the sponsor easy way, like, oh, we need to do something for our sponsor so you can moderate this conversation, and they're really not strong moderators to begin with. So I see that a lot. Okay, last one, 60-minute sessions.
Can we stand up on that?
We're
Again.
dancing for muting 60-minute sessions. Why are you unmuting 60
What's wrong with
minutes?
60-minute sessions?
And then
What 40 minutes do you want people to forget?
And again, it does not take that long to convey a message.
TED just reduced their talk times from 18 minutes to 13 minutes for a reason. So if you have 60 minutes worth of content you need people to hear, then you need 3 20-minute sessions.
Exactly. And the TED Talks, those people are brilliant.
Well, now you're messing my nap time.
Well, Brain Science would tell you don't need 60-minute sessions unless you're changing the content every 7 to 8 minutes. That's the only way you get through 60-minute sessions is you have to actively show a video or a slide or change something up to keep people engaged. Otherwise,
And I like to talk for 18 minutes. After 19, it's so I hear you.
that's your speaking limit, 18 minutes?
Yeah, it's in my contract.
In your contract.
That's why I love the Pachaka format. Like, it just keeps going.
Yes.
Just keeps going.
Right. But those are so hard to do.
I know, but they're so fun.
They are. Have you ever done one?
I've
never
done
even
one.
dared to do one
It's
because
like
I know
speed
how
dating?
mess it
I've
up.
done one. I've planned one. They're fun to do. They're fun to experience, and it keeps the audience engaged. Like, they're literally like locked in the entire time. So,
What
it's
was
one
your
of
topic that you did your session?
My topic
Yeah.
was event strategy.
Wow.
And it is hard to talk about event strategy
Yes,
in
it
less
is.
than
Bravo.
in just
Bravo.
a few seconds. So yeah.
Amazing. Well, we just exposed everyone's real event opinions in this room. So thank you for playing. You're on mute. Okay. Thank you. All right, now we're going to get into my absolute favorite time of the Event About It podcast. It's time for the event of the week, where you get to let it out, your therapy session. We'll start, Antoine, down here. What irks you about the events industry and you hope changes going into next year?
Quite a few things, but the one that I think recently just happened to me today, I do not want to receive 50 million marketing emails about the same thing.
Like the same event?
The same event, same person. They just keep coming, and they're coming from different people. So that means that on the back end, they have not really like segmented who is going to, and I'm getting like a ton of emails. That's annoying.
It annoys me too when I register for something and then they
Right.
still market to me like, bitch, I'm already coming. Like, you know I'm going to be there.
It's like,
Why
leave
are
me
you
alone.
sending this to me?
Or the post-event survey reminder when you already filled out the survey. Or the thank you for visiting our booth when you never set foot in their booth.
Oh, that's
there was
when they.
an event recently
Oh, they
in
get you
London
with
that,
that
I didn't
scan.
go to and got messages from a company. Great to see you at insert event. Like,
You didn't
this
see
was
me.
in another country I didn't even go to.
If you're gonna send me a bunch of those, send an Amazon gift card each
There you
time.
go.
So you're hacking
Or
the system
be
for the
entered
gift
to
card.
win a $5 Amazon gift card. Entered to
That
win. I'm
is-
not taking your survey.
Not for $5.
No.
That's cheap.
Yeah, like what
I'm
can
worth
you buy
more
on
than
Amazon
that.
for $5? Probably nothing good.
Shipping.
But now
If you're
You
not a
can
Prime
buy
member,
shipping.
shipping.
Gmail did a nice job last year, and this year I really used it. But during Black Friday and Cyber Monday, I blocked out an hour a day to go ahead and unsubscribe.
Don't worry about
And
the
it's great.
9,000.
But
I've seen
I've-
a lot of posts about that this year. I did the same.
But the thing is now you can. It's not just like I don't want to just put them to spam. You know, I don't want to hurt their SEO and everything. But I do not want their
Unsubscribe.
email, so unsubscribe and make it so easy now.
You're doing them a favor.
I
At least
post-
if they're looking at the data, you're doing them a favor.
I posted on Thanksgiving saying if you're sending me a happy Thanksgiving email to market, you're unsubscribed.
But what if it came on Wednesday before Thanksgiving?
That's fine.
Just not
And
on the actual
Thanksgiving is
holiday.
supposed to be my time off. And when
yeah.
you're flooding my inbox, bye.
Bye. All right.
I'll take it.
They're in that fridge back
All
there.
right. Great vet. Next
Well,
up.
on the subject of
I
emails,
think Amy was going to get
if I email you, just respond. If I send you a proposal, don't sit on it. If you're not interested, tell me. It's okay. Listen, I get ghosted enough dating. I don't need it in the professional world. Okay.
Same.
The ghosting problem is rampant through the industry right now,
Yeah,
and I
just-
don't
just-
understand it. It's infuriating.
We're all about speak, communicate. It's all, and then people just sit on things. I don't get it. Want to negotiate price? We can do that. I'm not, like a proposal is, well, it's not like a yes or no with a marriage, right? I mean, it's a proposal. Like, let's talk. Let's open the conversation. But not responding, and I get not responding to one email. That happens. But 2, 3 hits and a text or an email, like, I get it. I don't want to bother you anymore. But just it hurts my feelings.
Yeah, no more ghosting. Can we make that for 2026? We're not going to ghost anymore.
No ghosting until Halloween.
No ghosting until Halloween. I love it. That's our mantra for 26.
I love it.
Okay, then.
Tracy Stuckrath, if you're out there listening, you're going to love this. Food labels, let alone combining food labels and wellness washing, is a new thing I have discovered. I went to an event and something was labeled Ayurvedic chicken skewers. Now, I went ahead and looked up the definition.
Tell us what that
I'm
means.
confused.
I don't know that everyone knows what that is. Myself included. I didn't
a
until we
language?
talked
The
about
definition of Ayurvedic refers to Ayurveda, a holistic traditional Indian system of medicine over 3,000 years old, focusing on balancing the mind, body, and spirit through natural approaches like diet, herbs, yoga, meditation, massage to achieve overall health and prevent disease rather than just treating symptoms.
So it's medicinal chicken?
So
The chicken's legs. The legs. Of
That's
the
what
chicken
I
are
got
like-
from
yeah.
that.
or did they teach the chickens yoga before?
They fried them with their legs like this,
Down dog.
That we're done.
And what-
Chicken skewers in the shape of lotus pose.
Yeah, the best part was I was standing there and I had just introduced myself to these wonderful people that happened to be from India. And it's an native Indian practice. So I said, "Hey, what does this mean? I've never heard of it before." I'm
It
not
means
trying to be-"
$14.95 more.
And they said, we don't know. Did they teach it? Did they put it into a sense of calm before they killed the chicken? It was a great icebreaker, but there was nothing. It made no sense. But the other thing is, a lot of the food didn't have allergens on them. The other thing I saw one time is, I think the rant is at a macro level of double check what you're putting on your food labels. One time We had popcorn with Himalayan salt. That was what it was on the BEO. The food label came out, and it was popcorn with human layer salt.
Human layer salt.
Yeah,
I'll take
so,
it.
I mean,
so
skin is
that's-
salty.
That's
I'll take
protein
it.
popcorn if I've ever seen it before.
It's real salty. It's real salty.
It made me very salty.
Oh my god.
I took a picture of it, obviously, before we had it addressed. But yeah, just if you're gonna put out food labels, please do the due diligence of making sure they're correct, so that people know what they're getting into. Especially if I was supposed to, meditate before having my chicken, I would have liked that lead time.
You marinate? No, meditate.
It's meditated chicken. It's teriyaki meditated chicken. Yeah, Ayurvedic chicken skewers. No idea what that means. Still don't. Still don't.
Medicinal chicken.
I like medicinal chicken.
Medicinal chicken.
Yeah, I'm curious. If anybody has any idea what that means, please put it in the chat. Yeah.
Well, 3 great events that we all can work on collectively as an industry for next year. Definitely. All right. Well, we're starting to spill the tea and the confessions are flowing. So now it's time to get into what makes this community so special, and that is the stories. So we're going to go back the other way. It's time to event about it. So Dave, kick us off with a crazy war story that ended well or maybe ended badly that we could turn into some marketing gold.
Yeah. There's a number of them that are racing through my head, and I think the one that jumps out at me the most is I recently attended an event that was wellness focused, and
Wait, pause. Dave went to an event that was wellness focused. I just want everyone to make sure we know this.
yeah, that's weird, right?
The first thing I heard in my mind was Miranda Priestley's like Dave wellness groundbreaking.
Okay, sorry. Please continue.
And there was these polarities that were happening during it between, and actually it's happened a few times now. So I went to one where there was a very known dietitian, board certified medical doctor talking about protein synthesis and muscle absorption and blah, blah, blah. And you need a minimum of 30 grams at your first meal of the day or what. Anyways, all this talk about the importance of protein and how much it matters. And then it was a longevity summit. We came outside and the break was all carbs. And I was like, what is happening between content and logistics that they aren't talking to each other? Then another one, there was a woman on stage who was with a wearable company who talked about like the number one thing that they've seen that helps people get healthier is consistent bedtimes. Yet I couldn't go to bed at the same time any given night of the conference. And I was like, once again, so I think there's a real opportunity for people to think about what they're telling people and what their content is conveying, and then living up to that in the execution of the event. So they actually support the bigger picture, because there's nothing like leaving a session telling you to do one thing and being completely incapable of fulfilling what someone that they paid to tell you to do, you can't do.
I mean, I love the bar at an AA convention. I mean, it's kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, it would be the equivalent of that. It's a real miss that sometimes content and operations and logistics aren't talking to each other.
Yeah, we just released an episode, I think a couple weeks ago, with Dr. Kristen Malik, where we talked about the same thing, and how the content and your journey through a conference is truly a journey, and the content should match that. And a lot of time we fit content in based on where the sponsor's available or the speaker's available, instead of telling a story and a journey and matching logistics with content. So
Yeah.
it matters even in wellness and how we show up, because we were talking earlier about wearables. Like my watch is now telling me as soon as I wake up, you need rest. And you probably shouldn't go to that conference today because you're already tired. So attendees are getting smarter about where and how they're spending their time.
Well, and if you're going to hone in on a message from content, you can't be tone deaf to it. If you're promoting something, I think that was what was so great about IMEX this year is they are very over the top with all their sessions, and they know this, and they talk about it, and they're like, look, we give you too much information on purpose. We don't expect you to go to everything. You need to figure out what works for you. And then we got to partner with them to bring in Circadian Cove that actually aligned with that so that we could match people's energetic levels both throughout the day and throughout the conference as a whole, so that we could keep people engaged and recharge them quickly so that they could get back to the 6 to 8 meetings a day that they have to have.
Yes.
So some shows get it, some shows don't. And I think in 26, the winners are going to be the ones that connect content to context.
I like that. Content to context.
Yeah.
Love it.
2026.
The whole
There we go.
episode.
How was that for your marketing? Was that good?
Contact. Love
Oh,
it.
hey!
Snap, snap,
Can I get-
snap.
can I get-
Unmute. We're unmuting.
Unmuting,
now.
unmuting.
We're unmuting.
You gotta clock it.
We're gonna unmute it. All right. Next story. Event about it.
Yeah, so this one's more of in the auction event space that I'll share.
Everyone knows that space.
Yeah, everyone. Wow, come on. But this is about registration. So everyone knows about registration. And
Do
one of
we? We
yes,
know
they
about
should.
it.
So I picked up a gala for a colleague and did a little bit of consulting. So we're on the same page. Everyone's good. Yep. I get there and I noticed
Wait,
that.
can we pause for a second?
Yeah.
What does auctioneering consulting look like? Or you're
Oh,
consulting
sure. I mean,
on
I can
something
go on.
else?
No, so auctioneer.
That's a thing?
Yeah. So okay, you think of the auctioneer, the guy. Hey, no, that's like the smallest part. What I do on stage, yes, I raise tons of money, but that's the smallest part. I work with my clients. We have about 4 to 6 meetings that are very structured about what we're going to do for the fundraising and how we're going to do it. So when you go to a gala and people are raising their paddles, what's the story that we're telling? How's it set up? What's the emotional appeal?
How much
right?
alcohol are they drinking?
Too much is too much. Like we got to get everyone drunk. You get people too drunk, now all of a sudden, what are they doing? They're talking over everything. You miss the whole point of being there. So there's a lot that goes into it. So the consulting is hours and hours going into the event, setting them up for success. So one of those things is registration. And when you go through it, you're good, everything's good. I get to the event, and they are giving everyone bitter paddles, which is great. And they all have numbers on them. They look great. And wait, you didn't register anyone. So they just, so okay, at the end of the night when I call out all the numbers and people have paid, how are you going to collect their money?
$1 million goes to mute.
So
who's mute? Nobody knows.
So it was pretty intense. So I corrected it on the spot. I had them go around during the dinner as they're serving, and they went table to table, made sure they got their numbers. Well, how I saved the day was my 360 camera, and I went back and at the highest levels, the $1,000, the $5,000s, and $2,500s, whatever, and I used the camera to zoom in and take still shots of all, and they're like, oh, that was table 30, that was so-and-so. They were able to identify and recoup all that money. So, but that was crazy. Like, you can't do that. You can't just give people a paddle. They have bitter numbers. Okay. Any rate,
But if there's no name associated with the number,
name and credit card, like that's you got to get their credit cards right at entrance. There's no reason not to. We're not buying anything. I know, it's just our policy. Well, guess what? If I'm in the room, they're buying something. It could be a 50. They could give us their bitter paddle. If you got 500 people and I get 200 of their bitter paddles, at $50 or $100, that's money. So yeah, get their credit cards.
Get them. All right. Well, if you haven't submitted your story online yet, get those in because we're going to go to some online stories next. But before we do, Antoine, give us an event about it story.
Mine is more of a lesson learned story at an event. I think it was early in my career. It was the earliest in my career.
You're like 25. It couldn't have been that.
Thank you,
I mean, it must be
Dave.
early.
I'll pay you later. Thank you. Lunch is on me. But I was behind the production booth. Anybody that knows me, I think I love to be in the production booth to get things going. And I'm sitting down, and I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. I'm just excited. I'm like, ooh, yeah. The cord down there that holds everything, the power, I hit it. And all of the sound goes out, all of the lights go out, and I realized that was me. And all you do is see me get up and just walk out the booth and just keep going and keep going. But ever since then, I do not sit in the production booth. I stand, hands folded or hands behind my back. I don't do production.
You didn't plug it back in before you walked
No.
Did you tell anyone?
No. No.
You just Homer Simpson back into
It
the
was like
just
it was
hoping
my
someone
first
would
job.
figure it
I
out.
was
Scottsdale last year?
No, maybe. But ever since then, I do not sit down and like I'm always watching what I'm doing. And so if you ever see me at the event, you always see me like looking down. I'm just trying to make sure and be aware of my surroundings because I have an inclination to break things sometimes. But I'm amazing at what I do and amazing at breaking some things.
When the
So
right things
many
are broken,
follow-up
that's amazing.
Right.
questions. So many. Okay. First of all, so you walked away, didn't tell anyone
No.
that the cord came
No,
undone.
and you had the engineers like looking like, what is happening? And I
But
just
did
keep
you
walking.
watch the debauchery that was
I
happening of the
did.
scramble?
It was my first job. I did. So I just kept walking and was looking behind me. And I was just like, somebody's going to call my name. Nobody ever called my name. So if you're hearing this story today and you remember that situation, that was about 17, 18 years ago. So my apologies.
The comments just blew up.
Every AV producer in the world is like, this is why clients are not allowed around the tech
So
stage.
yeah, my apologies.
I can just hear Anka already watching this,
Oh
like
my God.
screaming, like, get away from our table.
Right. So I don't play around the board.
Well, I have a production story to follow that up about something that happened recently that's actually pretty crazy. So it was not an in-house production team. They loaded in the day before, and somehow the in-house crew came in and unplugged the main power, but just enough so it looked like it was actually plugged in. So the next morning, the production team comes in, they're testing everything, and they can't figure out why
Nothing
nothing's
turns
working.
on.
Everything's plugged in.
Because he had been there?
Well, maybe because Antoine was there.
Dave was not going to let me live this down.
And so they could not figure out why nothing was on. They end up having to delay doors, trying to figure it out. Well, they finally figure out that the main power cord had been unplugged, but then, plugged in just enough so it looks like it's there. So then they were suspicious of they got sabotaged. So they set up a camera, and the in-house person did it again the second night. But this time they got them on camera doing it. And I can't imagine intentionally sabotaging someone else's show like this.
Was it They Who Shall Not Be Named?
I'm not saying any names.
Was it the in-house AV company
Voldemort.
Bravo?
I'm not saying
Was it a
any
union
names or
room?
anything. I'm not.
I thought it was hot tea. You said it was in-house, so I mean,
If y'all figure out what that means, then it's
I think
on
we all
you.
know
But
what it
I'm not
means.
saying it out loud. Like, can you
Voldemort.
imagine in-house sabotaging your production team? Like that's.
Can
I've
I ask
seen
a
it
follow-up
before.
question?
You've seen it before.
I've seen it before. I'm
Because
always-
you are in-house AV.
No, I am
and
not
this is what
in-house
you do?
No, because he unplugs. Because he unplugs AV.
I am not in-house AV, but I have seen people do things, and I'm just like, wait a minute, what is happening right now? I have a good heart, so if I see you trying to sabotage, do something out of line, I'll go and fix it.
That's why you own a DMC. Now,
That's
right?
why I own a DMC. I'm the fixer now, so
You're the
I don't
fixer.
break anything anymore.
So my question: was there concessions that were given at the end of that event? Because that kind of behavior is shenanigans and
It's
should be held
story
accountable.
told through a story told. So like I don't know what the outcome was. It was like a friend of a friend related to
Oh,
me.
so it was
So
made
I
up.
don't know. I've seen the video. It's absolutely.
I was just gonna say, I want to
100%
see the
not made up.
footage.
I have the video. It's not made up, but
You got to make a bunch of footage like that and just play this, BC Boy sabotage, and just
Yes.
make
It's
a
like, can we go
channel.
to commercial break so we can see this footage?
it is real. I have
You're-
seen the footage with my own eyes, but I don't know the outcome.
You're going to release your own documentary like 50 Cent did?
Oh God. No.
Okay, that's too bad.
I do still want to have a career in this industry, at least for a little bit longer before I burn it down.
That's why I stopped sitting in the production booth.
So I don't know if there were concessions made. I'm sure something happened. But I mean, I felt bad for the actual team because the planner's probably furious. They're panicking, like, oh my gosh, what did we miss? Everything was working last night before we went to bed to then find out they got sabotaged. I mean, I just can't imagine in
That
an
crew knew.
industry that works typically pretty well together to do that to another company is pretty abysmal in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that crew knew. They must have known. Because otherwise, why would they have set a camera up? They knew what was going on.
Well, they do.
Well,
Yeah.
day 2 they did, yeah.
The things that money and bad contracts will make us do.
All right, well, we have time for at least one more story coming in from our online audience. So this first one's pretty funny. Keynote speaker sent a text right before going on stage that he forgot to bring his bags down and his car was scheduled immediately following his talk. No big deal, we'll send someone to get his bags, except he wasn't packed.
Oh, wow.
Needless to say, someone took one for the team to pack his stuff and bring it down. Later in the day, our photographer was reviewing footage and realized he presented on stage with his sunglasses on his head. He also missed all of his prep calls. Can you imagine?
Did they get their money back?
Did they get their money back? Would you? That's actually a decent question. Would you ask a speaker?
Because I think that's in like the performance clause of a speaker contract. Just.
I mean, were they at like a Shangri-La or something where they pack your clothes for you? Because that's, if they're at a nice enough hotel, then it's not that big of a deal. But
I'm guessing not if the staffer was.
if a staffer had to do it, that's
the one.
Yeah, that's. Once again, concessions. There should definitely be concessions, and I guess
Would
now something to
you-
put in your contract.
Agreed.
for
Well,
a
would
keynote.
you ask your keynote, would you ask for part of a refund if they didn't go to any of their prep calls and then they wore sunglasses on their head during their talk?
Well, the prep call should be part of the contract.
Yeah, I was gonna say-
as a vendor, that's part of my contract that I give my clients is that before the event we have at least 2 calls to make sure, and I get production, the whole deal. You got to have that.
Yeah, I
So-
feel like the contract helps you to mitigate some bad behavior. And so I now have questions for this person, like what did the contract look like? Because I'm definitely a contract enforcer, and to have someone to do something like that, like your bags aren't packed, your car is coming immediately after the keynote. What if you go over what if you were late 5 minutes and now your car's waiting out there and then we're probably paying for that car? So
I mean, that
don't
also
know.
sounds like a you problem from an event organizer to the speaker.
Mhm.
I'm sorry that you did that.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Well, and that's
And?
also there's a line though, as I'm being in the event industry before, there's a line where you want to appease those folks, and you kind of go out of your way. But if you keep saying yes and yes and yes, you just get run over, and that's where
That's
you
the
end up.
hospitality of the industry popping in. You want to make sure you take care of people, but I kind of lean over with Dave. That's kind of on you, dude.
I mean, if my
Maybe he was doing it. Maybe he was doing the talk for exposure.
Oh gosh, we're gonna get into that another time. That's like a whole episode where maybe the speaker wasn't even getting paid,
Yeah, if the speaker wasn't getting paid, good on him.
and he still got someone to pack his
If the
bags.
speaker wasn't getting paid, he'd pack his own bag because he's taking the shampoo with him.
I mean, honestly, if my
Take all the
staff
mini
got to the
toiletries.
room and said he's not packed, I would be like, leave it. Don't touch anything. Come back. He's just gonna have to be
Same.
late. That's on him.
I'd roll it and leave a note in there.
You'd roll and leave a note.
I think
Also,
Nicole
when
would
was
roll it and
checkout
leave something
time?
else
That's
in
my
there.
next
I
question.
mean, I don't know. I'd probably sabotage it if it were me, especially if it wasn't a paid.
I put a little baggie of salt in it,
Oh gosh.
Oh, come on.
just like a little, so it gets pulled at TSA, and they're like, "What is this, sir?"
Put something with 4 ounces in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Full size shampoo.
Full size shampoo in
So
there. So, yeah.
basically, never ask Dave to pack my bags.
No,
That's
no,
right, yeah.
no,
Well,
no. That's smart
hey,
advice.
it'll be very sustainable though.
I mean,
Well
the
taken
packing
care
the
of.
bag is less concerning to me than not showing up for any of the prep calls,
Yeah.
wearing the sunglasses on the head. I mean, even
Okay,
at
the
a beach
sunglasses,
resort, I
though-
wouldn't do it.
I had a gig the other week where I got there and I go, oh, I forgot my glasses. All I had was my sunglasses. So and I had to wear my sunglasses to be able to see. So there's that. That can happen.
Well, they were on his
They were
head
on his
though.
But
They
these
weren't.
are on his top
Oh,
of
just
his
like-
head. Yeah.
Maybe they
so
were
yeah.
part of the uniform.
That sometimes it's
I
also
mean, we
like the
did
Miami
hear
of
from
Ice look,
Hawaii
you know.
earlier. So maybe it was part of if he had a Hawaiian shirt on, maybe. I mean, we're speculating
I have
wildly here about
questions.
Could have been a prop for later that gets you.
The truth of the matter is, if he missed all his prep calls, there should have been nothing but red flags around him.
Yeah.
Correct.
That you should have known going into it, and
It was time for the backup speaker.
And if you're paying for the card, then you call the car and say, hey, he's going to be a little late,
Yeah.
but you're just going to wait. And
Car's out of gas.
yeah, he has to pack himself. That's
But I think if they missed all the prep calls and then add all of this on top, I probably would go back and look at the contract and probably hold funds or ask for part of a refund.
Or at least,
something.
tell all of your club members about this vendor, right?
I mean, look, that is the one thing about this industry for sure. Like, if you're gonna mess with a meeting planner, we're all gonna know about it. Like, word spreads fast and quickly across the industry, and
If you
we
want to
all
see
know.
people unite quickly, play with a meeting planner.
Yeah.
We are thick as thieves. Even the
Right.
planners that I don't necessarily care for, if I find out a vendor wrongs them,
Yes.
I'm coming for them. I think that's probably the thing I love the most about working in this industry is the support that we all have for each other. Because I mean, it's trauma bonding for real. I mean, you're in the
Absolutely.
trenches and you know the work that goes into it. I mean, I can't imagine the planner. I mean, we've had many episodes where I remember one planner talking about she had a keynote speaker who had a heart attack in the green room before he went on stage, and he refused to not go on stage. He still gave his talk.
He really gave his heart out on that one.
Full of jokes today. And I mean, went to the hospital immediately after. Thank God it was a mild heart attack. But I mean, talk about trauma. Like, you change all kinds of procedures when things like that happen.
Oh, yeah.
And we all support each other. And like, I think that's part of why I started this podcast, is because a lot of those stories don't get shared. And there's so much learning in some of the really hard, like, trench moments that I think, you know, we all want to laugh about the stuff that makes us want to cry. And you just got to give time to heal.
Isn't that what comedy is? Tragedy plus time?
Basically.
I feel like there is someone out there who could make a crap ton of money being a meeting planner therapist.
I mean, sign me up.
Like a lot of money.
Is that not in your quotes when you send it to client? Your therapy time?
I should. I really should.
Event
have a coffee
event
bar and a
consulting
therapist.
/ therapy.
Right.
Yeah.
Put that
I mean,
next
we're
to the
adding
wellness.
surcharges on like restaurants for, you know, COVID surcharge,
For showing
or
up.
understaffing. I've seen it named a million things. Like, should all vendors be like therapy surcharge,
Right.
6 extra hours at
No, but you know what,
whatever
though?
our rate is?
When I up my prices
Pain
next
and
year,
suffering
that's what I'm
time.
going to say. That's exactly. I'm going to say, well, my prices have gone up because I have a really good therapist, and his prices went up.
I just think
And I need him because of you.
Right.
I just started watching the show Shrinking.
Oh, it's
and like
so good.
I probably would be that
So good.
therapist who's
Wait,
just
which
a
one?
disaster.
Which what's his name? The guy from Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Yes. That's probably, if I was a therapist, I would be that guy.
This
What's his
fantastic. My
name?
son's 12 and loved it. So
No,
we have to
Harrison
fast
Ford
forward
is
a lot.
the
He's the
old
owner,
cynical guy, which is very much
Why can't
like
we think of
I
this
feel like
guy's
I'm already
name?
there.
Is it Jason?
Jason. Yes, Jason Segal. Thank you, studio
not
audience.
Joe.
Thank you.
Yay!
Live studio audience. Jason Segal. All right, well, one more story as we're wrapping up here, kind of going along with the packing. I throw stuff through a hotel room. I'll destroy a hotel room in a minute. I just leave stuff everywhere, like literally everywhere.
You hear that, Marriott?
It's yeah, like I tip my housekeepers big because I just throw my stuff all over the place.
We know where the puppies were.
Yes, all in my room. I love a puppy. And I had a situation at an event where we had a staff member who had a medical emergency and ended up going to the emergency room in the middle of dinner. Unfortunately, had a stroke in the middle of dinner at the table. Ooh. And the paramedics were asking, is she on any medication? And we need to call her family. And it took us too long to find emergency contacts. Like, we're calling HR. So like, I am hard and fast on always getting emergency contacts for our staff, for attendees. Like, you need to be able to get that information quickly. So that was one lesson learned. The other one was, what medications was she on? So we had to work with the hotel to get into her hotel room to see if there was any medications or anything in there. Well, talk about a trashed hotel room. I now try to be a little bit tidier in case someone has to like come in my hotel room in an emergency. I try to tidy up a little bit now.
You make your own bed?
I don't make my own bed, but I
Are
definitely...
you out of your mind?
I definitely don't make my own bed.
Why even stay at a hotel if you're making your own bed? Sorry. Go back to your stroke story. This is tragic.
Different strokes.
Different folks, right? And so it gave me a good reminder of like keeping my stuff tidy, because like in an emergency, someone needs to get to my things quickly and needs to get my emergency contacts and get to any medications I'm on. Like, we were digging through Some of it was in a drawer, some of it was on a counter. And so I'm just a little bit more mindful of like the emergency preparedness that comes with all that. So it was a good outcome. Everyone was fine. She was fine. Alcohol and medications don't always mix, so keep that in mind. Not always a good thing.
Over the counter or
Neither.
Both.
Or parking lot.
Or both. Or both. All right. On that note, I'm going to toss out one more final game. So I'm going to toss out a prompt. If you've got a great answer, just shout it out. Let's see. So one word for the events industry right now.
Medicinal chicken.
Sucks medicinal chicken.
Chaotic.
Chaotic. All right, those are all
Unwavering.
unwavering. Also another good one. Sounds like we have a lot of growth coming our way in 2026. Favorite event city? Atlanta, Chicago,
Montreal was pretty nice.
Montreal.
I mean, as a Atlanta-based DMC, I'm gonna have to say Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta does have a great CVB and great DMCs here. A secret on-site hack.
Spanx.
Spanx.
Gaff tape.
Gaff tape. I wear nipple covers as blister band-aids.
Wear what?
Nipple covers as blister band-aids. Yep.
I would say two things. One, compression socks.
Mm-hmm.
And two, if you're in a foreign country, cash out all your foreign currency at checkout because you get full value for it before you go home and you don't waste any of it.
Yeah, I love that. Well, thank you guys for joining Event About It podcast. What a show. All the stories. Thank you to our studio audience, and thank you for Club Ichi for having us. Be sure to like, subscribe, all the things. You can catch Event About It podcast everywhere you get your podcasts, YouTube, Spotify, Apple. We're around. Subscribe, love us, and check out a future episode.
Seriously, subscribe. Don't just watch.
Unmute it.
Unmute it. Unmute it.
Congratulations on an amazing
Congratulations.
show. This was fantastic. All right, what camera are we at? What camera are we at? We're Nicole. We're gonna be over there. Live direction.
You stay there.
I stay here.
You start.
Where do I stay? Right here. I stay here, and you guys get to see my best side here. All right. So thank you all for such an incredible day. It is now just about 5 p.m. Eastern time here in Atlanta, Georgia, where our spontaneous think tank is going to start in 30 minutes, and we still have to go find the name badges and bring out the drinks and get ready for all that stuff. So there's way more to come for those of us in person at our spontaneous think tank. But if you have hung out with us all day today, we just want to know: are you a Club Ichi insider? And if not, come on, get on the list. We have our merch store. These are our insider friends here, and they are saying mute or unmute to being a Club Ichi insider. Unmute. It's been such a great day, a celebration of our community, and some of our guests coming in, some new guests that are now new insiders.
Yes.
So we've had a really fun time. Thanks for tuning in with us.
Absolutely. Thank you. This was so amazing. What a celebration of our members, of community, of our event industry. I mean, this was amazing. Thank you so much to LeaderPass for hosting this. This is absolutely amazing.
NMR events and
NMR
show
events.
gear, but we have one more really big announcement.
Oh, yes.
So I mentioned that on our on our Good Fortune potluck, one of the options is for you to go to Belize, to Saba Beach Resort. And thanks to Megan Martin.
Yes.
Saba Beach Resort will be the location of our Barefoot Business Retreat
2026.
December 7th through 11th. So mark your calendars.
Yes.
If you are registered for this webinar, it's not a webinar, this telethon, you're going to get an email with an opportunity to get your ticket for $200 off what the actual price is going to end up being. So thanks for hanging out with us today, and we are super excited.
Yes.
Yeah, just right now.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
First
who
one.
else wants to come?
Yeah. There's only 20 spots. If you're not following us on LinkedIn, Instagram, all the things, please do. And just
So thanks to all of you. Thanks to Seth Weiner, who helped us out with our Rocktioneer.
Yes.
We're going to put all the links to all the people and how you can get in touch with all of them, because we have such amazing people here. So thank you all. It's been a great day.
Yes.
We'll see you next time.
Yes. Wow.